Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Green Bull Opening. Under the dark sky, the rolling hills, like the crouching behemoths, waited quietly for dawn. Under the hills of a cow-like shape, there is a small village. Lee the second, let me get up and work. A drink and break the silence, a middle-aged country woman, just smashing the bucket and smashing the cowshed. In a pile of hay in the cowshed, a young boy with a thin body suddenly woke up from his sleep and thought, where am I? He made the dream again. In his dream, he lived in the city of a high-rise building. He played the magical treasure called a computer all day, and the steel monsters on the street ran rampage. Finally one day, he was killed by a monster named Precious Horse. Then he violently wakes up. Yes, he crossed. For more than a decade, he has been thinking about the things of previous life as a dream. Looking around the dirty cowshed, I feel the itching of mosquito bites. Obviously this is not a good place. There is probably no such a terrible passer in the world. It's been 15 years since I calculated the time. The parents of this world are the most common farmers in the Crouching Bull village. They died both as early as childhood and were raised by an older brother. His brother is Lee the eldest, so he is Lee the second. The village is not so much stressful. Many villagers have no serious names in their lifetime. He used his previous life knowledge to give himself a name, called Lee King Shan, which bones need to be mulberry, where life is not King Shan. Even if it is through, you must live well. No, it is better than the previous life, and you don't want to give him this second life. I remember the boy who had just passed through. His mood was calmed down from fear and confusion, and the hero of the traversal was ignited in the chest. But then he found himself hungry and had no food. His brother, he only treated him as a drag bottle, and he was thrown at him with all the dirty work. The food he eats was always the worst, and there was no such thing as a good relationship. He had nowhere to go when he was young. He only tried to show some prodigy postures, but he was treated as a ghost. The witch in the village forced him to fill his stomach, so that he would never dare to make it again. So the village still called him Lee the second. Lee King Shan is just a joke. Lee King Shan's sip for a while, seeing that he didn't respond, slammed in and waved the bamboo in his hand, and smacked him mercilessly. Lazy bones, give me play dead. Give me play dead. Lee King Shan thought about the previous life. In this life, she was upset and violently stood up, grabbed the bamboo sticks and glared at the country women. Lee the eldest saw the child at the beginning, and now she is even taller than her. The heart is sturdy, but the momentum is not weak. You are a Lee the second. I am so hard to raise you so big. You still dare to play with me? Wait for your brother to wake up. Let him pack you. If you don't live, don't eat. After Lee the eldest left, Lee King Shan dropped the bamboo strips and sighed heavily. He walked to the side of the trough and looked at an old green bull. Elder brother bull, I have a big accomplishment. I don't want to suffer anymore. Going on, just can't bear you. Before the parents died, they divided the property in the house slightly, and the mosh field was barely occupied by his brother. Now his only remaining property is the green bull. If there is such a cow in the loss, he often goes to the landlord's house to help the workers, but he can still eat and eat. If he eats the choking dish at home, he still doesn't know what it looks like. So instead of treating it as a livestock, he instead called it the elder brother bull. The village is full of people. Lee the second can be without big brother Lee, but cannot be without big brother. Green bull has a bright hair and a strong body. He can see how much Lee King Shan spent on his work, but he also showed some old things, and broke a bull horn. The break was extremely smooth, like a sharp blade. Broken. Green bull glared at the wet bull's eye and looked at Lee King Shan, as if he was very popular, and stood up. Lee King Shan's skill turning over the cow. Green bull slowly walked to the lying bull ridge. Riding on the green bull, Lee King Shan looked up and the stars were shining, which is what world didn't have. He is like a common cowherd who blows up the clear flute. The flute reverberated in the morning mist, and behind him, the village was gradually waking up. On the bull ridge, The trees are sparse and the grass is full of grass. Li Qingshan looks westward through the hustle and bustle of the east, and the mountain layers are continuous and continuous. In the depths, there are 100,000 mountains. It is said that there are not only wolf tigers and leopards, but also mountain spirit demon, even if they are hunters. In depth, Li Qingshan has never seen a decent map in the village, and I don't know the hydrogeography of the world. I only know that the mountains and rivers are very tall, and the rivers are vast and vast. Although there are all kinds of hardships, it is always a good world waiting for him to go. Li Qingshan has made up her mind to leave, and finally took the green bulls back. Elder brother bull, you are so old. If I sell you, others will not kill you and eat meat. This day, the earth is big, you go. There are so many wolves and tigers in the mountains, you be careful. At this time, the smartest way is to sell the green bull, make a mess, and have a guarantee in Suncheer City, so as not to starve to the streets. But he refused to do so. This kind of childish approach, any farmer will laugh when he listens, but this is his insistence. You call me a big brother, how can I bear to give up? Send 1,000 miles, there is a not. Li Qingshan instinctively responded, but the voice gradually fell, and widened his eyes and looked at the green bull. He only felt that the whole body was blown up and stepped back. Monster. Green bull said, don't be afraid, I won't hurt you. It's always been how long I have been with each other. Li Qingshan is not too scared. It's just that this surreal scene can't be accepted for a while, but I think about everything I've experienced, and I'm frustrated and asked, are you really an elder brother bull? Green bull sees him so fast, and he applauds the bull head. It doesn't matter if you have innate wisdom. What innate wisdom? Li Qingshan immediately alerted him. He didn't want anyone to know the identity of the passerby. He remembered that he could pretend to be in front of people on weekdays. He was not so prepared for this green bull, and he did not meet his age. Performance. I want to come to see it in the eyes. In 6 paths of samsara, there are occasional creatures that still retain some previous life memories. This is called innate wisdom. You and I have another important memory, not the ordinary farmer green bull, who can get together. This is also a pile edge points. It's the same. Li Qingshan's heart was slightly loose, and he had heard of such things, but at least his identity was not exposed. I didn't expect monster to be on this world, but I was raised by me. For more than a decade, why didn't you talk before? There is nothing to say. I don't ask where you come from, you don't ask where I came from, you just need to know. I can give you anything. What's for me? Have you heard of divine ability? Not waiting for Li Qingshan to ask questions, Green Bull went on to say, the so-called divine ability is the magical means of the heavens and the earth. The mountains can be reclaimed and the stars can be taken on the moon. Longevity can be used for longevity. Then you can't die, let alone glory and wealth, money and beauty, more credible handcuffs. Can you be heartbroken? This divine ability word contains all the desires of all beings. Li Qingshan is just one of the sentient beings, but how can it not be moved? The deeper feeling is incredible. Like a blind person for more than 10 years, suddenly opened his eyes. Everything in front of him is so dazzling, full of unreal illusion. Li Qingshan presses the excitement in his heart. Elder brother Bull, do you want to teach me divine ability? Green Bull shook his head. You are not qualified enough now. The words turned. If you want to cultivate divine ability, you must eat meat first. What? Li Qingshan suspected that he had misunderstood, and felt that it was ridiculous, and that the big divine ability of the mountain to pick up the stars and take the moon, how to deal with this ordinary thing. The first step of cultivation is refine vitality and produce chi. The vital essence of refining within the body is true chi. Just because of your thin yellow skin, where is the vital essence? Li Qingshan smiled. Anyone who is like him, like a big accomplishment, can't be strong. And it is not ridiculous that a person who is struggling with a bucket is saying that it is a matter of moving mountains and reclamation. Don't ask, where does the meat come from? Li Qingshan didn't want to eat meat. Compared to the imaginary immortal pill spirit medicine, the taste of the meat was actually engraved in his mind, letting him dream back at midnight. Nostalgia. But a poor boy who can't even eat whole grains, and where the meat is delicious, can't help but stare at the elder brother bull's fat body, subconsciously divided into loin, keel, ribs, etc. In many parts, the eyes are green. Green Bull hits him on the head. Let's hit my mind. The heroic hoof points to the 100,000 mountains in the west. The meat is in it. Li Qingshan is not happy. The world's hunters are so good. The wolves and tigers in the mountains are not vegetarian, and the live example of Green Bull is in front. The legends of demon ghosts are not empty words. If you encounter one, this little life will be explained. But Green Bull only said that he didn't have to worry about him, let him go home and wait, and he would go under the hoof and walk away without a trace. Li Qingshan walked down the mountain alone, and the excitement in her heart was still difficult to calm down. This world is so eccentric and colorful. If I can really immunize the immortal cultivation, go through Qingshan and don't waste the name he gave himself. Li Qingshan came home. His big brother Li had already gone down to the ground, only he was leaning against the door and licking the seeds. When he saw him, he even turned a few white eyes, the ordinary woman's wife. The man went out to farm, and they all started things at home, or weaving, and some oil and salt. But she is a famous lazy woman in the village, and all the chores in her house are thrown to Li Qingshan. The loom has not touched it. Li Qingshan only did not see, walked straight into the house, opened the lid, not to mention the hot dishes in the pot, even the wreckage was cold. Li the eldest yin-yang the strange way, we don't have rice in the house, don't we bring the counter-steward Liu to help? What do you think of, what about cows? Upload a new book, ask for a ticket. Let this book come to the fore, and say thank you _. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 2. Chapter 2 Eating Meat Cultivation. Lost? Li Qingshan replied hard, like being beaten from illusory world to the cruel reality. Come to me, you dare to lose your family's cows. See if your brother is coming back and not killing you. If the cow is gone, you will also give me a roll. That's my cow. Li Qingshan strode out of the door. If he didn't leave, he might not be able to hold back the wife, but if he did, he would never be able to accommodate at home. I have to bow my head. It was not until the day of the day that he was tired and returned to the cowshed. His bright eyes turned around in the empty cowshed and then dimmed. Li Qingshan daily work, in addition to grazing cattle to pick up debris, is to take the cattle to the village landlord's home, help workers, earn a little money to supplement the home. If you don't have a cow today, you can only do the same work as other long-term workers. It's all the hard work of adults, not to mention that he is half-size and has not yet had breakfast, compared with the fatigue of the body. As for the insults and sorrows of steward of the farm, it is a trivial matter. When I planted it in the haystack, I didn't want to think about anything. But my stomach screamed. It is conceivable that in such an environment, there is any interest in it, and it is also ruined, leaving only the most instinctual body needs. Li Qingshan is stupid, only smelling squeaky, the sound of heavy objects falling, opening his eyes, seeing a strange face, and a pair of white and long fangs, cannot help but startled. Sober when I came over, I saw that it was a wild boar. It was just after death, but it was still hot. Green Bull was lying in front of the trough and was laughing at him, and he was able to confuse the expression on Green Bull's face. As night falls, in the village house, Li the eldest is complaining to big brother Li, the little bastard, too unlike a personal, even a big cow is lost. No, he must have sold it secretly. No, there must be a scorer, and if we go on, we must not harm us. Big brother Li is in his 30s. He is a tall man in the village. He is also famous in the village, but he is extremely sympathetic to his wife. It can be divided, and the acres are good, but in the face of the old man in the village, I gave it to him. They took up the land on the ground that Li Qingshan was too young to work. Now it is not yet, but if it is officially separated, It is not necessary. Did steward Liu not always want this land? Simply sell it to them. If the little hybrid is daring, go and ask him. But if he doesn't want to divide it, hungry for 3 days, don't he refuse to agree? The two were negotiating, and Li the eldest suddenly took a sniff. Do you smell anything? Good fragrance. It seems that who is cooking meat? It's not a long time. What kind of meat is cooked? It seems to be near. The two went to the cowshed in search of the scent, and saw a pot in the cowshed. The fire was burning underneath, the pot of soup was boiling, and the fragrance of the stock was scattered. The fire swayed in the darkness, casting the shadow of Li Qingshan on the wall. Li the eldest swallowed the swallow. You bunny, where did you steal the meat? She was not only lazy, but also looked at the pot of broth. Even Li Qingshan sinned and forgot her. She took it, stir up the spoon. It was Big Brother Li's I-tip, and when I saw Li Qingshan sitting under the ass, she exclaimed, "Wild pig." Wild boar can be said to be extremely dangerous in the mountains. A thick knife is hard to hurt, and ordinary hunters must retreat when they see it, let alone capture. This is when I was looking for a cow. I came under the foot of the mountain, and I was hurt. It was probably that the hunter had no way to pursue it. Li Qingshan said the reason for the compilation, the existence of Green Bull is absolutely confidential. Otherwise, the sound of the demon will be heard, and when the heavenly palace will come to the door, Big Brother Li will be suspicious and laughed. Brothers, you are stupid and stupid. When I pull this pig to the set, I will be able to sell it for a good price and save it for your wife. He also saw it, Green Bull in the cowshed, thinking in the heart, this does not have to rush to separate with him. The cow can still do farm work. Is not. Li Qingshan see Li the eldest, the move. Li the eldest sighed and mourned. Look at your brother. I said that he told you that you are not at home. You bully me, a woman. You still don't believe. Now when you face, you can see. Bully you? Li Qingshan only feels a nausea. If you are surnamed Pan, it is not a loss for me. Big Brother Li's face suddenly sinks. Are you so, uncle? Li Qingshan lowered her head and said, I have my own plan for this meat. Now I am not too young. It is time to separate. This is what he was thinking about while cooking meat. He has no longer want to. The Eves continued to bow. Big Brother Li didn't expect that he hadn't spoken yet. Li Qingshan first proposed it. The next heart was anger. He was a foolish farmer, not a man who could hold the fire. Holding his fist forward to slap Li Qingshan, first drag the wild boar away. Li Qingshan saw him coming, and he stood up. The face was severe, but his heart was a little faint. His body was not growing. He was tired for a day. Didn't eat anything. How to fight an adult man? You gwingy eye Green Bull. But Green Bull just looked at the scene with a playful look, without any help. Just in the heart of Li Qingshan, when he was ready to take a nap, Big Brother Li stopped and looked at Li Qingshan's right hand. The rough big hand holds a rough blade of the same rough, full of qualitative blades. Even if it is carefully polished, it is still dull. This is Li Qingshan's use of the short blade that I bought in the past few years. I used it in many places, and I used this knife to cut the meat. Li Qingshan suddenly understood that this big brother was stunned, not the one himself, but the knife. Before this moment, he never realized that the inferior short blade in his hand had the power to deter others. Li Qingshan was only an ordinary student in the last life. Although he had played several times, it was only a dispute between the students. The two generations did not add up to the experience of the people. Understood this, Li Qingshan pinched the short blade in his hand and deliberately raised it up, as if the beast was showing fangs. Although his wife did not dare to use it, Big Brother Li immediately took a step back. Li the eldest didn't dare to sneak, and the last two people actually quit the cowshed, showing an extremely disappointing look, smashing outside, and then returning to the room to discuss their great plan. Li Qingshan turned a deaf ear. Even the flavor of the meat was left behind. Just looking at the short blade, the vaguely blurred image of his face, this cheap money, just protect him, let him freed from a skin and flesh, protected from an insult, and saved his own spoils. Although it is a matter of course, at this moment, it seems to be suddenly and cheerful. Green Bull was lying in front of the trough and smiling at him. The fire swayed, and the black giant on the wall stood with a knife. At this moment, a teenager understood the exact value of power. After a long time, Li Qingshan sat down again and scratched his head and looked at the pot. How long does this meat have to be cooked? He was originally a meatless and unhappy person. It has been bitter for him for more than a decade. You can also eat a few mouthfuls of enmity every year, and go to the mother to go. Cut the meat is not enough. Li the eldest to eat alone. At this time, even if there is a bottle of immortal pill in front of him, it is not as good as this pot of meat. The pig is a big pig, and the pot of meat is cooked in the middle of the night. The rising flame, the scent of the scent, the screaming sound of the screaming, the juvenile teenager, condensed into a heartless tone and poetry, but extremely primitive and original picture. In the end, although even the salt bar did not sprinkle a little, let alone other spices, but let Li Qingshan eat almost swallowed the tongue, not fat, thin, a few pounds of cooked meat, and finally even the broth. If someone asks Li Qingshan what happiness is at the moment, he will definitely answer happiness as a pot of meat. The later update time is set at 8 o'clock in the morning and 6 in the evening. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is divided into humiliation. Li Qingshan sat in the haystack with satisfaction, stretched his limbs, and went to sleep unconsciously. This night, he did not dream of previous life again. In the huts not far from the cowshed, Li the eldest husband and wife, who was tossed by the flavor of the flesh, did not sleep until midnight. The next morning, the chicken just sang 3 times. A short fat man in a green silk shirt came to the field. He is not a stranger, it is the biggest landlord of this little crouching bull village, Li, eldest steward Liu in the mouth of husband and wife, only because he has been a steward in the city for the big family. When he is older, he has the gift of the Lord, return in glory. But he still wants to call him Steward Liu to show his identity and the different positions of the mud legs, and to distinguish it from the ordinary land buns. Because most of the land in the village was annexed by various means, there is another nickname Half Village Liu. If there is any ambition of Half Village Liu, it will naturally become a Liu Quenkan. But this can't be anxious. It is a slap in the face of what he heard in the mouth of the city. He believes that he will be able to fulfill this desire in his lifetime. By then, the people in this village are his long-term workers. He is the soil emperor in the Crouching Bull village. What to do? But Steward Liu is now somewhat unhappy in his heart. I saw only a few long-term workers working on his own land. He recruited fat hands. How come these people? What about other people? A long-time worker smiled and said, Steward Liu, they are going to help Li the Second build a house. Li the Second? Which Li the Second? That is the cowherd. I certainly know. Where does he come from? That kid took a dog and smashed a wild boar. If the village is willing to help him build a house, he will send a large piece of pork, just under the bull ridge. And it is very hot now. Then why don't you go? I turned over the skin with him. Chang Gong said. His heart is full of disappointment, but it is meat, where to eat. Steward Liu go. Let's go and see. When I woke up, Li Qingshan began to work on the separation of the family. The most urgent task was to create a decent room for myself and not to send people behind. He used to have no such ability, but with this big wild boar, many things were solved. A little greeting, there are many people to help, and he can see the magic of pork in this world. Under the bull ridge, the willow trees make the shade and the flowers give the light. The scenery is beautiful. If it is in the previous life, such a place, not a tourist attraction, it is the rich villain area, which round is occupied by him, and this place is far from the village. It is also convenient for him to keep secrets. You can rest assured to communicate with Green Bull. Li Qingshan stood between the people and communicated with each other. The mood was unspeakable. Some of them understood what Green Bull said about eating meat, not just strengthening the body. If there are people who have no food and clothing, in order to carry out the camp for the whole day, there is still something to do other things, let alone see what is clear. Steward Liu stood in the distance and glanced at himself, saying to himself, so, their brothers are going to be separated. But just happened to see Li, eldest husband and wife, also watching from afar. See, my brother started a new home, not only was not happy, but hated to gnash his teeth, and he had a calculation in his heart, laughing and going forward. However, for more than 10 days, a new home was completed, and everyone took the pork away. Li Qingshan looked at the new home with satisfaction. Although it was just an ordinary adobe house with thatched grass, he stood in the small courtyard surrounded by the fence. But this is his new home, the first step in his life in this world. These days, his daily meat consumption is constant, his face is ruddy, and he is a little more emboldened while standing there. Although it is only a dozen days of effort, his figure seems to be a few inches longer. While Li Qingshan was happy, the old-fashioned woman was thrown into the yard and was shocked. Li the second Lang, you are not good at this house, it is fierce. Li Qingshan frowned. This is the witch who filled him with water when he was a child. The whole heavenly god Divine Tao made a fool of the gods and fooled these ignorant villagers. He always had no good feelings for her, but she was very prestigious in the village. What is the wedding and funeral in the village? All the marriages must be asked to her. Of course, when asked about Bu, of course, there are indispensable sacrifices. Li Qingshan did not dare to neglect and did a courtesy. How come you? The witch didn't look at him. He looked around in the room and looked forward to it. There is yin chi here, there is evil, but I am prepared. She was holding a jar of casserole, holding a willow branch, and using a willow branch to stain the earthen jar. The water is swaying freely in the courtyard of the house. Everything in the mouth is screaming, go, go. Li Qingshan couldn't stop it, but she had to let her go. He had already believed in the ghosts and gods, but he didn't believe that there was any yin chi evil here. He was followed by a real strange. If something is wrong, Green Bull will naturally tell. Which round got her? After the water was sprinkled, it seemed to help Li Qingshan to do a lot of work. It was said that Li Qingshan could have this luck. It was all thanks to God. Now it is time to return to God. The best thing to worship God is naturally the big pig head left by the wild boar. Li Qingshan only understood her intention. I am afraid that God is not going to eat. Is it you want to eat? For Li Qingshan's little rudeness, the witch was furious and stood up in another voice. Li Qingshan, you don't listen to God's advice. You have to be a disaster. Li Qingshan knows that this is her trick to ask God to possess the body. The ordinary villagers saw this trick, that is, the daring and scared face, and squatting down. The original Li Qingshan did not dare to be completely inappropriate, but Jin Shai today, in the past, he held his arms and looked at the jokes. There is no way for a blessing, but people call themselves, and God is shut. Please, please. Witch seeing this trick is useless, he is reverting to the original state, and the sinister way. You wait. Shortly after the witch went, the scourge came. A villager came to Li Qingshan to go to Ancestral Hall. The village was small and has a lot of rules. The matter of his separation from his brother was supposed to be in Ancestral Hall, and the face of the elders in the village was clearly divided. He also had to ask him first, did his brother actually grab her first? Li Qingshan felt a little uneasy, but Green Bull didn't know where to go, but had to bite his head. The so-called Ancestral Hall is just a small house with a deep doorway, but it is a rare brick and stone building in the village, which enshrines the cards of Li and Liu's two ancestors. In the dark lacquered room, several old men are listed. The first is the village chief of Crouching Bull Village. When he is over 60 years old, he is not a good person. He is also a Li family, call him a grandfather. Li the eldest husband and wife have been waiting for it. When Li Qingshan sees it, it seems that Li Qingshan has harmed them, and there is a hint of revenge. Li Qingshan ignored them and only gave a ceremony to the old man, and began to separate under the auspices of the village chief. Originally, Li Qingshan thought that his thing would be the green bull, and a few acres of land, but it was actually more complicated than he had imagined. Village chief looked just and serious, everything in disorder, gave Li Qingshan a lot, fine to a spoon, a pair of chopsticks. Every time I say something, Li the eldest twitches with a painful look, and sees Li Qingshan's gaze more vicious. Li Qingshan is unmoved, calm and self-sufficient, and those living things are also used, lest he should reinstall. After a full half of the time, village chief stopped and looked around with turbid eyes. What can you dissatisfy? Li the eldest husband and wife are convinced, but Li Qingshan feels wrong. Grandpa, what a few acres of land. What field? Li Qingshan suddenly, when the mother died, it was also in front of this, and it was clear that she was afraid that the big brother would bully him and that the old man who is highly respected in the village would preside over justice. Li the eldest has already said, you are young and ignorant, and the two old things have been paid back to others by the money of others. Li Qingshan was furious. What do you call me a mother? You say it again? Although there is no deep feelings, it is also his biological parents in this world. How can he accommodate people insulting in public? Big brother Li has been in front of Li the eldest, and several men have come in from outside Ancestral Hall, apparently ready. Li Qingshan also noticed that these are all the rogues in the village. On weekdays, they are stealing chickens and dogs, bullying men and women, and not talking about the friendship of the same villagers. Village chief sighed at the stupid woman inside. I have checked the words. Where is the word? Big brother Li said. We have got it back and burned. I don't know which one is owed money. Li the eldest smugly said. Steward Liu in the village. You have the courage to go up and see. Steward Liu does not peel your skin. How? The old lady is bullying your ungrateful little beast. It's a good farm. It's selling some silver. It's a make-up for the of not eating pork. She made up her mind to buy a chicken to eat when she got home. Li Qingshan shivered and shriveled into the palm. Based on his two-world experiences, how can he not know that the people in the crops regard the land as the root of life? And how can they compensate them to others? His mother-in-law is also planning a lifetime of food in the soil. And how can he borrow money? This is clearly a combination of fire to bully him, lost the land. If he wants to eat and live, he can only go to Steward Liu village as a long-term work. Even if there is a big gas to suffer, it is a good calculation. Li Qingshan was treated with cold eyes by her brother at home. It was nothing more than eating and wearing, but it was acceptable. But it turned black and white like this. His previous life is mixed. Why, he has seen the dark side of society, and he is angry with it. But when this kind of thing fell on my own, I realized that it was so unbearable. If he is okay, even if he has served the distribution in the village, there is no chance of appeal. Newly started on Monday. The book is currently in the 16th place in the new book list, only 4 places. Please help me to help me. Rush to the new book list. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 4. Chapter 4 Wine Cellar Killing. The atmosphere in Ancestral Hall was stagnant, and the village chief was so sinking. Why, Li II Lang, are you dissatisfied with my arrangement? The few sluts have begun to gear up, and the head of the gimmick will be more cut the hatchet in your hand. Other old men's either close their eyes or advise. Small too, don't be angry. The arm can't screw the thigh. Steward Liu, you still go to the village to help, and give you more money. Why not have a meal? Li Qingshan with a vague voice, did not know how to get out of Ancestral Hall. When he went out, he was stunned by the girl, almost fell, throwing a laugh behind him. When she met the witch on the road, she smiled at herself. The scourge, if you are now in God, come and have time. Li Qingshan went back to the new home under the Bull Ridge, lying down, and no more joy in her heart. Sunset Xishan, the sky was dim, the cockerel and the dog screamed out, and the village returned to calm. Green Bull came in from the door. Li Qingshan got up and just wanted to speak. Green Bull said, I saw it. But I didn't help you. I didn't want you to help. I don't care about that few acres, I just can't swallow this breath. Yes, there is no difference between black and white in the world. It is a matter of reversal. You can't be tempted by this little mortal. Even if it is the immortal Buddha, great saint of the mana, there is also a feeling wronged. What do you have? Li Qingshan blinked, but I don't want to be accepted. He suddenly remembered the short blade. Green Bull looked at him for a long time, and suddenly laughed. Well, don't want to be right, the husband will act, and will be willing to revenge. The grace of a meal will be paid, and the enemies will be reported. I have seen you. I have been willing to spend the years, but there are still some men in the chest, and this is the only way to teach me a teaching. Li Qingshan said, are you testing me? Green Bull took a breath and said, this is also a test. But ask the kid who you want to go. Which way? Li Qingshan did not know what to say. There are thousands of roads in the world. There are both swallow one's anger and the way to protect themselves. There are people who have a human Tao, a demon has Tao of monster, a god has divine Tao, a ghost has a ghost, and each Tao has each Tao. The scenery, each Tao has a choice of each Tao. Li Qingshan listened to it, and the instincts were dizzy. Do you still want to sing a song? Do you want to hear it? After hearing it, I interrupted, I ask for my own. Green Bull first sighed and said, you have heard it. Yes, Grand Tao is thousands. I ask for it. I don't know where to take out a big bottle gourd. Bottle gourd automatically flew into Li Qingshan's hands. You have since I don't want to swallow one's anger, I will teach you not to endure sound. Li Qingshan only felt heavy in his hand. There was any liquid sloshing in it, and the bottle gourd was opened, and a liquor came. Li Qingshan smiled. After eating meat, is it drinking? It seems to be reasonable, but who is cultivation depends on these two things. If you eat meat and drink, you can immortal ascension. The rich people will be immortal ascension that day. Is immortal a wine bag? Green Bull only said 8 words. Meat reinforces the body. Liquor strengthens your courage. Li Qingshan gritted his teeth and poured his head on it. Although it was just the turbid wine in the village, the bottled gourd was drunk, and he felt that he was turning around and looking at the Green Bull. Is it because he wants to drink alcohol to kill an individual? I will teach you cultivation. Green Bull said it was extremely dull, like saying something trivial, and then lying down. Li Qingshan only felt a cold air rising from the back. He suddenly found out that it was not the hard-working old bull who had been working with him for more than 10 years. It was a real beef bull, which was taught to own, not the immortal Buddha's way of peace, but the vicious overbearing demon Tao. It has not taught him any divine ability cultivation technique. Just let him eat meat, drink, and now kill. Really going to kill? A face flutters in front of him. He hates these people. Can't wait to kill them, but he knows that he dare not do this. Green Bull also sees this, so he wants to strengthen his courage. Is this an aim or a teacher? Looking back at today's encounter, the wine was overwhelmed and angry. Li Qingshan looked up and took a deep breath and bowed his head. Who kills? This is your business. Let me say it first. I will not help you, nor will I save you. I am just an ordinary cow. Tonight's moonlight is clear. Sprinkle first-level hoarfrost on the earth. Li Qingshan walks alone on the hoarfrost, only feels the dazzling moon above the head. Can't wait to cover it with a cloud. The village was silent, and Li Qingshan wandered in the village, and his heart was in utter disappointment. Before coming to a broken house, there was a rumor in the room. Li Qingshan listened to the real cut. It was just a few splashes in Ancestral Hall today. He was busy with the wall and listening to what they said. It's really easy to get this wine today, but it's just a stop in Ancestral Hall, and Steward Liu has so much. Li Qingshan recognized this voice at a time. Liu Wei, the famous pomp and rogue in the village, went all the way to steal the chicken and touch the dog all day. His temperament was vicious, and he often took a hatchet. The villagers were afraid of him. Even if they caught it, he steals things and doesn't dare to take him. Other splashes are led by him. This is the prestige of your eldest brother. You didn't look at the face of the kid, and it was scared. A burst of laughter in the room. Li Qingshan didn't know what his face was at the time, but now it is definitely red, and the wine is mixed with anger and goes straight to the top. Unfortunately, the bag didn't work. I haven't had a lot of activities for a long time. I was prepared to take him to practice, so I have never kept me in my heart. Li Qingshan is a human being, but he is not as afraid of him as an ordinary villager. But he did not expect to call such hostility. Big brother is not easy to want to beat him. That's stupid to put your cover outside the village. Which I would beat him is not simple. Shoving his cattle and pulled set up to sell. I can change a few drinks. Other splashes have been met. Li Qingshan spits out a sip of alcohol and holds the short blade in his arms. Liu Wai drank a drink and went to the outside to scatter urine, but did not turn around the house, but walked along the path to the village south. Li Qingshan was strange in his heart. He immediately followed him. He saw him coming to the famous Liu widow in the village. He called for her to open the door and knew what he was going to do. The door was closed and the light was not lit in the room, which was obviously afraid of him. Not far from there are a few huts, but no one cares. Liu Wai borrowed a drink and said a lot of foul language, smashed a few feet, and slammed for a while, which led to the loud noise of the village dogs, and then turned and left. In the door, Liu widow's heart was slightly fixed. She looked out through the door and quietly looked out the door. I saw that Liu Wai had gone far away, and then she let go of her heart. Then she suddenly saw her eyes and followed Liu Wai. And the night was dim. I can't see the appearance of the dress. It's just his follow-up. I feel that something is wrong in my heart. Li Qingshan followed Liu Wai to a remote place, and his heart slammed and slammed up. Liu Wai was shocked and looked back. He saw a bleak short blade stabbing him. The wine suddenly woke up halfway and wanted to run away, but it was soft and soft. He usually only used a knife to scare the people, fought several times, and experienced real life and death, although the other party is only a teenager, but the decision and the murderous sorrow are coming, just like the ferocious beast in the mountains. Without any hindrance, Li Qingshan did not expect Liu Wai, who was arrogant in the weekdays, to be so unhelpful. Looking at Liu Wai's horrified look, he seemed to be drunk deeper, his eyes faintly revealing red light. His head seemed to stop running. Only the hands do not stop. The blood of the knife is dancing in the dark. After Li Qingshan calmed down, Liu Wai had fallen into a pool of blood, and the dead could not die anymore. The strong bloody smell on this moonlight night also showed a bit of cold taste. Li Qingshan was strong and calm, and walked away. He rushed to the stream under the bull ridge and stopped. He couldn't help but be shocked by the water. Is this still me? Reversed image in the water, a blood-stained teenager, with his lips squinting, with a murderous aura that has never been exhausted, is terrifying. Li Qingshan took the cold stream of water and cleaned the blood on his body before returning to the hut. He ignored the green bull lying on the side and fell to the bed. At this time, the hands trembled, and a cold sweat drowned, soaking the clothes, and the wine was completely awake. Green Bull smiled and asked, "Don't you escape?" It seems that it is not for Li Qingshan to kill. Li Qingshan said, "Do you want to kill such a thing?" The reason why he chose Liu Wai was not just impulsive, but it was so bad in the village that no one was for him. If the official does not pay attention, as long as he does not leave too conspicuous evidence, the death of such a person, most of the consequences are not. Green Bull's eyes are deeper, and it's easy to find a murderer, but to know who should kill, who shouldn't kill, how to save yourself while killing, it's not easy. The eyes of the child can be seen if they are calm and self-sufficient. Li Qingshan's trembling hands can't see its eyes, but in its eyes, it's not only shameless, but the savage guy who doesn't put murder in his eyes is everywhere, but can suppress this nervous fear until now. It's really a bad thing. After a long time, Green Bull asked, "How do you feel?" "It's terrible, so good." This is the true heart of Li Qingshan. After the fear, there is a heartlessness that can't be said, and the stagnation in the chest has dispelled most of the time. I recall that when I first read Water Margin, Linjia to Feng Su Mountain the temple, the feeling of Wu Erlang's blood splashing downstairs. Green Bull chuckled, "Come a little more, there are so many things tomorrow." Li Qingshan's heart moved, showing the color of joy. "You mean, dash. Friends give strength." One day advances to the 7th page of the new book, but not enough, but also to go further, show it to others, show it to yourself. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 5 Chapter 5 9 Bulls and 2 Tigers. Green Bull did not answer and closed his eyes. Li Qingshan lay flat on the bed, although the face remained calm, but the heart was so embarrassing that she could not suppress herself until she was still asleep in the middle of the night. But once the heart that is tight in the heart relaxes, it feels more exhausted than a day of farm work, and suddenly sinks into sleep. This night, he dreamed of being an enemy with thousands of people, and the dead corpse was covered with the sun, and the blood sea was sinking. When I woke up, the dream faded like a tide, and the sun shone in the light, and it was already above the top. The death of Liu Xizi, as if a drop of cold water in the oil pot, set off an uproar in the village. This is a lot of evil in the village, and now it is finally dead. The ordinary villagers all clap their hands and praise. The mouth said Retribution. But the next step is to guess who is doing it. Although there are many enemies with Liu Wei, there are few who dare to take revenge. There is no secret in the village. The people in the village think about the affairs of Ancestral Hall yesterday, and the man has not seen this big fun yet. More convinced of their own guess, Li the Second Lang killed. Looking at him, he is so sullen, he has such a daring. "I am afraid that I have already escaped." In the low voice, Li the eldest husband and wife are pale, Steward Liu and village chief Li are sinking, and the splashes are even scary. "If they go out last night, are they lying now?" "It's here." "I don't know who," exclaimed, "Li the Second Lang is coming." The crowd automatically let a road open. Li Qingshan was in full view, striding to the head of Liu Wei's body, but it didn't feel like it was dark last night. I felt terrible, but he did not show anything on the face. He only said, "Death is good." The eyes swept across the crowd from left to right. Everyone felt that Li Qingshan seemed to have changed personally overnight and became a little daunting. All the people he saw felt cold in the back, and the other parties were even scared. "Jump," village chief Li said. "Give me the Li the Second and send it to Ancestral Hall." Crouching Bull village is really remote and basically in a state of autonomy. Anything is done by the old man in the village. Even if it is a human case, they must first grab the person and send it to the government office. Don't count on the government. The uncle of the office, tens of thousands of miles in the mountains and waiting to come to such a broken place to take people. So basically deal with different government offices directly in the village to lynch. The villagers had a commotion. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Who dares?" Even though there is no weapons in hand, he carries the murderous power, which is like a sword and a sword. The villagers did not come forward, but they were not afraid of Li Qingshan. Everyone has a scale in their hearts, and the villagers' thoughts are more simple. "Village chief, you are so coveted, bully, and qualified to order us. Erlang is also the folks who watched growing up, and also called you a grandfather. You really have to go." This Liu's death is a lingering fear. Erlang's doing this is to kill the people. This Liu Wei was drunk. And what happened to Guan Erlang? He was talking about Jiang Wu, who had a big hatred with Liu Wei. When Liu Wei once slandered him, he intended to bully his wife. At that time, he could not wait to fight with this, but he was forced to persuade him by his wife. Now he sees his corpse falling down, and he can't tell the joy. Someone immediately echoed, "Yes, yes, it is falling. This is the retribution of God." For a time, the voice of the people was full, and they all said that Liu Wei died in an accident. Regardless of the eyes of Liu Wei on the ground, he looked at Li Qingshan's eyes and paid more respect. Li Qingshan suddenly has some movements. This is the so-called public opinion. Village chief Li knows that this way, his authority in the village will be greatly affected, and he is really afraid of Li Qingshan's revenge. He knew that this kid is so vicious, he will not lick this mouth for a little money. The villagers did not listen to his command, and the few splashes were worse than ordinary people and had slipped away. He only looked at Steward Liu. He should be able to command the family of the family, but Steward Liu only did not see. Anyway, Li the eldest had to sell him to him. He did not come forward. His family is big. Why do you have to deal with such a strong person for the small things in this area, and accidentally arouse public anger? It is not worth the candle. Unconsciously, he has treated Li Qingshan as a strong man. Monstrous talent possession, monstrous talent possession, I said earlier. Which suddenly pointed to Li Qingshan screaming. The villagers are all changing, and they are far away from Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stepped forward and kicked her down. You, the old thief, want to rely on me when I dare to say a word, then tear your mouth. Which did not dare to speak, only stared at him with a sinful look. Li Qingshan calm and fearless, if you really have divine ability, let your gods and demons come to me, and I am afraid that I am not afraid. Then he walked out of the crowd and went straight to no one else. The momentum was only vented, only Zhao Xin jumped, but knowing this step he was right. If I was hiding at home because of fear and mobilizing village chiefly for the time of the village, I am afraid that someone will come to take him at night. With his current physique, he is really defeated by 3 or 5 great men. Only when the soldiers are in danger. They must first pass the others on the momentum and get the axioms to be truly safe. Back to the hut, Green Bull has been waiting for a long time, looking up and down Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan also realized that the atmosphere was different. She went forward and respectfully bowed her head and asked, Elder Brother Bull, can you still have a teacher's feast? Green Bull said, your wine, which is not what I got, and what to say. Li Qingshan, I can't help you get some tender grass for you. Green Bull's eyes sink. Don't say jokes, you have the murderous heart. I will teach you this murderous art, and in the future, you will have to fight for the same person. No matter how safe the day is, if the culture is not enough, kill it, also die without complaints. Weak meat and strong food, there is no difference in wherever we go. We dare not say no complaints, no regrets. Green Bull said, there is no regrets. Since you are determined, I will pass you a set of Bull Demon Strong Fist. After you practice strength of 1 bull, lay the foundation and pass you Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist. 2 methods of simultaneous cultivation. You can practice Taoism, a divine ability, strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. You can walk in the world. Strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers? Li Qingshan feels ordinary at first, 9 tigers and 2 tigers, and what is surprising, are the most common livestock beasts, also worthy of the name of divine ability, can be rampant. Who is it? But he thought about it carefully, but Zhao Xin was shocked. He put on cattle for more than 10 years. He knows how powerful a cow is. The strength of a bull can reach 10 strong men, as long as you can get strength of 1 bull. Can be armored, rushed to the battlefield, and can be used as the title of the fierce. 9 cows and 2 tigers are nothing surprising, but if all these forces are combined on one person, there will be thousands of powers in their hands, and who can block them? It is Lu Buxing. Liu Anbo is alive, and it is not blocked. Live him with a light punch. But since it is Taoist divine ability, why is it called Bull Demon Tiger Demon? This divine ability was originally divine ability, and it has been lost. Li Qingshan was excited when he heard the word antiquity. In his understanding, any spiritual treasure, as long as it is related to these 2 words, is nothing but powerful. But Green Bull's next explanation made him disappointed, because the reason for the loss of divine ability was too difficult to replaced by other divine ability magic spell created by the wizards of the later generations, in short, was eliminated. The ancient sage is of great power, but the descendants may not be better than the predecessors, and they are standing on the shoulders of their predecessors. The cultivator of the world, paying attention to chi refining and ignoring body refining, and even referring to the body as a stinking skin, this divine ability, which pursues brute force, will naturally not be looked at. Oh, you don't have to be too disappointed. The divine ability that I teach you is not the original version, but a monster race can be improved, so it is called Bull Demon, Tiger Demon, Bull Demon Body Refining, Tiger Demon Bone Refining, by the devil into the road. The so-called high 1 foot high and 1 foot high, the power is also much stronger. I am using the human race, cultivation. What is the disadvantage of this divine ability? I don't know, because no one has tried it. Maybe it will be chi deviation and become demon. Green Bull said it was easy. Li Qingshan only smiled, and the old divine ability, which had been lost for a long time, became a freak and was ridiculed by other cultivators. Divine ability, which has been modified by demon's hand, may become a monster, and maybe it will be demonized by the demon. And when he is not picking up the fat, Li Qingshan thinks for a moment, took a deep breath. Please ask Elder Brother Bull, you teach me this divine ability. If anyone understands his desire to change his destiny at the moment, he will understand that even if it is the devil help, he will accept. Green Bull will talk about the essence of this bull demon strong fist in detail. Li Qingshan immediately practiced, one stroke and one stroke. The activities muscles and bones, operating limbs. Under the bright sunshine, between the trees and the mother-in-law, an old bull, a young boy, old bull leisurely lying down, pointing his mouth. The youngster looks solemn, calm and listening. Although Green Bull can't practice in person, every time he says a word, he must cut the vital point, let Li Qingshan suddenly open up, and add a little understanding to Bull Demon Strong Fist. Although the Green Bull mouth is careless, but the heart is very satisfied with the understanding of this disciple. It is worthy of opening the characters of innate wisdom. This kind of person will not stay in the grass between the grass. Unfortunately born in this deep mountain village, it is a bad fortune. The dragon swims in shallow water, and the tiger falls into a flat place. Otherwise, in any bustling city, whether it is Xu or Xiwin, it has long stood out as a party, and will not be mad at the villagers. But because of this great material can fall into its hands, and it wants to teach a hero. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 6. The 6th chapter is a small enmity. Green Bull saw a lot of amazing genius, one innate skill, luck, but there are few who can achieve something in the end. Instead, many unpredictable mediocrity people become famous in the world. Went to the highest peak of this cultivation road. Over the years, it has deliberately stood by and let Li Qingshan suffer hardships, and the key moments are just a voice, as if a master craftsman, slowly tempering the materials in his hands, just to cast it into a peerless divine weapon. The ordinary people care about the innate skills, but it is a person's mind. If you are a hard-working person, I can give you a big chance. Can you afford it? In this way, one is willing to teach, one is willing to learn, and the natural progress is rapid. Less than an hour's effort, Li Qingshan has a general understanding of Bull Demon Strong Fist and faintly grasps the outline. Bull Demon Strong Fist is a boxing classic, but it is focused on refining muscles and bones, skin and flesh, body strengthening, and the boxing method is second. There are only 3 types: Bull Demon Horn Gore and Bull Demon. Bull Demon Skin Shift is the most basic move in the boxing method, but it can be derived from simple to complex, resulting in countless changes. Of course, grasping is a matter of time, and practice is one thing. If you want to achieve something, you don't have to spend a lot of time, and practicing divine ability. The most fundamental thing, Li Qingshan has already seen it, that is wine and meat. What divine ability Taoist magic can't be born out of nothing, it will make people become more powerful. The mana is so powerful, and the process of transformation is indispensable. The essence of sun and moon, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the culture is deep, can eat the wind and the dew, the hunger strike, the use of spiritual energy of heaven and earth, instead of the mortal food. Li Qingshan is just a mortal body. If you have the ability to communicate with spiritual energy of heaven and earth, You can't find immortal pill spirit medicine. You can only add refining essence from these most common things. Li Qingshan, even though she had eaten meat for a few days, her body was still not strong enough. She reluctantly practiced the 3 styles. The sweat was like a rain, panting, and there was a roar in her stomach. At noon, he seemed to be hungry for 3 days, and the remaining wild pork was eaten in one go, and the food intake was even larger than the first time. At noon, I can't lie down and rest, but meditate cultivating chi, and feel the unpleasant temperament. Until the body recovers, I will practice a set of boxing techniques. This cycle will be repeated several times until the evening. Li Qingshan is exhausted. Do not even move a finger. 3 figures sneaked into the front of Li Qingshan's hut. Li Qingshan heard the noise and walked out of the concierge, but saw 3 splashes of skin, often followed by Liu Weiyu. I was afraid to avenge their big brother, and he could not help but secretly complain. I am exhausted now. How is my opponent? And even if it is a normal day, I will not be able to compete with 3 people. Unexpectedly, the 3 splashes of skin saw him, as if the mouse had seen the cat, and the head went to worship, and said, "Rain." Let Li Qingshan bow and ask, "What are you doing here?" Where did he know that the 3 splashes saw Liu Wei's death? And he was so scared that he was afraid of Li Qingshan's killing of Liu Wei, and he would not take a break. Tonight, he would come to find their troubles and then smack the door. Explain that I only said that I was driven by people, and that all sins were led by Liu Wei and Steward Liu behind them. Li Qingshan said, "Don't say, I know all these things." He was really audible that night, but of course he couldn't take it down. It was him who killed Liu Wei. 3 splashes of heart trembled, thinking that night, the demon was out of the window. More and more fear. Li Qingshan faintly understands why these 3 people are so scared. He remembers the previous life. His small town had once murdered fugitives, all kinds of rumors flying all over the sky, scared that no one dared to go to the streets at night, and he was put on such a first-level aura of the killer. The wicked are also graded. The 3 splashes are just the small sinfulness of stealing the chicken and touching the dog. Only on the big evils and evils such as him, they only bow down. His face is not moving, but his heart is a little different. He hasn't practiced divine ability yet, because of some changes in his mind. His position in the village has changed dramatically, and these changes are caused by Green Bull. And perhaps this is also a decadent magic. Li Qingshan ignored them, and Philip also practiced Bull Demon Strong Fist. This time, 3 people were present and they were very dedicated. He knows that he is nothing but a bluff. Once he is discovered exhaust one's limited abilities, the consequences are unimaginable. 3 splashes of skin were carefully watched. They had been in the village for so many years. They had never heard of Li Qingshan still knowing the boxing method. In the darkness, Li Qingshan's action fierce was full of strength. Obviously it was not fooling them. I couldn't help but think of what the witch said. Uncertain Li Qingshan is really possessed by demon. Seeing that the sky was getting darker and darker, I was so scared that my legs were twisted, and I wanted to leave and open my mouth. I was afraid that Li Qingshan suddenly showed the prototype and swallowed them. Li Qingshan finished the exercise and ordered, "You come with me." From the door, the 3 splashed eyes looked at each other and had to follow. At this time, many villagers were eating in front of the door. They were cautiously greeted with Li Qingshan. When they were unfamiliar, they quickly rushed back to the house. Even during the day, they protected Li Qingshan out of indignation, but faced this no one feels horrible in the heart of the murderer. The 3 splashes were followed by Liu Weiyu. Liu Wei was vicious, and the village was still lined with a few faces, but there were people who were so sick. How could there be such a prestige? Forgot the fear for a while, but felt proud. If you can follow Li the Second Lang, you can be more versatile than in the past. There are more old man size. Although he has smashed the scourge of Liu Wei, I am afraid that he will give birth to a greater scourge. At least Liu Wei is no one in his hands, and everyone is not so afraid of him. Li Qingshan also walked through this path of countless times with a nearly novel feeling. He clearly realized that he was no longer the Li Qingshan of the past. Go straight to a hut, Think about it, not long ago, he was still shackled here, and his heart was filled with emotion. In the door, Lee, the eldest husband and wife, trembling in fear. The big brother Lee holds the bar in his hand, Lee the eldest holds the kitchen knife in his hand, and the few things that are scared, they are not afraid. However, unlike the few splashes of skin, they hold the silver for sale in their hands. If they are soft to Lee King Shan, the money will not be saved. So today they didn't even do farm work, they just discussed it all day at home, and finally Big Brother Lee made up his mind. He is alone, we are afraid of him. If he dares, I will replace Lee family. In addition to this obstacle, but hard to say how long, I saw Lee King Shan brought 3 people to the door, suddenly scared to hide back into the house. Lee King Shan said, "Give them all out." The 3 splashes were stunned by his power, and they dared not to disobey and bully such small people, but they were experienced and screamed into the door. Lee, the eldest husband and wife, immediately disarmed and surrendered, and did not dare to resist, only scared face like earth, tremble. Second brother, what are you doing? Big Brother Lee squeezed a smile that was more ugly than crying. Lee King Shan said, "I am not coming to you." Lee said to Lee eldest, the thief, "I will humiliate me on weekdays. I dare to humiliate my parents yesterday. I will not spare you today." Lee the eldest was stunned by her, scared her legs, and no longer look like in the weekdays. Small too, that is my spoke without thinking, "I have taken care of you for more than 10 years. We are all family." Lee King Shan sneered, "A family? If you don't say it, talk about this. There are accounts to be counted. Let's talk about the few words of yesterday. What should I do?" A skinny little, monkey-like splashing, flattering said, "Which is the big brother you do, the younger brother knows the rules." When he talked about his sleeves, he went to Lee the eldest's face. Lee King Shan grabbed the psychedelic hand. He really wanted to do this in Ancestral Hall yesterday. But today, watching them tremble, it is a bit unbearable. I think that these 2 are still my brothers. How can they be allowed? Insulted by such a rogue hand. But when things go, you can't do it. He is agile, and he says to Big Brother Lee, "Don't she be your biological parents? You don't know the lesson?" Big Brother Lee woke up, yes. For fear of Lee King Shan's dissatisfaction, with a lot of effort, beat Lee the eldest and slap a few slaps. Lee the eldest's face swollen. Lee King Shan feels that this big brother is playing very happy. I don't know if I took the opportunity to take revenge. Anyway, he lost most of his gas and asked, "I say family, I ask you, where is the money for selling land?" Lee the eldest's red and swollen face is pale. Big Brother Lee is also a slap in the face. The money is their heart flesh. Lee King Shan, this is to cut their flesh. They would rather plan than the money. Lee the eldest suddenly spattered, "You kill me, you kill your relatives, see if there is any government to catch you. I don't know what money, you want to go with Steward Liu." Lee King Shan sighed, "Do you really dare me? This is no longer a pretense." Last night, Liu Yi's murderer Sora was killed, as if he had returned to him by night, and the stream was covered with blood. The boy with his eyes is already in harmony with him. Aside from the 3 splashes, I felt that my body was cold, and I couldn't help but step back and looked at Lee King Shan with fear. The first of them, Lee the eldest husband and wife, was even more scared. I have seen such a horrible person in my life. It is hard to imagine that the people in front of him are Lee the second Lang, who has been with them for more than 10 years. In the end, a bag of silver was handed to Lee King Shan. Lee King Shan groaned and looked at the unmanned Lee the eldest husband and wife. The heart sighed. For this piece of money, the brothers were forced to such a degree that he turned around. Go. 3 splashes and quickly went up. Lee the eldest husband and wife are crying. The silver bag slips over a curve, and the falls in front of them. Lee King Shan's words came from far away. "While you have treated me as a slave, you have scorned me, but it's because of you, I can live so big. From now on, grievances are clear and there is no connection." Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 7. Chapter 7 is a big vow. The silver was lost. Lee the eldest husband and wife, all showing the color of surprise. Lee the eldest couldn't care for the pain in his face, and he was busy putting the silver bag into his arms. The 3 splashes of skin are all screaming, and they all show a look of admiration. But it is not a small silver, enough to squander for a while, so it is so easy to throw on the ground. Looking at the back of Li Qingshan, if it was only fear, then there is a lot of respect. Such a good man with grievances is originally thought to be a storyteller. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes. It can be so small at a young age. In the future, it must be a personal thing. The original meaning of Li Qingshan was too small. Completely eliminated. Li Qingshan walked in the forefront. Sunset Xishan. Qingshan was silent. He felt very relaxed and calm, as if unloading the invisible burden. The body was more than a force. Even the exhaustion disappeared. He faintly felt that if he was to practice Bull Demon Strong Fist at this time, it would be much smoother than in the day. This is not his illusion. Whether it is the divine ability of Taoism or the martial skill of the ordinary, it is necessary to pay attention to the mind of the practitioner. Bull Demon Strong Fist is originally the original cultivation technique. It is necessary to be mindful, brave and progressive. Li Qingshan is so happy that this grievances, no more blocks in the heart, naturally coincides with the quintessence. Back in the hut, Li Qingshan looked at the 3 splashes. I just thank you guys. If these 3 splashes, his brother-in-law must not be so easy to follow. If it is a wooden chopper come, he really has no way, maybe he will suffer. He was a move in his heart. So he did not expect things to go so smoothly, and he understood the benefits of many people. Bull Demon King still needs 6 brothers, let alone him. Of course, these 3 splashes are not worthy of being his brother. The 3 splashes are busy. Where is the big brother? There are a lot of adults. I don't care about my brother. I don't know how much I have to say. Why doesn't know how to die. We followed him. In the past, I was offended. Li Qingshan interrupted with a wave. The past has passed. The 3 princesses promised that he felt relaxed in his heart, and his thoughts lived up, and he flattered him. When he said that he was emotional, he almost had to plant grass with him and worship him as a brother. Li Qingshan previous life. This life has not been praised by such a flattering. Although it is from 3 rogue mouths that he looks down on, it is inevitable that he is happy. But it is impossible to worship the brothers, and it's a mess. 3 people. Send away. The green bull lying on the side said, why don't you agree to it? They will take you as the head. Pull the gang. You are more secure in this village. There is news and some people ventilate. In the small village, it is manpower. In many cases, there are many brothers and more sons. Others are not afraid to bully, and even can bully others. Li Qingshan said, what Li Qingshan wants to make, even if it is not the hero of the world, but also the Iron Man of the heart and soul, how can it be confusing with such people? Sound impressive. Several faints fluttered in the treetops. Green Bull was silent and looked at Li Qingshan's arrogant look and fell into meditation. Li Qingshan feels embarrassed and touches the back of the head. Elder brother Bull, you must laugh at me and talk big, but I think so in my heart. I only want to listen to you. Green Bull didn't know where to get a bottle of gourd wine and threw it to Li Qingshan. If you don't even dare to say a few big words, it's better to go back to the land. And if you have any big words, let's listen. Li Qingshan, a skilled stopper, poured a few mouthfuls of wine on his head and slammed his mouth. Bare Teeth smiled and said, I have to travel all over the world, 9 provinces, taste the world's delicacies, and drink the world's finest wines. The most fierce divine ability, the most powerful enemy, the most beautiful woman, is the life of this. Elder brother Bull, you said that my dream can be achieved. Must be able to. Okay, borrow your words. The big dream of the teenager echoed in this small courtyard. Perhaps at this moment, even he himself did not take it seriously, but a little spark has fallen into his heart, and it will set off a fire of shackles. Li Qingshan took advantage of the wine, and practiced the Bull Demon Strong Fist 3 times. He was half awake and half awake. He didn't know if his movements were right or wrong. He just kicked his feet with his favorite, and Green Bull just drinking alcohol on the side, not making words. Li Qingshan was drunk on the ground. The next day, Li Qingshan returned the money to his brother-in-law. After 3 splashes of mouth, he quickly spread throughout the village for his choice. Some people admire him and praise him for his extraordinary temperament. Some people laughed at it and didn't eat anything. It wasn't going to give Steward Liu a long-term job. When I saw you, I still have any temperament. But I am not too brazen to say that the name of Li II Lang has been faintly established in the Crouching Bull village. Steward Liu is mixed, and the natural beauty is that Li II Lang will no longer come to care for him with this land. But the worry is that Li II Lang is so grievance is clear, now maybe just hate, can only find the machine will pay back. After all, Liu Y was driven by him. If Li II Lang is now hitting the door, it is better. He has thousands of ways to deal with it, but he can't be wary day and night. It really means never bullying the white-headed, not bullying the poor. Steward Liu thought about it in the hall, and old man, in the support of a young man, came to the doorman and was stopped by the guardian. Steward Liu immediately greeted him, and the fat face smiled. Li, the eldest village chief, what wind blows you? Village chief Li said with a smile, I don't know when you have a guard here. I don't know what to guard against. Steward Liu smiled, although his home is a landlord, but after all, it is only a small village in the mountains. The portal is naturally not as deep as the big family in the city. There is only one old concierge, and there are usually people who guard the door. Although he has tried his best to merge the land in the village, he still has a lot of legitimate business. Even if he is bullying, the bullies are those who can't do it. There are not so many enemies. The natural defense is Li Qingshan. This kid is in his eyes. He was also a man who couldn't handle his hand, but the final reaction was beyond his expectations. When the two went to the house to speak, Village Chief Li did not turn around, and said, Steward Liu, you are the person who has seen the world. You talk about how to clean up this Li II Lang. His eyes are full of blood. The villagers are afraid of Li Qingshan, and he is equally afraid. The older the person, the more afraid he will die. He was lying in bed last night, and he couldn't sleep. He had to sit up in a hurry. I was afraid that Li Qingshan came in quietly and took his life. He didn't sleep for almost a night. He got up early in the morning and made up his mind. If you don't get rid of this heart disease, you can't live, and you will come to Steward Liu. Steward Liu said, how to clean up. The village people respect him as a hero, and then there is no certificate. Liu Y is killing him. Why didn't he kill him? He was writing on his face. The young man next to Village Chief Li said that he is the son of Village Chief Li, who is also a tyrant in the village. But now he is weakened by Li Qingshan. The heart is very dissatisfied. You don't know what you write on your face. Steward Liu glanced at him, and your hairy child dared to play in front of me and looked at Village Chief Li. He said, you know what he did last night? Of course I know that everyone thinks he is a good man, so I will call you more. Village Chief Li, as the most powerful person in the village, has become accustomed to saying one thing and suddenly jumps out of the kid and offends His Majesty. He also felt very angry and hurt, determined to save this face. I did not care who was the first to ignore the right and wrong, and reversed the black and white. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 8. Chapter 8 goes to feast at Honggate. Steward Liu said, but he always has to eat. Liu Hu Dao, who can't eat. The so-called old become a spirit. Village Chief Li is still not confused. His eyes are bright. What do you mean? He wants to eat. He has to work. Who can afford to hire him in this village? If he works under my hand, it is not at the mercy of us. Steward Liu looked at the look of the Village Chief Li and his son, and he was proud of his heart. The people eat for the sky. The food is not the heavens falling, but the land grows out. Controlling the land is like pinching the life roots of the people. If you don't eat for 3 days, the hero becomes a soft foot shrimp. Steward Liu has already thought about the countermeasures, but he doesn't have to kill him. Just hit him and see how his attitude is. If it can be used for me, it is not bad. Li Qingshan woke up, never knowing these calculations, only saw a scorpion lying in the yard. He smiled, did not thank Green Bull, skillfully peeled the scorpion. This time he is ready for salt, roast the meat, so as not to eat it. After finishing these preparations, he went to the creek and washed it a little, and began a day of cultivation. After several days of hard work, he got up when he was not bright, until he was dark and went to sleep. He almost never went out of the house and completely cut off the interaction with the outside world. Every day he was exhausted and did not feel dull. He is working hard for his own dreams. Every step forward, every promotion, seems to have a brand new world in front of him. 10 days later, Li Qingshan had just finished eating a scorpion, and village chief Li couldn't stand it anymore. He hadn't slept in a safe feeling these days. Every night, he had to keep 2 sons at the bed to barely sleep for a while. At such a young age, where he could eat this, he saw a serious illness at the VIP point and quickly negotiated with Steward Liu. Steward Liu was also waiting for the heart. Every day, he sent his family to the outside of Li Hushan's hut. The first family member said that Li Qingshan is drinking and eating meat every day, and he is also practicing Wulai. He didn't believe it until he had said so many family members, and no one dared to look at it later. Which demon's statement of possession, and their minds. Li Qingshan's courtyard has covered the first level of mysterious horror, and Li Qingshan diligently trained martial skills, in the eyes of some people, in order to prepare for revenge. Seeing that Li the eldest village chief is crying out, Steward Liu frowned and made up his mind, please come to the feast. If he dares to come, he will be a hero. If he dares, he is a pretending bag. An invitation was sent to Li Qingshan. He played a big red invitation. In such a small village, weddings and funerals were mostly called for people to come and call. Very few such official postings could not help but feel a bit novel. He was indulged for a while, but this was a feast without a feast. If he went, he might have been self-declared. His divine ability was not practiced for 10 days. Although there were many gains, he still had a hard hand. But if he doesn't go, he will not be able to make a name for himself. He will mention Li Qingshan, and he will say that he did not even dare to go to a dinner party and married his name. At this point, once it shows weakness, the blow will endless. Steward Liu's hand. The end is the deep calculations, pushing him into a dilemma. Green Bull said, can't you go? There was no food to eat. Some people invited, why not go? Guan Yancheng went to the meeting with a single knife. I am afraid to eat this village wine. Li Qingshan haha smiled. The pride in the chest has been born. Who is Guan Yancheng? I am a hero, I have heard. Li Qingshan stood up and slammed his arms to make a move to Bull Demon Horn Gore. At the same time, he vented his voice, and there was a faint cow cry from him. Passing through the lungs, it seems to be a great river. The cow is dancing in the double horns, ready to fight with the enemy. Green Bull is satisfied with nodded. Li Qingshan's Bull Demon Strong Fist is the first step, and the end is the speed of progress. If you encounter a little danger, you should be careful to avoid it, which is definitely not conducive to cultivation. It's just a little grievances with people. It's not clean, I can't be my chest. This is just an opportunity. Li Qingshan's grievances with Li the eldest husband and wife, and the Bull Demon Strong Fist really improved a lot. The proof is not that his guess is not an illusion. The summer is about to pass, the sun is still shining. Steward Liu's courtyard, under the shade of several eucalyptus trees, has already set the table. A group of young men sat on several square tables and watched the wine on the table swallowing water. This banquet was only available at Steward Liu's home. However, they rely on the shackles of the farmers, and they know that the banquet is not for them to eat. Many words have been explained by Steward Liu. Say, what is the name of the cup? They didn't understand it anyway, only knowing that Steward Liu had turned his face. They had to move their fists. Although they are not willing to be enemies with Li Qingshan, they are all long-term workers in Steward Liu's field. They are not afraid to offend this food and clothing parents. Anyway, Li the second Lang is only 15 years old. People, so the long-term workers who can come are all coming. and they are full of tables. Even if some of them couldn't bear it, then they had to start with a lighter one. If you want to let Erlang fall down, don't give Steward Liu a sin, the time is almost gone, he is afraid, don't dare to come, let's eat it. You are not afraid of resting on you. If you don't come, you are right. It is a fool. Steward Liu, if you haven't heard it, just smiled slightly, and said, if you know it, it's just half a size. Come here. A young long-time worker, full head sweating, trotting into the hospital. Li the second Lang is coming. The portrait in the yard was held at the same time and there was no sound. The humming sound seemed to be louder in an instant. Li Qingshan stood in front of the Liu family courtyard, and her heart was equally tense. Everything was said to be easy to do. The Liujia courtyard in front of this blue and white wall is like a little dragon's pool and tiger's den. If you are not careful, your life may be lost. He played a retreat and remembered that the gentleman revenge, 10 years is not too late, and with his speed of progress, he only gives him time, 1 year, no, half a year, or even 3 months. He will great strength bull demon if you practice a fist. You don't have to worry about anyone in this yard. His spirit suddenly felt for a while, and he asked himself, Li Qingshan, are you saying that you are farting? In this life, I only dare to barge teeth to people who are weaker than myself. Even if I practice divine ability, I am in the bones. It's still just a coward. These kind of changes in mind, in fact, but a change of effort. Li Qingshan took a deep breath, clenched his fists, eyes God transformation to be determined, and decided to step into the door. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 9. Chapter 9 is angry. The door was closed behind him, and Li Qingshan looked around, as if he didn't notice the tense atmosphere in the courtyard. He walked to the table where Steward Liu was, facing the hall, the largest one in the middle of the yard. Under the old banyan tree, it is the position of the chairman. They are all people with faces in the village. On the left and right sides of Steward Liu are village chief Li and Witch, the 3 biggest rights in the Crouching Bull village, and several old men in the village. The only young man is the 2 sons of village chief Li, Li Hu Li Bao. The waist is big, and he looks at Li Qingshan. Steward Liu's eyes are shrinking. But I haven't seen it for 10 days. Li Qingshan is like a personal change. I can't tell you what the change is, but in general it is different from before, and it has a lot of momentum. Village Chief Li has a majestic look and a bad eye, and the witch is simply a naked blame. Ordinary villagers have offended any of these 3 people. They can't go on in the village days and can only bow down and soften, not to mention that they offended them at the same time. But Li Qingshan will never take a soft bow. There are still many rules for eating seats in the village. From position to sitting, there are a lot of stresses. Li Qingshan saw that the other seats were full. Only the seat was relatively loose. He sat down and said, "Why don't you eat? Are you waiting for me?" No one answered him. Li Hu Li Bao got up from the left and right sides, and took Li Qingshan's shoulders together and squeezed it hard. Li Qingshan, although she is still young and tall, she is not under the 2, but her body is thin and she is far less than their waist. If you stay in the past, you only need 1, you can easily Li Qingshan uniform. Even now, Li Qingshan can only deal with 1, 2 can hardly say. Li Qingshan frowned, grabbed the 2 men's wrists, and went down to the next, while making the bull demon skin shift change, like a great river cattle stretch muscles and bones, left and right. Li Hu Li Bao only felt a sharp pain in his wrist and was hit by Li Qingshan. He couldn't hold his body and fell from his chair. The 2 were upset and angry, and they refused to be covered in dust and stood up. Steward Liu had to say a few words, try Li Qingshan's mind to see if he meant to be soft. I didn't expect Li Hu Li Bao to be so impulsive, and I didn't want to marry them. I was about to drop the cup in my hand and let the long-term workers do it. Hey! A short blade was nailed to the table, and several people's movements were nailed. The blade was shining in the mottled sunlight. Li Hu Li Bao didn't dare to go forward. They were all sons of village chief. They were very expensive, and they were strong and bully. They were good at bullying, and they couldn't get along with people. Li Qingshan held the short blade in one hand, stepped on the bench, leaned forward toward the leans, and looked at Steward Liu and smiled. Steward Liu, this is not the hospitality, even if there is any life and death grievances to break. It is also a good idea to wait until you have enough to eat and drink, and you have to ruin the full table of wine? When it comes to this, he does not feel nervous. Steward Liu hasn't spoken yet, and the long-term workers around the table have agreed to it. What is most important to them, of course, is to eat. If they fight, I don't know how many dishes to overturn. They don't believe that Steward Liu will prepare a table for them. Yeah, Steward Liu, are we not eating in the morning? The hungry front chest is attached to the back, and there is a strong fight. I didn't even eat it last night. If I don't take a bite, I won't be able to do it. The words still swallowed. The atmosphere of the swordsmanship suddenly became a bit weird. Even Li Qingshan was a little bit crying and laughing, and he was afraid of this group of people. Steward Liu's face was red. He set the banquet. One was to shake Li Qingshan, and then he was afraid that the long-term workers would not contribute and give certain benefits. He bent on learning what he said in his book. He smashed 500 axe hands and slammed the cup to take Li Qingshan down, but he forgot that he was neither a dead nor a family under his hand. It is a group of really true farmers. Li Qingshan looked at Steward Liu with a smile. Occasionally, I didn't eat anything last night. Now I'm welcome. Grabbing a roast chicken and eating it. Since he practiced Bull Demon Strong Fist, the food intake has become very amazing. The 100 pounds of scorpion has only let him eat in a few days, and Green Bull has no time to capture the new prey. A roast chicken disappeared into his mouth in an instant, and he led a long time. The long-term workers couldn't care, and they chopped their chopsticks and ate their headaches. At the moment, there was only a big chewing sound in the yard. Village Chief Li is angry and scared, squatting, staring at Steward Liu. You are not smart. Think about it. Steward Liu has any other way to think about it. If you let the long-term workers do it, the long-term workers can't bear the things in their mouths. Li Qingshan first rushed over and gave me a knife. What do you think? Your sons are fierce on weekdays. This time is soft. On this table, Steward Liu and this group of old guys are not enough for Li Qingshan. They suddenly seemed to be thrown onto an isolated island and had to face the murderer Li Qingshan alone, all of them trembling in fear. The man was angry and the blood splashed 5 steps. Li Qingshan, no one, picking up the jug and making his own discretion. This village wine was originally light, so it was so tasteless. He shouted, "Change the big bowl." But no one answered. Li Qingshan was not happy with him. Steward Liu was busy taking a big bowl. Li Qingshan poured a bowl full of dishes, and sipped his head and said, "Happy." The long-term workers saw that he was so bold and admired his courage, and many of them called good voices. Li Qingshan has eaten a lot of greasy food these days, and is rushed by this wine, so refreshing, without stopping, even drinking 3 bowls. The 3rd bowl of wine was under the belly. The hospital was already a loud bang, and it was boiling against the sky. It was not for Steward Liu to ask them, but to help Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan took a wine cellar and surrounded her hands. Everyone eats and drinks well. Don't forget Steward Liu's kindness. What grievances are right and wrong can be counted after dinner. In short, even on the road to the netherworld, you can't do it. Starving ghosts. Then I looked at the chair and looked at these individuals. Why don't you eat? The wine is rushing, and the killing intent is also up. If these people are always looking for trouble, this Crouching Bull village is not stable. Maybe when they have been under their calculations. If you kill a few, take some belongings to go to other places. I hope that no one in these villages dare to stop themselves. Originally, Li Qingshan just came to the banquet for adventure. There was even a bit of bluff. The result was that he saw Steward Liu's bluff. For a while, the anti-customer was the main idea. The idea was also very different. Can't help but think of Uncle Feng's cloud, The difficulty is like a spring. You weak, it is strong. Think of the great ancestor cloud. Emperor State Lord is a paper tiger. The landlord class is also a paper tiger. Although Steward Liu was a bit sloppy, he read a lot of people. When he looked at Li Qingshan's expression, he knew that he was moving his heart. The city that was put out was no longer able to hold it. The forehead took first level. Fine sweat. A few old men in the village are even scared, and they don't want to be a full-fledged ghost. I hurriedly explained to Li Qingshan that they were only dealing with the scenes. They didn't know much about the situation. Some people stood up and wanted to leave. Li Qingshan sighed coldly. Give me a stop. The things of the past few days are all seen by the eyes of the eyes. Don't be busy before you go. After eating and drinking, give me a testimony. If you don't listen, then it's a ghost in my heart, and I'm a heartless under a knife. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 10. Chapter 10. There are no gods above. The old man shuddered and sat back on the chair. Li Qingshan buried his head and ate. He only ate the meat of the scorpion these days, and he was upset. He was about to change his taste. The table full of dishes made him sweep away. Empty, touch the belly. The people in this yard are all my elders, and some say that I can't be overwhelmed when I grow up. But some people don't care about this sentiment. They just want to bully me for a few acres. Today you guys, if you don't give me a statement, I will give you a statement. Even if you lose this life, you will not hesitate. Li Qingshan spoke and pulled up the knife. Steward Liu, village chief Li, are you saying? Steward Liu is determined not to eat this loss before the eyes, serving the soft road. Jiro, that a few acres of land, you want to plant, take it back. Li Qingshan said, I don't want a few acres of land. It is what you bought for money. I don't want to take advantage of you. I just want to ask for justice. You want to do whatever you want in the village. Don't forget, there are 3 feet. The gods, the fairness of the unrestrained people. It was said that it was already very strong. Steward Liu couldn't speak. Village chief Li reacted, this is what we did wrong. Listen to your brother. That is not my brother. Li Qingshan coldly interrupted. Li the eldest, they are gibberish, and they are blinded by lard, and they will make such a foolish thing. They can't sleep these days. I am afraid that I will go there any day, and I will see you in the ground. Village chief Li said that after the tears and tears. But I remembered the suffering of these days. Li Qingshan said to the old man again, then you said that the land should not be given to me. It should be. At this moment, who dares to say no words? Li Qingshan got what he wanted, and smiled up and said, there is still justice in this world. The laughter suddenly receded, and the look on his face turned his head, and sometimes he was dignified and relieved, and there was a hint of incomprehensible sad. Look to the short blade, the fairness is here. He frowned and muttered, there are no gods above, justice is only inside the blade. There are no gods above, justice is only inside the blade. The sound is getting louder and louder. He was originally indignant, and he was bent on making a bad breath, even killing people. At this time, I only felt utterly tasteless. I took the knife and accepted it. I ignored the people in the courtyard and turned to walk outside the door. I left without a trace in the blink of an eye. The long-term workers at a banquet and watched a good show. They dissatisfiedly dissipated. Li Qingshan was talking about it in his mouth. His face was full of admiration. Steward Liu wiped the cold sweat on his head. He knew that it would be harder to organize someone to deal with Li Qingshan. He certainly holds the land, but the long-term work is not his slave. He will not let him drive. Even if the slaves can still riot, it would be terrible if all the long-term workers were opposed to him. But fortunately, Li the second Lang grievances is clear. Since today, if you talk about it here, you will not be tempted by revenge. You can sleep well. Although this banquet is unsuccessful, it is barely able to achieve its goal. I saw that village chief Li got up with the help of 2 sons, and although he still had shame on his face, his look seemed to relax and look the same as he thought. The 2 looked at each other and felt embarrassed. Li who dissatisfied. Hey, let me come back with my big brother. With his martial arts, I can't believe this. Li the second Lang, Li Bao also said, Liu Xiu, Liuj, is he not in Suncheer City? Village chief Li is having a temper and wants to attack. Call me shut up. How can I give birth to something, you useless? Steward Liu did not return. They have experienced a lot of wind and frost, and they know how to protect themselves, and they will never go to risk. You guys who are useless, the gods are already angry. He is not alive. Always silent, witch suddenly mysterious and vicious. Under the big sun, many people can't help but shudder. This era people are worshipping ghosts and gods, and which is the one who communicates with the gods? Think about Li Qingshan saying there are no gods above. Maybe it really provokes God is angry. Some people think more about it. Once a child in the village was sick. Please use witch to heal. The witch also said that the child was also possessed by ghosts, and it was flooded with fire and flooded. Finally, he used a quilt to say that he wanted to force the ghosts out, but the child was alive and dead. Which only said that this is Yama's request, and no one can save it, but the child's adult is not compliant, and the child's mother is squatting outside the witch door every day. This matter has greatly damaged the witch's prestige in the village. But in a few days, the mother of the child suddenly died of illness, and the death was inexplicable. Witch, this is the child. The child is thinking about her mother. Since then, no one dared to disrespect her. Li Qingshan kicked her in public and drank her a few words, which had already sinned her. Steward Liu, this is the disaster of your hit. Now the gods solve the problem for you. Steward Liu was busy with some fragrant twines for the witch, and the witch looked at the village chief Li. The village chief Li also bit his teeth and felt a small piece of broken silver, and sent the witch to leave. A long-term worker holding these things, behind the witch, step by step, and dare not talk too much, straight to a brick house. She is the only person who can live in the brick house outside Steward Liu and village chief Li. The incense burner was placed in the hall, and it was smoky all day long. It was both a residence and a temple. Little An, Grandma is back. The witch suddenly hoarse, and his wrinkled face raised a secretive smile. Absolutely not kind. Long work knows that our divinity has no children and grandchildren, scares trembling in fear, and hurries to put things down. Suddenly, someone feels that they are pulling their trouser legs. When they look back, there are people who are there. He shouted, Mom. Even rolling out and rushing out, there was a sharp smile behind him. Little An, Grandma tells you that someone is bullying Grandma. No one answered in the empty hall. What? You dare not listen to the words. Witch's face suddenly became awkward, a burst of insults, and a copper bell in his hand. The wind in the house suddenly rose. After a long time, the witch regained its tenderness. Yes, that's right, Grandma doesn't want to hit you, my grandson. From the beginning to the end, only she was talking to herself. Li Qingshan returned to the hut. Green Bull did not know where to go, probably went hunting for him again. He took advantage of the wine and practiced Bull Demon Strong Fist. The three basic tricks were that he was familiar and could not be cooked again, and the body automatically danced. I still think about everything that I experienced today in my head. It seems so terrible that it is so vulnerable. If in the front of Steward Liu's house, he fled because of fear, how can he see through the mystery? In this matter, his real rival is not Steward Liu village chief Li, but the fear in his heart. What is the real powerhouse? The answer is given earlier in the Tao Ching. The winner is powerful and the winner is strong. The brave is fearless. Li Qingshan took out these 4 words, as if he broke the invisible barrier of first level. In his boxing method, he suddenly had a lot of momentum. No matter what difficulties and obstacles ahead, he had to break through. Never bow, never go back. There are no gods above. I am God. Justice is not in the heart, in my hands. The chest and abdomen of the limbs, every muscle of the body, as if connected under this determination, a boxing out can penetrate the power of the whole body. He has a feeling, even if no weapons. Li Hu Li Bao, 2 brothers are positive to compete. There is also a full grasp of defeating them. There is something tonight. This chapter is changed to noon. Then ask for a ticket. The book can be raised. The ticket must be cast 2 times a day for a long time. I didn't feel this way. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Evil Spirits. His courage has strengthened his strength, and his power has in turn enhanced his courage, and the two complement each other. Straight to the evening sunset, he actually felt hungry, and now he is still very thin, not like Li Hu Li Bao's fat and strong, only his heart is clear, the flesh and blood essence of the scorpion. There was no waste, and it was all integrated into his body. His body seems to be a bottomless pit, greedily digesting and absorbing all the wine and transforming it into a single force. After practicing the fist, Li Qingshan sat on the floor again, closed his eyes, set his mind and experience every change in the body. Pulling muscles and bones is extremely painful. He remembers the second day of practicing Bull Demon Strong Fist. He almost couldn't get up. Green Bull did not persuade him, or he resisted the pain and got up cultivation. He insisted on these 10 days of hard work, and he was better. No, it should be that he endured his ability to become stronger. It is reasonable to say that a few days ago, the body should slowly adapt to it, but the painful feeling on his body did not weaken at all, as if every day was just beginning to practice. Every change in the body is incomparably reflected in his heart, but it is a pity that he did not feel the so-called gas. According to Green Bull, no matter what kind of divine ability magic spell, only the flow of gas is felt, and a trace of the air is made. True Qi is the real introduction, but the time of his cultivation is still too short. At this time, he suddenly felt a little cool, swimming behind the neck, as if a cool breeze. But now there is no wind at all, and it is even less likely to have a cool breeze. Is this the so-called gas? Li Qingshan was happy in his heart and concentrated on the coolness, but gradually he realized that the coolness slowly invaded his skin, and it was getting deeper and deeper, deeper into the bone marrow and even the soul, extremely yin cold, making people very comfortable. Li Qingshan shook his head and stood up and punched a fist. The yin cold gas dissipated, but he once again sat down again. He didn't know where there was a problem. He simply went to the creek next to the huts and cleaned his body. Tonight, the moonlight was clean and tidy. He went to the stream, and a pale-faced child, clinging to his body with no expression, rows that he is already weak, and he is shocked by a cold sweat. This situation immediately reminds him of a movie called The Grudge that was seen by previous life. If it is an ordinary person, this must be scared, but Li Qingshan is also with a cow demon for so long, by the stream with the child to see the child is not 7 or 8 years old, looks dull. Then the opening asked, "What are you? Why are you on me?" But the child just moved his head. At this time, the water surface began to sway, and the child's reversed image disappeared, but the yin-cold gas remained distinct. Li Qingshan tried to stabilize her mind. I am hitting a ghost. I don't know how this little ghost will wrap myself up. I can only wait for the elder brother Bull to come back and discuss with him. It will take a while to lose my life. In my heart, I was not sure. I only felt the fear together. The yin chi eroded more and more quickly, and I practiced the Bull Demon Strong Fist. Only then will the yin cold gas disappear. But he is not an indefatigable robot. He always has to sit down and rest. At that time, he feels particularly difficult. Until the middle of the night, yin chi was the heaviest. The yin cold gas has infiltrated Li Qingshan's body. There is no obvious pain, but the hands and feet are gradually numb, and the 5 senses are gradually blurred. An extremely dangerous feeling. He is full of brains. He heard that there is a yang chi in the body, who can restrain yin ghost and want to come to practice the fist when the blood is arrogant, so the little ghost does not dare to approach. So he tries to simulate the feeling of practice when he meditates, closing the eyes, mobilizing the mind, and contracting the muscles. It was useful, and barely resisted the invasion of the yin chi. So stunned all night, the mind was faint and awake, and he exercised his fine divine will, until his will was close to the rout. When the rooster sang in the sky, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes, and the sun fell from his treetops on his face. which was glaring. The yin cold gas disappeared, and Green Bull was looking at him not far away, a very interesting look. Li Qingshan said, "Elder brother Bull, where have you been? Do you know what I met last night? I have already returned. Isn't it a little ghost on you? You just look at it." "What about me?" Li Qingshan snorted and didn't say anything. Green Bull told him that he was in danger. "Don't expect me to help him. I didn't give him the opportunity to rely on it from the beginning." He glanced at the yellow sheep at the foot of Green Bull, and he couldn't say anything. Green Bull has provided him with the most important help, and he can't rely on him. After chilling the morning sun, Li Qingshan got up and stretched out. Fortunately, the little ghost didn't dare to come out during the day, otherwise I couldn't hold it. "Elder brother Bull, I practiced it is also Taoist divine ability. I can't handle it." "A little ghost. If you didn't practice divine ability, you couldn't have night last night. After you've become a strength of 1 bull, you have a lot of blood energy, and you're naturally not afraid of the little ghost in this area that doesn't know when to wait. Besides, I have a way." "Any solution?" "Yin ghost and the like are most afraid of murderous or a baleful chi. If you have 180 lives in your hand, you can guarantee the evil spirits. The little ghost will not dare to approach you within 10 steps. Li Qingshan rolled the eyes. "Do you want me to slaughter this crouching bull village?" "It's not necessarily impossible to do. How about, try?" Green Bull smiled. "I don't want to kill you first to make a steak." Li Qingshan ignored it, dealt with the yellow sheep, ate breakfast, and left the matter behind, endured the physical and mental fatigue, and concentrated on the cultivation of the day. But when he started cultivation, he felt that today is different from usual. There is a sigh of violent hairspring flowing through the body. If you don't concentrate, you can't feel it. That gas is not like true chi in the martial arts novels. It is stored in danshan along the meridians, but it is like a fish-like roaming, swimming between the limbs. When he slams his fists, the gas flowed to the arm fist, but it was only a matter of moments. When the spirit is relaxed, the air does not know where to go. Like a urchin, almost without his control, he said this situation with Green Bull. Green Bull is not surprised, but a meaningful way. You can feel the existence of chi so quickly, and thank you for the little ghost, which is a blessing in disguise. At the end of life and death, Li Qingshan mobilized all the refined divine will to fight against yin chi, and the little ghost left. But this fine divine will remained and became a trace of true chi. "Is this true chi?" Li Qingshan looked at her palm. "What is the use of true chi?" "Refine vitality and produce chi. Refine vitality and produce chi is not just for such a gas. What do you say is useful? If you can't feel the gas, even if you practice for a lifetime, it is also a rural style. Can't be a climate. If you say the benefits, the number that is really counted is not clear, and you will realize it later. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Long Blade in Hand. Li Qingshan feels that Green Bull's words are not true, and it seems to hide something, but in the midst of joy, there is nothing to think about. Immediately practice boxing and feel the role of this true chi. Sure enough, but after a while, he touched some doorways. Today, his bull demon strong fist is easier and smoother than ever before. It seems like the old mechanical smears are lubricated, and one can't tell. Happy. And the speed of returning to gas is much faster. This seems to be only a small section, but ordinary people are often afraid to attack the enemy and always have to spare. Because if their whole force is hit by the enemy, the body shape will inevitably be stiff, leaving a big flaw. He doesn't have to worry about this. Others can make a punch, and he can fully blast 3 punches. Even if he has the same strength, he is definitely not his opponent. Li Qingshan has been in the past 10 days, and she has finally achieved such a one-trace result, and her heart is not overjoyed. She always feels that she is one step closer to her goal. But thinking about the hardships and sorrows of last night, I looked cold. But I want to know who sent me this blessing. Green Bull seems to be inadvertently saying, there is no way for a good fortune, only a person calls himself. Li Qingshan is a bright heart. This is the witch who came to the door to ask for the pig's head. The 8 words he said, little ghost is definitely not wrapped up in no reason, and after careful consideration, he immediately got some clues. He was born and raised in this small mountain village. He also knows a few things about the important things happening in the village. In this remote village, there are not many important things to be said. One of them was a few years ago, a family in the village. The family was broken because of the child's illness. Li Qingshan was also a child at that time. She also recognized the child named Xiaomao. I didn't expect the child to die. This is the example. Let Li Qingshan return to its original state after drinking the water. Dare to reveal a bit of amazing, but also extremely disgusted with the witch. Xiaomao's mother died very embarrassed, and she was violently killed overnight. She couldn't say why. Li Qingshan originally thought that she could not bear the pain of losing her son. Now it seems that she was invaded by Yin Qi. He stood up in a hurry and said, it turns out that she can't spare her. Green Bull said, then kill her. It's not that simple. Li Qingshan sat cross-legged and bowed his head and meditated. Which is not a smashing of Liu Wei, not only in the village is extremely prestigious, but also in the vicinity of the 10 miles and 8 townships, are somewhat famous. Often have outsides come to the divination. If she kills her, she can only go far away from home. It is even possible to report to the official residence, and he is now without any evidence, and he cannot insist that she did it. And most importantly, since she can drive the little ghost, is there any other means? And it is not known. Green Bull didn't interject in the side, but he was very appreciative. If Li Qingshan took advantage of yesterday's prestige, hot-blooded went to the witch and shouted and killed, which also cost him some pains. It is difficult to have perfect things in this world. Brave people are inevitably savage and careless. Smart people are often hesitant, and they are less determined and bloody. The word Qingxin is the most rare. Li Qingshan thought about his mind and pulled his legs to the village. It's Erlang. Have you eaten? I haven't eaten it at my house. At the entrance to the village, an old man was waving his head in the vegetable garden and greeted him with a warm enthusiasm when he saw Li Qingshan. Yesterday, what happened in Liu's courtyard has spread throughout the village. The originally unknown Li family Erlang has now become a celebrity in the village. Regardless of the young and old, this teenager has paid a little more respect. Li Qingshan responded one by one, passing through most of the villages, and went straight to the small courtyard where several willow trees were planted in front of the door. A tattered old man leaned under the tree, drunk in the early morning, and a few divided into the hermit expert's posture. Li Qingshan knows clearly that this is not a hermit expert, but an ordinary farmer, that is, Xiaomao's cockroach, named Li Fugi, who is actually less than 40 years old, but looks like he is 50 or 60 years old. After his wife and children are dead, he does not do much in farming. He spends all his time drinking alcohol and is crazy. Seeing that Li Qingshan was approaching, Li Fugi's mouth was vague and said, "Come, drink, drink." A scent of wine came. Li Qingshan frowned, grabbed Li Fugi and dragged him into the house without saying anything. He took a scoop of water and poured it into his mouth. He got Li Fugi to dry cough and vomited on the threshold. Li Qingshan looked around the hut, and it was full of ruined spiders hanging over the window. It was really a family of 4. I wanted Li Fugi's family to be a well-known rich family in the village. The farmhouse was second only to Steward Liu. It is worthy of the name that his mother gave him, and the family is very beautiful. Whoever wants to be impermanent, a catastrophe will fall to such a situation. Let Li Qingshan cannot help but sigh, the mortal little happiness, it is too fragile. However, his heart is determined and his mind is ambitious. The most unspeakable person is decadent and depressed. Since he is degraded, he is not very polite. Li Fugi issued angrily said, You. What are you doing? Uncle Li the eldest, are you awake? Li Fugi saw Li Qingshan's bad eyes and made a stunned spirit. He was not a blind man. These days Li Qingshan's work in the village, he knows clearly, that is the real comet there is. What's the matter? Do you know how Xiaomao's mother died? Li Qingshan came to the door. I don't know anything. Li Fugi heard this and scared his face, leaving him regardless of his disregard. Li Qingshan grabbed his thin wrist. Are you worthy of your wife and children? Li Fugi's stature froze. Jiro, not that I don't tell you, that's the trouble, you can't provoke. Don't you give up your life. I don't want to find trouble, but the trouble has already come to the door. If you live like you, it would be better to send your life. Just tell me what happened in the past. Li Fugi heard a shock. What, have you been looking for a door? Hesitated for a long while, sighed and spoke. Little Mao's mother went back to sleep at the front of the witch's door and went home to sleep. She couldn't get up the next day, and her body became cold and blue. There were a lot of strange things that night, and I still watched too. What did you see? A child. Li Qingshan finally determined that the murderer really was the witch. And the witch is still sullen, and Li Fugi said that Xiaomao not only wants his mother in the underground, but also wants him to marry. Frightened Li Fugi on a large offering. Li Qingshan took a picture of the wall. Is it really deceiving? Don't you think about revenge for your wife and children? Li Fugi was stunned by his words, and he ran into the back room, and found a long package from the bottom of the big wooden box. Uncover the package. Inside is a knife, a good steel knife. Li Qingshan pulled out the scabbard, and a cold chill came over him, reflecting his face and showing it. The handle is about 1 foot long, the microstrip is curved, wrapped around the silk, and it is extremely comfortable in the hand. The blade is about 2 feet long and about 4 inches wide. It is only 1 foot away from the knife in Li Qingshan's hand, and it is even a poor short blade. It is much stronger. The knife's back is very thick, and it is heavy in his hand. He is very profitable. He waved at random and there was a sound of breaking. He couldn't help but sigh. Good knife. Good knife. He has not seen it on the set. If you really want to buy it, I am afraid I need a few acres of good land to change. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 13. Chapter 13, Cows and Devils. Li Fugi said, this is the knives I bought at the Sunshia City Golden Spear Shop. He is not a nerd. How can the death of his wife and children not touch him? No hate on the witch. This knife, this is to prove that he is still a bloody man. But after all, he was just an ordinary farmer. On the one hand, he was a wine, and on the other, he was a knife. But he never made up his mind to pick up the knife. Instead, he went down in the drunken town day by day, and finally found that he had no strength to hold the knife. But this knife he still kept, did not take out for a good wine. Li Fugi read the past, tears cross flow. I can't sell this knife. I can't sell it. If I sell it, I will have nothing. Li Qingshan's heart was stirring, his face was quiet, and he wrapped the knife back in his sheath. If you believe in me, this knife will be mine, and I will give you an account. Li Fugi turned his back and waved his hand. Li Qingshan stepped out of the door and walked all the way. He only wanted to go to the door and cut the witch. He went back to the huts and practiced to punch, and then calm down. How can I drive the ghosts? What level of divine ability is it? How about my strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers? Strong can make a ghost to the sect, call a ghost emperor, and travel with the gods and devils. Weakly can only bully the ordinary people. Practicing not only is not beneficial, but harmful. Yin-chi invasion, confusion, temperament. That which is naturally the latter. Li Qingshan put down his heart, which is what he expected, otherwise, the witch will not eat him in vain, so long after revenge. But you don't underestimated him. You can't see in ghost, and many means are hard to defend. Li Qingshan thought about it. Elder brother bull, I heard the people's eyes licking the bull's eye tears. You can see the ghost. I wonder if it is true. Less come to hit my mind. Old bull has no tears in his life. There are tears in the men's tears, but they are not sad. Elder brother bull, aren't you sad? Green bull don't care about the bull head, no longer care about him. Li Qingshan knows that the elder brother bull is a real bull temper, and he no longer persuades. These 2 days, The two did not communicate much. He also vaguely recognized the Green Bull's mind and did not want Li Qingshan to use it as his own way. If you go by yourself, you must do your own thing. At dusk, Green Bull suddenly handed a small porcelain bottle to Li Qingshan, without explaining anything. He walked out of the door and went up to the Bull Ridge, looking at the 100,000 mountains in the sunset. Li Qingshan opened the small porcelain bottle and saw it inside. It was a transparent light blue liquid. He smiled and smiled. He greeted the back of Green Bull. He licked the liquid with wormwood and carefully dropped it into his eyes. I didn't feel anything at first, but then he felt that his eyes were getting hotter and hotter, and he was hot and bloated. If it weren't for these days, he could hardly help but cry. In the smoky blue brick building, a group of divination outsider, stunned and looked at a piece of paper flying in the air, and then suddenly burned themselves, and it was still a blue flame. They couldn't see, a pale-faced child, holding the piece of paper with great difficulty. They just lowered their heads, and sincerely gave all the money to the witch, and then went backwards. Witch carefully put the money back. His face suddenly picked up. What happened? Then Li the Second is still not dead. Is it that you don't have to do things? Do you want me to pack you? The child's sluggish face also showed the color of fear and shook his head desperately. The witch slammed the bell in his hand, and the child violently slammed into the house, causing a gust of wind and blowing the smog. After a long time, the witch will stop the bell. Hey, listen to the words. Grandma will not treat you badly. Give a child a delicate needle to the child, take it and stab his eyes. The child has a hard grasp of the embroidery needle and flies to the lying Bull Ridge by the night wind. In the night, Li Qingshan still meditates in the theater with eyes closed. The child walked over and raised the embroidery needle in his hand, slowly stabbing Li Qingshan's eyes. In the eyes of ordinary people, only one needle flies in the air, not to mention the needle is very thin. Even if it is during the day, it can't be seen clearly, let alone at night. Li Qingshan, if he felt it, suddenly opened his eyes and ignored the embroidered needle that was close at hand. The sword-like gaze stared at the child's dark eyes. What are you going to do? His eyes are stunned, like there is two flames are burning. In the evening, when Li Qingshan was in pain, with the body's utterly breathless atmosphere, suddenly swimming and swimming between the eyes, the painful feeling suddenly eased a lot. When the painful burning sensation disappeared, a cool meaning circulated in the shackles made him feel comfortable. At this moment, his heart suddenly gave birth warning sign, and suddenly opened his eyes, just to see the little ghost last night holding an embroidery needle stood in front of him. The heart was also taken aback. Some feared. He originally thought that the witch was a little tricky, and it was impossible to compete with him. Anyway, Yin Chi of the little ghost couldn't hurt him, and he saved the mind of the unscrupulous. But if not, he suddenly being able to see ghosts. If you can't help, you will be counted, and your eyes will be destroyed. As a result, it will be worse than it, and you will kill the killer early. The child was even more surprised. Li Qingshan glared at him. His body trembled, the needle in his hand fell, and the fluttering far away. Li Qingshan looked at the little ghost carefully and found that he was only 6 or 7 years old. He was very handsome. If his face was pale, it was like a golden boy, wearing a silk satin gown. Thinking of his predecessor, not like being the little ghost that drives the battle is like a small son of a big family. When the child saw Li Qingshan, he could see him. He dared not go forward, but he was afraid that he could not complete the task. He went back and was punished by witch, and he did not dare to leave, and he was there. Li Qingshan has no fear in his heart. What is the most horrible thing is invisible. Now I clearly saw it. I found that this little ghost is more than his VIP point. He opened the mouth and asked, "What is your name?" Name, where did you come from? But no matter how he asks, the child is not answering the raft. Li Qingshan feels in his heart, you can't talk. The child hesitated for a while before nodded. Li Qingshan thinks that it is only used by the witch, so that the young age is unfortunately aborted, and maybe it is also killed by the witch. The heart is a bit stunned. and the attitude is milder. I posted so close yesterday, what are you hiding now? Come over, I have something to ask you. The child's expression of seeing him became less terrible, like a timid little beast, and took a few steps. Li Qingshan said, if you don't want to talk, then nod, shake your head to answer it. So, can you understand? The child is nodded. One person and one ghost. Just exchange it. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 14. Chapter 14 breaks into the door. Li Qingshan asked a lot of words, and the child did not lie like a lie, or nod or shaking his head, but he could only answer simple questions. If it was a complicated question, he would be there. Asked what his name was, when he came from, he shook his head and asked him what other tricks he had when he wandered. Even so, Li Qingshan figured out a lot of things. The child was killed by the witch, and she was made into a little ghost for her drive. And he would have been able to speak, and he was given a pot of medicine by the witch, and he would not say it. Li Qingshan guessed that the witch had turned the child, afraid that he would talk to him on the road, and he would be dumb. And as long as he mentions the witch, the child will have a look of fear. Li Qingshan said in a soft voice, do not worry, I will not hurt you, I will kill the old witch, let you be free. Unconsciously, the child approached Li Qingshan and raised his face with a close look. Li Qingshan showed a soothing smile, trying to touch his head, but his hand was worn from his body and suddenly froze. The child's look suddenly stunned and lowered his head and silently shed tears. Li Qingshan suddenly felt saddened coming from the sky. How long the world shouted, why there are so many unfair things in the world, human race is harmless to each other, no more cruel than any demon ghost. The child stunned and looked at Li Qingshan with surprise. Under the moonlight, the young and determined, the eyes are actually a little crystal. Li Qingshan laughed at himself. It really is that the man has tears and does not flick, but he is not sad. Let you laugh. The child raised his toes and reached out to Li Qingshan's face. He took a little teardrop and carefully squatted on the palm, a little heavy. Don't hold it. Li Qingshan's face turned red, and suddenly some understanding of Green Bull's embarrassment. How can a man's tears be handed over to others? I also remembered that Green Bull said that the weak ghost race has no substance. Only when the cultivation is to a certain extent, can it gradually become virtual and pick up the real things. This child is so weak, I must only pick up something that is extremely light. The child just looked down at the palm transparent liquid. Li Qingshan helpless, looking around. My heart is a bit strange. How dark today is, so dark. The scenery around the cottage is bleak, but it is still visible. But when he looked up at the moonlight, he suddenly realized that it was not dark late, but his eyes became brighter. Not only the night could see things, but also wiped the first level dust on the window, seeing everything. I feel very clear. Li Qingshan muttered to himself, Elder Brother Bull is really a monster. And tears have such a magical effect. It's not too early, I have to go to bed, because I didn't have a good rest yesterday. There is still something to do tomorrow, and I can't do it without raising my spirit. Li Qingshan went back to sleep, and the child was kneeling in front of the door. His body was shining in the moonlight, and some translucent feelings were like tears in his hands. Li Qingshan, this sleep is extremely heavy. And when the sky is bright, I wake up and feel comfortable. The child has already left, thinking that he is afraid to be active during the day. He washed a lot and practiced a bull demon strong fist, picked up the thick-backed steel blade from Li Fugi, thought about it, and mentioned a few pieces of lamb, went out. The three splashes were sitting opposite each other. After Liu Wai's death, their little gang had no backbone. The days in the village were even more difficult. Almost every mouse crossed the street and everyone shouted. Want to learn Liu Wai's arrogance, or Li Qingshan's vicious? How to learn? Suddenly even eating has become a problem, let alone eat wine and meat. Can only go to Steward Liu home to do help, barely eat rice, which is better than the previous sheik. At this time, Li Qingshan suddenly went to the door, and three splashes of hurriedly greeted him. I saw him look cold, a portable knife, and a portable meat. Naturally, there was a power, No one dared to marry her because of his age. The three splashing sounds were also lighter, and Li Qingshan was praised as a good student yesterday. Li Qingshan ignored the words of these aunts and put the meat on his hands. There is still something to trouble you. These meats are rewards, and the last time. How interesting is that, Erlang? You have a word. The brothers are raging in the mountains. The three splashes of skin said this, and the hands were busy with the mutton. As usual, Li Qingshan said, "Follow me." He walked away. Just this time, he is no longer bluff, but an unquestionable order. The three splashes didn't hesitate and followed him. Li Qingshan first borrowed a hoe from the nearby farmer's house and went to Li Fugi's home. At about noon, the villagers were busy with the farm work in the morning. It was the time when they went home to eat, and Li the second Lang, who was in the village, took 3 tools and borrowed tools. Followed by this has almost alarmed the entire village. I saw him coming to Li Fugi's door, thinking that he was going to teach the drunkard this time. I wonder how the drunk has offended him. There are some shame in the heart, squatting at the crowd, bullying a poor ruined family, and calling village chief steward in the Liu family courtyard, is the opposite behavior. One is not afraid of rape, the other is bullying. But the three splashes are very happy. I have long seen that this old drunk is not something. Also patted the chest and took the initiative to ask, "I will marry him now." They haven't been so proud for a long time. This time they are going to take it. Li Fugi Li Y, screaming at him in front of everyone. Li Qingshan glanced at them and shouted, "Come on." When everyone was weird, Li Fugi ran out of the house and bit his teeth. Come on. His look was sober that the people in the village felt strange. The usual Li Fugi was a drunken look, but after he left Li Qingshan, Li Fugi was not drinking a drink, thinking day and night. Unexpectedly, just the next day, Li Qingshan came to the door. This time, the people in the village are even more inexplicable, and the heads are getting hooked. Li Qingshan nodded, heads ahead, leading a group of people to the blue brick building of the witch, only to see the threshold closed, apparently already alarmed her, ordered 3 splashes, open. 3 splashes of time suddenly smashed. For this witch, no one in the village is not afraid, that is, when Liu is at the time, he does not dare to offend, and this blue brick house with the effect of temples has the first level mysterious and sacred color. The weird things that happened in this room, they didn't know how many times they heard it. The other villagers saw that he was in trouble to find the witch, and it was also a piece of it. Someone advised, "Jiro, don't be fooled." Some people also threatened, "If you are disrespectful to God, you are going to be retribution." This is a person who is extremely convinced of witch. If he is not afraid of the knife in Li Qingshan's hand, he may have to come up with him. Li Qingshan said nothing. Squeaky kicked the wooden door with 1 foot. The door bar of the thick arm broke off, and made a loud noise. The villagers were shocked. Li Qingshan turned back and ordered 3 splashes, watching outside. No one is allowed to come in. The 3 splashes of skin slammed the scalp, so I didn't need them to go in. Li Qingshan crossed the threshold and walked into the courtyard with a big step. He came to the door of the hall and was about to knock. The door sills are automatically separated on both sides, which is clearly the noon of the sun, but the black hole in the door, a yin cold breath, which wearing a brightly colored robes, sitting on the platform, said in a strange voice, "Li the second Lang, can you know sin?" Li Qingshan pulled out the thick-backed steel blade and sipped. Pay with your life. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 15. Chapter 15 The Death of Witch. Witch put a hand in his hand and greeted a group of black fog, and there were many sorrowful faces in the fog. This is the trump card of the witch, named Ghost Fog, which is a collection of thick chi resentment chi. She is collected in an ashes on weekdays and buried in the ground to absorb yin chi until the key time. And this ghost fog has no wisdom, only resentment. It is extremely difficult to control, and it is necessary to backlash. Seeing Li Qingshan today, I started to rush, but the power of the ghost fog is also extraordinary. The ordinary creatures are caged by this ghost, and they immediately fall into the ground. People are ignorant, and the most sinister is that this ghost is like a ghost between the virtual and the real. Ordinary people can't see at all. If Li Qingshan has already opened his eyes, this is the way to go. The effect of these days of painful taking cultivation has emerged. He leans away from the ghost fog and rushes to the witch. Witch did not expect Li Qingshan to see the ghost fog, panic, and quickly sway a copper bell, Little An Little An. To grandma out, kill him. The child named Little An was kneeling in the corner, full of painful colors, but holding his head still. When it was said that it was too late, Li Qingshan used the bull demon ground stamp, and the foot was heavily stepped on the ground, leaving a deep footprint, flying up and slashing. The cold light appeared, the blood splashed, the witch grabbed the skin bell's skinny hand, and the wrist was limped by Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan didn't have time to test the results of this knife. He felt that Yin Qi came behind him. The ghost mist smelled the breath of the stranger, and it smelled like a bloody beast, and was driven by resentment. Li Qingshan didn't dare to stop and rushed forward, but she felt that the ghost mist didn't catch up, and listened to a scream of screaming behind her. She turned back and saw that the ghost was covered in the witch, and a face was on her. The bite has bitten. This change, even Li Qingshan did not expect. It turned out that the witch was under the pain, lost control of the ghost fog, and was immediately backlash. There is a head. For every debt there is a debtor. Witch, the initiator of this, eventually thinks of the consequences of one's own action, squirming, flesh and blood at the speed of the naked eye, withered. Li Qingshan looked at the chest and ha-ha laughed. Originally, there was a trace of compassion and sympathy, and he was forced to press down because he felt shameful. In the face of innocent children, he would like to sing long songs and cry. For those who are not as good as such animals, he wants to annihilate all sympathy and laugh. The wall outside the house was originally filled with people. Looking into the room, the villagers were curious. The three splashes could not stop, only let them do so, but occupied the best viewing seats at the main entrance. Seeing Li Qingshan stepping into the door, flying and slashing the hand of the witch, and then the witch fell to the ground and painfully mourned, and in this sorrowful cry, Li Qingshan's laughter was mad, scaring everyone trembling in fear. Many people were scared to fall down the wall. The three splashes of skin were also sitting on the ground with soft legs. When I remembered that I had laughed at him before, I felt very remorseful. Such people, who are the ones they provoked. Li Qingshan saw that the ghost mist gradually dispersed, and the resentment chi once it was released, it will stop, and the witch squatted on the ground, dying, not even dead, but apparently not far from death. I guess she is cultivation through what the cultural technique can support. Witch stretched out only one of the remaining chicken feet, facing the child in the corner, as if pleading and resentful, and shouting, Little An Little An. Little An looked at her with horror and fear. Li Qingshan said, I will send you a ride. The thick-backed steel blade is inserted downwards. Steward Liu and village chief Li got the news and saw this scene. When they didn't have time to call knife to keep people, the witch would scream, and they looked at each other with a cold sweat. They remembered the previous day's witch, crazy, saying that Li Qingshan was born soon, he gave his life today. Fortunately, there was no urgent need for Li Qingshan, otherwise I could not tell what the result was. Li Qingshan, this is the second murder. Compared to the first panic in the dark, this time is in a broad daylight, but he is very calm and progressive. He even has some surprises. He thought, is it was the demonic nature in the heart of the bull demon strong fist, or is this my own? In the modern life, which is upside down and confusing, I don't know how many people's true feelings can't stretch, they can only follow the tide, and live according to current events. It's not that adults, 30 or 40 years old, young people, know hot-blooded with dizzy. He is just one of the mortal beings, no different from ordinary people. The life and death, which has undergone a cycle of reincarnation, has aroused his pride in his chest. He refused to live this life forever. But he was crushed by the hard life of this small village for 15 years. He finally got this opportunity. Once the heroic spirit is released, There is really a madness that will no longer converge. Li Qingshan converges with a smile and looks back. The two are flustered. This old thief is deserving of his own sin and deserving of justice. You will be murdered in the sky, and we will preside over justice. These words only turn around in the hearts of the two, and naturally no one dares to say anything. Suddenly one day rushed out of the crowd and came to Li Qingshan. He licked 3 heads and looked up. The man is killing me, and has nothing to do with Erlang. This old demon smashes my family and dies. Xiao Mao, I am for you. Revenge. After the end, it was crying and laughing. It was Li Fugi, the big stone that had been pressed against his chest for many years, and suddenly moved away. He only felt that even though he died, he was also eye-catching. No one in the village knows Li Fugi's experience and can't help it. Only Steward Liu showed a look of fear. It was because Li Fugi encountered this change, and he was able to make the name of half-village Liu by using wine to eliminate the seller's good name. If Li Qingshan suspected that he colluded with the witch, that is not bad. Li Qingshan said, I am a person to do things alone. You need to come to the top tank. Please come with me. He greeted the 3 splashes, and several prestigious old men in the village came to the backyard of the witch. Li Qingshan turned back to the roof and nodded. Others followed his gaze and looked empty, but little Anne was hiding in the shadows and pointing to an open space. Li Qingshan ordered. 3 splashes of skin began to dig the ground. They looked at Li Qingshan's gaze, and they worked hard all the time. They didn't dare to be lazy. After a while, they dug a big pit and dug out 1 tibia. Li Qingshan went down and took the bones up. He looked back at the eaves and ordered, continue to dig. This is not the bone of Little An. Under the guidance of Little An, Li Qingshan made a few excavations, and several skeletons were dug out. The people around them were exposed to the dumbstruck color. In the backyard of the witch, how to bury so many bones, and each one is like the bones of a child. Li Qingshan was also a little surprised, and his face became more and more heavy. He knew that this was the victim of witch's practice of sorcerer. The group of ghosts he had seen filled with resentment. She must have come from this. Only hate to let the old thief. It's too painful to die. At this time, just listen to the ding, like something encountered, carefully digging, but a porcelain jar, tightly sealed. Not waiting for Li Qingshan to stop, 3 splashes of rushing to open porcelain jar. A small group of black gas rushed out, afraid of the sun, straight into a sprained nose and mouth. The splash of skin was shocked and fell to the ground and passed out. After a while, there was no sound. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. Skeleton Silver. The other 2 splashes were so scared that they couldn't move, but the things in porcelain jar illuminate their eyes. Porcelain jar is filled with white sparkling silver. They have never seen so much money in their lives. Even Steward Liu and the few old men who are going to the woods will show their moving look. Li Qingshan pushes them away. They will be angry when they are on the road, and how timid people, for the sake of wealth, will also be red-hearted and become vicious. But see Li Qingshan, they will not dare to move. Li Qingshan, taking care of their minds, took the porcelain jar out and set it aside. Under the porcelain jar, a small skeleton appeared. The cheekbones had already faded out of flesh and blood, showing a grayish color. I don't know how to bury it. How many years old? Little and finally nod. Li Qingshan sighed softly, looked around, and poured all the silver in the porcelain jar, and loaded the skeleton into it. The silver ingots rolled to the ground and piled up into a hill. This time, everyone's eyes are straight, and even the corpses are not taken care of. Steward Liu has seen the world. It is estimated that there are hundreds of these silvers, and even he will be jealous when he sees them, let alone others. In such a small mountain village, it is really a huge sum of money. Li Qingshan didn't expect the witch's search in the past few years to search for so much money. The so-called financial unstimulating, he is not the immortal who does not eat the fireworks. He is also interested in this wealth. After all, he will use money in the future. There are many places. Speaking of meat, He doesn't want to rely on Green Bull all the time. Since Green Bull wants him to be independent, he will give it a look at it, and he wants to change his taste. Maybe he will go to the collection and buy some altars. But he also understands the truth that man-made dead birds are eating out. If all these silvers are taken away, now these people are afraid of his power and dare not say anything, but the heart must be resentful, and it is not small. The root cause, even the death of the witch, may not be settled. Village chief Lee, you are the most highly respected person in the village. What should I do with these silvers? You can listen to them. Lee King Shan wiped the blood on the thick-backed steel blade and closed the sheath. It seems to be village Chief Lee is the master, but he adds to the tone when he speaks of the word high morality. Where is it? This is the contribution of Erlang, and you have a great scourge in the village. This money should be handled by you. Village Chief Lee played a disgraceful role a few days ago. Lee King Shan's words are full of intimidating tastes. Where dare to respond to this? Lee King Shan looked around and saw the people he was looking at, all busy nod. Jiro, you have to deal with it. Just slowly nod. He doesn't mind to divide some money for peace, but if there is any open eye, I want to give. If his trophy is the master, then you must first ask the knife in his hand to disagree. A group of people who are not much older than Lee King Shan, but have to listen to the arrangement of a 15-year-old boy. But no one feels anything wrong. Today, Lee King Shan is not the original Lee King Shan. The sword and the murderous hot and fruity, they have already shaken them. Lee King Shan sat in the silver, one hand pressed the porcelain jar with the skeleton, and held the short blade in one hand. A group of adults, old man, lowered his head and listened to his words. But the first person to get the money, but let all people are somehow surprised. Fugi, uncle. Which hurts your family and you have a compensation. You should take this compensation. You should not take it in the future to be able to comfort the dead. Lee King Shan used a scabbard on the edge of the hill, make a call and set aside some money. This. How good this is. Lee Fugi did not expect Lee King Shan to say so. He was helpless. Get it? Lee King Shan is more to thank him for praising him and taking the courage to kill. Lee Fugi was grateful for the inexplicable collection of money. Lee King Shan also greeted the two splashes. These are for you. Looked at the psychedelic skin that died on the ground, and he, go back and bury him well, and then make a good living. Don't do the next 3 stealing chickens and dogs. Indiscriminate things. Otherwise I am afraid that there will be such disasters. The two splashes were shocked and happy, and they took up the silver. When Lee King Shan mentioned their companions, although their faces were a little white, but there was no sadness. Would they spend money to bury the companion? Then only God knows it is. Finally, Lee King Shan gave a fist to Steward Liu village chief Lee and even a group of old men in the village. A few days ago, I was offended by all of you. Even if these money are a gift, I hope you forgive the little and do not understand things, but if there are others I don't respect the bully and bully in the countryside. He said this on his mouth, and there was no apology on his face. He said that it was even more devastating. No, no. These people sang. Lee King Shan beheaded and set aside a bunch of money for them to distribute. Other people in the village? Village Chief Lee got his own money and watched that there was still a lot of money left. Since Lee Fugi's victim could get a compensation, the village's victims were much more. Going, it can be said that every household has given the witch a supply. Lee King Shan looked at him. Do you have any objections? Although he sympathized with the villagers, he did not intend to pay for the stupidity of others. If he did not kill the witch, they were intimidated by the witch. It is possible to deal with yourself. And how to divide, who is more than one family, absolutely unfair. In the end he is likely not only not to lose some benefits, but to become the object of resentment. Village Chief Lee also saw this through, to make a slap in the face of this stalwart teenager. To put it bluntly, what the interests of the villagers are about him, but this person is increasingly threatening his authority in the village, saying it may not be a few more years, until he is really a big accomplishment. He can't keep his position with this village chief. But I didn't expect Li Qingshan to be a young man. His mind was so meticulous. It seemed to see through his thoughts. He even let him trembling in fear and dare not say anything. Li Qingshan wraps up the rest of the money. Take me to explain to the village. If someone smacks in my ears, hey, a group of people no should be, the sword is in front, and they all have benefits, which will be chaotic. I came to the door with the village chief Li and explained it to the villagers. She greatly praised Li Qingshan's demeanor for the people. Originally, some faithful believers of the witch refuse to accept it. But when the bones are lifted out, they block everyone's mouth. What kind of good people are there in the backyard with so many dead bones? And who wants to be a dead person? Offended Li Qingshan, a strong man, and a group of respectful old man. Li Qingshan didn't come out, but picked up the copper bell in the hand of the witch. It was faint to feel that it was different from the spirituality of the ordinary utensils. Asked Little An, does she use this to control you? Little An nodded, looking at the copper bell with great nervousness. Li Qingshan took the copper bell and twisted it, twisting the copper bell, and the spirit disappeared. Then he came out the door and threw it out with all his strength. He smiled back and said, you are free. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 17. Chapter 17 Profound Yin Ghost Controlling Technique. Little An's look was happy and dazed. Li Qingshan searched for a circle in the witch's house. Little An followed him behind him, suddenly reaching out and pulling his trouser legs and pointing a place. Li Qingshan found a dark space on the wall, which contained a stack of papers, all of which were silver banknotes. He also vaguely heard that this world is also a money bank, but the silver banknote is the first time. 2. I want to come to the silver that the witch was buried in the prime of life. Later, when I was old and weak, it was impossible to dig the pits. And then I exchanged these years of search into a light silver banknote. There are about a few in this darkness. 102. She was so rich, she turned her face to him for a pig's head, and finally ended up dead. At the bottom of the darkness, Li Qingshan finally found what he was looking for. It was a piece of book paper filled with a small head, and it was a little bit of a look at the control ghost of the soul. The edge of the paper was uneven. Like pulling from a book. Li Qingshan Cultivation Bull Demon Strong Fist. The first look at Path of Cultivation. For other techniques, but also curious. I did not expect witch's strange means to come from only one page of paper. If she took a whole book, then he is afraid to plant it here today. But if there is a book in the witch, I am afraid that it will not be in this Crouching Bull village for half a lifetime. The witch was not a person in the Crouching Bull village. It was suddenly settled here decades ago, and her origins are unknown. Li Qingshan couldn't guess what she got from this page. However, under this page of the book, there is also a silver banknote, which is 1,002 huge. This silver banknote is extremely yellow and old. At first glance, I know that for some years, she did not earn her after coming to Crouching Bull village. The origin of the witch is more and more confusing. Li Qingshan asked Little An, do you recognize this thing? He felt that this might be related to Little An's life. Little An is silent, neither nod nor shaking his head. Li Qingshan knew that this was beyond the scope he could answer. The secret thing. He certainly smiled unceremoniously, waiting to go out, and I felt Little An pulling his trouser legs. Li Qingshan looked back and saw that he was looking at him with a confused face. Like a lost child, he couldn't tell the pity. His heart was soft and he squatted in a soft voice, you have no place to go? Little An nodded. Li Qingshan said, let me be a companion first. Turning on porcelain jar, he knows he doesn't dare to walk in the sun. Little An smiled and flew into the porcelain jar. Li Qingshan took porcelain jar back to the hut and buried the porcelain jar behind the hut and piled up a small tomb. Green Bull returned and asked, success? Li Qingshan said, what an old witch in the district has to deal with. Then he showed him the loot of the trip, and gave the page to Green Bull and asked, is this a divine ability? Can I practice? This page of residual paper, naturally nothing can be considered, but this paper comes from a kind of divine ability called Profound Yin Ghost Controlling Technique. somehow fell into her hands. Practicing this incomplete, most of the things are not good. Haven't heard of bite off more than one can chew? Let's talk about the strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers first. Green Bull gave him a glance and said, this page of paper, the origins. That strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers is more powerful than this profound yin ghost controlling technique. If it is the original strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers, it is really hard to say that profound yin ghost controlling technique does not attach importance to the cultivation itself, but it can bring together a large group of ghost race, which is a bully ability. If you can't beat the player in one fell swoop, it's easy to be drowned in the ghost sea. The power of this bull demon tiger demon of my cultivation nature is far better. Li Qingshan set his mind and no longer hesitated to put away the residual paper on the page. Other spoils are nothing more than those silver money. Li Qingshan thought that Green Bull wouldn't care about the yellow and white things in these people, but didn't expect it. Green Bull heard. He said, well, this is the most important thing compared to the broken piece of paper. For a divine ability magic spell dismissive, but paying attention to the silver, Ra Qingshan experienced Green Bull's education about eat meat and drink, and I couldn't help but be surprised. This elder brother bull is really enough. Secular. Green Bull pulled out his mind. You haven't heard of the words wealth, companions, techniques, and land? This is a must for cultivation. And the money is still in the first place. Li Qingshan nodded. There must be an economic foundation for doing everything. Without Green Bull providing the most important food, he is holding the divine art cheat, and there is no way to cultivate. However, I don't seem to spend too much money. This 1,000 lls of silver is a huge sum of money, just to buy wine and meat. It can be supported for a long time. Green Bull said, you have been asking me how long it takes to make Bull Demon Strong Fist look like. Yeah, but you have been reluctant to say. I can tell you now, based on your current cultivation speed, if there is no accident, I am afraid that I have to work for 10 years to become the first layer of Bull Demon Strong Fist and practice strength of 1 bull. 10 years. Li Qingshan was surprised by the open mouth. This is still a short calculation. If it is a bottleneck, it is even harder to say. The more powerful the divine ability is, the harder it is to practice. You really use the Taoist divine ability as a country style, and you can practice it as you practice. Then, invincible in the world? Wake up. Li Qingshan seems to have been splashed with cold water, and the joy of killing the witch is swept away. So, I want to completely strength of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. At least 110 years. He couldn't imagine what it was like after 110 years. Wrong. Divine ability is getting harder to practice. It is not surprising that it will not be practiced in 300 or 500 years. However, you don't have to worry too much. Every time you practice it, your body will be solid and your life will naturally increase. What should be good? Li Qingshan believes that perseverance is extraordinary, insisting on daily cultivation, but if he insists on practicing for hundreds of years, he thinks he must go crazy. Green Bull saw almost the same blow, and made a boy. No, it's amazing expression. The easiest way to shorten this time is to fall on this finance. Regardless of Li Qingshan's weird expression, a list flew to Li Qingshan's hand, which lists dozens of herbs. Is this? It's used to simmer soup. This is even the mortal knows how to play. It doesn't matter if the medicinal materials are the same. The key is that one thing is essential. Ginseng. Li Qingshan has already seen the first medicinal herbs on the top of the list. This is probably the most common and popular spiral medicine in the world. It is known as the king of herbs and can make up for primal qi. There is a soup in Chinese medicine, and when the person is going to die, it will be able to restore a little spirit to explain the will. In fact, it is the soup. It is ginseng. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 18. Chapter 18, Locust Tree. Then it looks like me and the ordinary martial practitioner. Of course, there are differences. The physique of ordinary people is easy to be imaginary. The ginseng eats too much, which is not only useless, but harmful. I didn't tell you at the beginning, because you are still empty and it is useless. These days have been slowly nursed back to health, and you have developed a bit of enthusiasm to achieve the requirements. I am planning to ask you to raise money. Now it can save some trouble, but the money may not last long. Li Qingshan also understands the difference. He can eat more ginseng than ordinary people, without worrying about nosebleeds. His body is like a dual cauldron, with divine ability. He can enter all within. The body's refining absorption is not wasted. This also means that Li Qingshan wants to buy a lot of ginseng, and ginseng is a good medicinal material, no matter what the era. He wants to eat ginseng as a radish, which is probably not enough money. How many ginseng can I buy at the tills of silver? He can't help but think about this problem. After lamenting, Li Qingshan had to admit that this was not bad news. The speed of his strength growth will take a new step. In order to pursue a breakthrough in power, ordinary people have to find rare spiritual pill medicines. If you take them, it will not necessarily have any effect. And as long as he eats these most common and easy to obtain things, he will be able to make constant progress, and he will not know how many people he wants to know. As for real money, there is always a way. With enough power, I am afraid that there is no money. This little ghost is pouring interesting. Green Bull turned to Li Qingshan, and the rounded bull's eye stared at Little An, hiding behind Li Qingshan. From the beginning to the end, Little An has been hiding behind Li Qingshan, quietly looking at the green bull. Little An was scared and hid on the other side, not dare to face the talking cow. Although Green Bull does not have any terrible things like murderous or a baleful chi, he is almost instinctively unwilling to approach. You mean Little An? He has nowhere to go now. I will take care of it first. You don't mind? Li Qingshan said casually. If Green Bull minds, naturally he would not speak in front of Little An. Only on that page of residual paper, I actually made a ghost slave, and it is still a ghost slave that can drive things. It is incredible. Or the old woman is the genius of Tao of ghost refining, or the spirit of this little ghost, some special. But after watching the old woman refining for so many years, she sacrificed so many guinea pigs, but only refined into such a ghost slave. It must be the latter. Li Qingshan looked at Little An. I don't know what speciality he has, but a little ghost, originally is a very strange thing. Green Bull said, maybe it is your best trophy. You are not going to collect him as a ghost slave. This will be of great use to you in the future. What ghost slave? He is still a child. I have promised him to give him freedom. Li Qingshan, even in the most difficult time, refused to violate the heart, sold the Green Bull to get around. Now of course more not willing to do this. Green Bull consciously said too much, yawning, that's also with you, but it lost the master slave. No one will breed him. It will take a long time to dissipate spiritual chi. Terror-stricken, Little An's squinting eyes. Yin ghost is not a poultry and livestock, but also needs breeding. The dead are not allowed to be yang. Even the strong force of Yin ghost cannot withstand the sunshine of the district. Even a gust of wind can let them die. If there is no one who died, leave ghosts in time, that for thousands of years. I don't know how many ghosts have accumulated in the world. How is that good? At dusk, Li Qingshan walked in the mountain forest, with an axe on his shoulder, and a crooked little ghost around him. From time to time, I ran to the stream, curiously looked at a fish, and sometimes flew to the treetops and touched a bird. But before Li Qingshan called, he returned to him with the wind and looked at him with his eyes. Li Qingshan shook his head and smiled back. For this child, there was a faint responsibility in the heart. But behind them, the birds fell stiffly from the treetops, and the fish floated over the water and proved that it was not just an ordinary child, but a dangerous ghost. Li Qingshan carefully searched in the forest and finally stood in front of a big banyan tree surrounded by more than 10 people. He waved an axe and slashed it. Although he does not understand the axe technique blade art, Bull Demon Strong Fist contains the most basic and most subtle methods of transportation. and any weapon can be used freely in his hands. Every axe is slashed in the same position. The sawdust is flying and the giant wood is dumped. Li Qingshan, no matter what else, only the small center of the center is cut, and I get in front of Little An. Little An reached out and touched the small wooden heart, and the small face showed a comfortable look. At the end, it was simply turned into a breeze. Li Qingshan smiles. This is based on a method of Professor Green Bull, looking for a century-old luck. This way, you don't have to worry about Little An going to terror-stricken. Returning to the hut, he sat on the big stone in front of the door and carved the heart of the wooden heart into a wooden sign. After careful polishing, he engraved the word and then wore it at his waist. Yang Qi, the stranger on his body, would slowly nourish the soul of Little An. He can also practice the manipulation of the body with the help of Yin Qi on Little An. In the small courtyard, Li Qingshan sat on the ground and kept screaming in his mouth, Little An, neck. Little An hugged his neck, and under the stimulation of Yin Qi, Li Qingshan within the body, the string true Qi was mobilized and flowed to the neck. Right arm. Little An quickly shifted direction and hugged his arm. Although the handsome face was still pale, it was full of childish and innocent smiles, as if it were a very fun game. Until the top of the month, Li Qingshan got up and Xiaoan reluctantly retreated. With the help of Little An, Li Qingshan within the body's trace of true Qi tamed a lot, and Little An's eyes were a bit more agile. Not as boring as the original. Li Qingshan wants to come. I am afraid that it is not just the nourishment of Yang Qi, that is, the smarter child, who is taken away from the parents' knees, and arbitrarily abused and blamed. I am afraid that it will become the appearance of the wood. By the time I resumed my freedom, my life returned to normal, and spiritual Qi in my heart began to sprout. Little An looked forward to Li Qingshan, although she still couldn't speak, but her eyes clearly said, play again. Okay, this is not a game. I am here today, and I will talk tomorrow night. Little An will never be as spoiled as an ordinary child, but it is difficult to hide the color of disappointment. Li Qingshan is most helpless to him. Okay, play again. Little An smiled, but immediately raised his ears. Left leg back. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. Bull Demon. The time passed by, and in the blink of an eye, the maple leaves gradually became red in the mountains, and the golden rice ears were also bit by bit. The ox cart slowly walked through the field trails. The green bull was pulled by the car. The ox cart was covered with thick animal skins. There was a teenager lying on it, licking the straw, and looking at the sky with a leisurely arm. There is a short blade on one side and a wooden sign on the side, which is Li Qingshan. With more than 1,000 tals of silver on his body, he has to go to Cedar Creek Town, which is more than 10 miles away. In a remote mountain village, it is not easy to spend money. If you want to buy something, you can only go to a big town. Although the materials in Sunshia City are rich, they are too far away and they are not cheap. He had to retreat to the next place and go to the town. At a fixed time every month, there will be a large gathering in the town. At that time, people from nearby villages will go to the town to go to the market to conduct various transactions, which is the purchase of ginseng. The best time. And he has accumulated a lot of hides on his hands. But he can also take the opportunity to take the shot. Li Qingshan didn't want to let the Green Bull pull the car, but Green Bull didn't mind continuing to make an ordinary cow. When I came to Cedar Creek Town, Genius was just brightened, and the town was full of traffic. People flowed around, and many small vendors were selling their goods in a loud voice, a scene of excitement. Li Qingshan found an open space and laid the hide on the prepared linen, but did not learn to sell, but sat down and meditated, not letting go of the opportunity of cultivation. In his within the body, the faint Qi flow has grown stronger. He is like a playful child, constantly driving the trace of true Qi around the body. Although the body does not move, but it is also very spiritual. Li Qingshan opened his eyes from time to time, responding to customers who came to ask the price. He is suffering from huge sum of money, and he doesn't want to get rich with these hides. He just wants to sell it out as soon as possible, so he buys some ginseng, so the price is very cheap. Although I refused to bargain from different people, the business was very good. I immediately went to the cold winter. Li Qingshan was suffering from the kind of cold bone chilling. The ordinary people who didn't want to do a leather boots, didn't spend a lot of time surrounded by a large group of people. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Several young men carrying bows and arrows, with hunting knives, separated the crowd from the poor colors and surrounded the stalls. The shadow cast dropped Li Qingshan on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan opened his eyes. What are you doing? His vision today is that it is not the case that these people are not good at it. Although they are not old enough and did not make a particularly vicious look, they have a murderous aura. If Liu is just a chaotic dog, they are fierce mountain dogs. Any one of them can easily kill Liu. A young man with short stature and short beards asked, "Where did you come from these hides?" And his companions reached out and licked these hides and found that, as rumored, there was no arrow hole on the skin, or any trace of damage. Was a rare superior quality, but the price of the sale was even more than the average animal skin. It's much cheaper. If you want to buy it, you can buy it. Don't buy it, don't block the sun. Li Qingshan is too lazy to compile the words to explain to strangers. Self-closed eyes cultivation. The people around have already dispersed a circle, but they did not leave. Instead, more and more people gathered, and the voices of various arguments were clearly introduced into the ears. Isn't this the hunter of Horse Rain Village? Don't dare to put the people of Horse Rain Village in the eye. I don't know how many lives. Horse Rain Village. Li Qingshan's heart, even with his ignorance, is also a place for this place. This is one of the villages around Cedar Creek Town, which is extremely deep into the 100,000 mountains. The villagers live for generations to hunt. For the hunter of life, it is no wonder that they will have that temperament. Compared with the rural farming villages such as Crouching Bull Village, Horse Rain Village has a lot of folk customs. It fights with the wild beasts in the mountains every day, and practices some martial arts passed down from generation to generation. Not only does it refuse to obey Sunshia City's management, it is said that there has never been a tax payment. Some people in Sunshia City tried to send troops to conquer this place, but before they even went to the village, they encountered countless traps and countless arrows. They had to rush to the village. They had lost half of their horses. The big soldiers were low and the generals were led. In front of Ma Yazwang, he fled back to Sunshia City. So the original name of the village was forgotten and changed into Horse Rain Village. It is conceivable that a village in the village that allows the army to return to the army. How proud the people in the village. A half-a-year-old boy must compete with it. And it is undoubtedly a stone hit. The short young mortal fire said, "These hides, you can't sell here." Why? Li Qingshan opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a flash of light in the middle. Let the young people think of the ferocious beast in the mountains, the eyes that glow in the darkness. The instincts are vigilant, but they are not afraid. They are hunters who fight with the beasts. And look at Li Qingshan's dressing of a farmer, but they are despised in their hearts. I won't let you sell. Reaching out to Li Qingshan's stall, a rough big hand, like a lock on the young man's hand, was a bit stinging. The young man was taken aback. This guy has a lot of strength. But he did not react slowly, and his left fist hit Li Qingshan. And his companion didn't mean to play with it. He just looked at it with a cold look and seemed very confident. Some of them had a scornful smile on their faces. Speaking of it, this is Li Qingshan's first real acquaintance. Liu has no resistance in the drunk, and the witch's backlash. The fists rushed through the air, not giving people time to think, but the effect of many days of cultivation. Li Qingshan's subconscious mind evaded, the right foot stepped on the ground, and the body leaned forward. With the spine as the center, the muscles of the muscles are shaken together, and the iron mountain is on the back. the great strength sinks into the young people. Iron Mountain is a very common trick in boxing, also in Bull Demon Strong Fist, which combines three main styles. Bull Demon Ground Stamp, set the heel, force from the ground. Bull Demon Skin Shift, the body is tough and can't be pushed. Bull Demon Horn Claw, as the bull horn hits, all the moves are done in one go. Green Bull is lying behind, satisfied with nodded. The young man was shocked, as if a mad bull was coming to himself. His chest hurt. He was knocked out and fell into the crowd, and the muscles and bones seemed to fall apart. The arguments of the surrounding people stopped abruptly, and several of the young companions also stumbled and angered. Li Qingshan looks more and more cautious. An Eonon and a Netomani are completely different. Unless there is too much power gap, the double fist is difficult for four hands. The strong bull is surrounded by a group of vicious hounds. The next piece of flesh and blood died. At a critical juncture, the trace of true chi was active and swam to Li Qingshan's eyes. He only felt that the movements of the couple suddenly slowed down, and even the angry expression on their faces was clearly visible. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 20. Chapter 20 Reputation. This is probably not only the power of true chi, but also the magical effect of Green Bull Tears. He flashed a short punch, Bull Demon Horn Claw, punching and knocking down a young hunter. But at the same time, a hunter has been around his back, and a fierce punch hit Li Qingshan. The other two young hunters, one left and one right, hugged Li Qingshan's waist and pulled it down to the ground. They hunt in the mountains all day, and they are familiar with the techniques of encircling the world. Even though Li Qingshan can beat any of them, it is also in the blink of an eye. Seeing that Qingshan's fine divine sense head is all in the back, the heart of the heart is moving with the heart, and the heart of his heart violently knots together, faintly bulging a small piece. A heavy punch in the Li Qingshan vest, but like playing on the tough cowhide, all the power collapsed with the rest of the muscles. Li Qingshan, in addition to a shock, no difference. At the same time, the two hunters who hugged Li Qingshan's waist felt that Li Qingshan's body was rooted on the ground and could not move at all. The three men used their strength and the momentum suddenly weakened. Li Qingshan, who was hit by the third layer, had already returned to the air, screaming and falling down on his elbows. Bull Demon Horn Gore in Bull Demon Strong Fist, except for the fists and feet, can be bull horn everywhere. Elbow is the most powerful bull horn. The two hunters only felt the pain in the vest, only wanted to vomit blood, and they could not help but lie on the ground. Li Qingshan turned suddenly and threw himself at the hunter who sneaked him from behind. When he punched him, he knocked him to the ground. The people around me were dazzled, only to see the young and weak after the weak, and the 5 heroes of the Horse Rain village hit the ground. They were all inexplicable. Li Qingshan looked at the 5 hunters on the ground and moaned, and looked at his own hands. It seemed that some people could not believe that this was their own work. His power was unconsciously reached to this extent. But he was too late to be happy. A large group of hunters suddenly rushed out, opened the hunting bow, pulled out the hunting knife, and surrounded Li Qingshan. At this gathering of Cedar Creek Town, Horse Rain Village is not just a few people, but there are more than 20 people, with the whole village collecting leather goods. Only a few young hunters, just the juniors who follow the elders. Seeing that my own things can't be sold, I heard that someone sells cheap animal skins, and they rushed over together to find Li Qingshan's suffocation. I didn't expect Li Qingshan's suffocation to be found, but he was taught a meal. The elders naturally wouldn't sit back and ignore it. They quickly reacted and surrounded Li Qingshan. The dozen or so opening hunting bows, the moment that broke out, made him feel like he was trapped in a trap. Beast, life and death destiny is in the hands of man, and there is a sense of despair. In contrast, Steward Liu's feast at Hongate is just like a family, and his mind is as tight as a bowstring. Suddenly recognize the identity of the other party, it is a hunting for a living. What they are good at is not a fist, but the hunting bow in his hand. His bull demon skin refining can resist the fist, but cannot resist the sharp bow and arrow. At the head of the dangerous mechanism, He calmly pulled out the thick-backed steel blade at his waist, his eyes patrolling around, looking for a way to get out of the way, not expecting the sale of hides, but also causing such a disaster. Although reluctant, but said that there is no need to kill the city, killing a bloody road. Is this what you did? A sick man with a sick bow carrying a big bow and standing in the middle of the hunter, sounded like a bell. Li Qingshan replied, I did it. The man looked at Li Qingshan with some surprises. Ordinary people saw this scene, but they were not scared. The boy was young and so calm. This single mind is far from all the juniors in the village. Asked the little hunter on the ground that Li Qingshan flew out with the Iron Mountain. Little Black, what's going on? Chief Hunter, this kid is estimated to be bad for our business. Little Black pushed up. The crowd is in vain. Is it the Chief Hunter of Horse Rain Village? It's Sick Yellow Tiger. The so-called Chief Hunter is the equivalent of the village chief, but the old man, like the Crouching Bull Village, has the right to become the chief hunter in the Horse Rain Village. It is the most powerful man in the village, directing the village. All hunting matters. And Sick Yellow Tiger, which is the horse hunter of Horse Rain Village, is a famous name. Li Qingshan is also famous for a long time, but I didn't expect it to be the sick person in front of me. It is also the reason to understand the name of Sick Tiger. Li Qingshan feels a heavy pressure in his heart, but he is not the original Li Qingshan. Sneer, if you don't say anything, you will come to smash my stall. Now it's bloody, it's bad for me. The business, Horse Rain Village is really overbearing. Sick Yellow Tiger sank and said, you still don't get me up? A group of people can't win, and the face is lying on the ground and hurt. Is it a man in Horse Rain Village? Li Qingshan knew that she was not very light, but Sick Yellow Tiger ordered that the 5 young hunters supported themselves and stood up. In addition to being physically strong, they even had a deep respect for Sick Yellow Tiger. Sick Yellow Tiger raised his hand and all the hunter put away the knife and bow. This is something we have wrong, but you shouldn't have such a heavy hand. If I don't have a heavy hand, it's mine that is lying here now. We rarely go down the mountain once, sell fur, the whole village people's rice, oil and salt, have to land on it, you sell it at the market price. This sale method has disturbed the price, and it has greatly harmed us. Li Qingshan silently, this is what he didn't expect at the beginning. He can naturally say how to sell it is my business. But with the reputation of Sick Yellow Tiger, he is self-supporting and wrong in front of everyone, and he talks with him reasonably without relying on many people to oppress him. He would not be willing to make a squabble. If the other party really wants to fight, he will not sit still. Sick Yellow Tiger said, I bought all these hides. Hune hunted to pay for it and put away all the hides. Everyone around them praised Sick Yellow Tiger's loyalty. Li Qingshan, somewhat surprised, then glanced at the purse that was handed to his eyes. No need. Turned to pick up the ox cart. He originally did not rely on these hides to eat. The other party is so bold, if you care about it, it will make you feel a little embarrassed. The appreciation of Sick Yellow Tiger is even heavier. Seeing Li Qingshan disappearing into the sea, to the human DADA, I know who he is from this kid, a farmer cautiously said. It seems to be Li the second Lang of Crouching Bull Village. Many people around have heard it and said, no wonder. Between the villages, although the traffic is blocked, these legendary stories are always the fastest. Li Qingshan still doesn't know that he is already famous in this 10 miles. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 21. Chapter 21, Buying in the Middle of the V. Li Qingshan went to the best restaurant in the town, bought more than a dozen altars filled with ox carts, and then according to the list given by Green Bull, bought most of the medicinal materials in the pharmacy. And the most important ginseng could not buy in the pharmacy. Among the largest inns in Cedar Creek Town, a group of people with buckets and medicines are quietly drinking tea. Even in the restaurant, they are not willing to take off the fighting and medicine on their heads. From time to time, the treasurers of the major pharmacies came to the inn, opened the medicine to see what was inside, and then hung the hand in the sleeves, bargained with them, and if they became They took away a pack of ginseng of different sizes from the medicine. They are the visitors of Ginseng King Village. Like the Horse Rain Village, they are all in the mountains, but they are living on ginseng. If you want to buy ginseng, it is naturally the cheapest to buy them. Li Qingshan parked the ox cart in front of the inn, looked around for a week, strode to the corner, and said to the entrance, "I want to buy ginseng." The acquaintances saw that he was young and his clothes were worn out, and all of them showed a scornful look. No one should have him. Li Qingshan frowned, took out the remaining thousands of silver banknotes in his arms and put them on the table. "I want to buy ginseng." All the visitors here raised the head, showing a horrified look. I didn't expect Li Qingshan to come up with so much money. I looked at each other and finally said, "How much do you want to buy?" Li Qingshan has already understood the price of ginseng, and finally agreed to the price, with a large package of ginseng to leave. The visitors whispered, "Do you want to do this, kid? It's important to find spirit ginseng. It's a treasure worthy of money. If you eat it, you can live longer. If you eat it, you can become a first-class master and even break through the obstacles. It is not impossible to promote innate. Spirit ginseng is good, but there is only one, and I have to deal with the sick ghost of Horse Rain Village. I don't think I have this blessing to take it. The birds are in the forest. If a bird is in the hand, I am willing to do this. Follow me." 7 or 8 people stood up and grabbed the waist knife at the waist and walked away. Not far from the door, after hiding a column, I saw this scene and quietly left. Li Qingshan rushed to the unrestrained mountain road between the cattle carts. There was a conversation with the green bull. Little An also poked out from the locust tree and sat on the beam to listen to them. Coming to a narrow valley, Green Bull suddenly stopped and looked back at Li Qingshan. "Your trouble is coming." The voice falls, and at the ends of the valley, there are 7 or 8 figures. Li Qingshan relied on his eyesight. "You are Ginseng King Village?" This group of people holding a waist knife in hand, apparently wants to kill people. I still underestimated the evil spirits. He could only sigh in his heart. He didn't understand the truth of the money, so he immediately rushed back to the village after buying ginseng. He never stayed for one night, but did not expect it. This group of people is so bold, dare to kill themselves in broad daylight. It is rumored that these daily climbing cliffs, people collecting ginseng spirit grass, the people are extremely embarrassed, and they are all martial arts in the body. The body is light as a bird, as a monkey. "Kid, we have something to talk to you," the headed person said calmly. His eyes shed light, as if looking at the cattle and sheep in the cage. "Leave everything, you can go." This kind of calm is not pretending. They walk in the mountains all the year round. When they meet the pedestrians who have placed the order, they kill and take away the property. It is a common practice. After the incident, it is of course impossible to let go of any living. The visitors took a sneer and gathered around. Seeing that the crisis was approaching, Li Qingshan jerked the reins, and Green Bull glanced at him. It was a match, and he rushed forward with the ox cart to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The entrants screamed and rushed to the sides, flying 2 blades light in their hands, staggering to Li Qingshan on the car. Green Bull head. Only the remaining bullhorn roars a strange arc. The head of the ginseng, seeing the bullhorn stabbing, cannot escape, was pierced by the skull, nailed to the wall on. The acquaintance of the accomplices was wide-eyed, and the blood was rushing. I don't believe that I would die on the corner of a farmer's horn with my own martial arts. At the same time, Li Qingshan turned over and rolled off 2 blade light, thick-backed steel blade in hand. Green Bull pulled out the bullhorn and said, "From a cow's point of view, I am super level, and the rest is up to you." The excitement of the visitors. "Hey brother. This big brother is the best of them." I didn't expect the death to be so bizarre. They couldn't think of Green Bull as a monster. Then Li Qingshan said, "Boy, do you know what you did? I wanted to give you a good time. Wait until we have to cut off the flesh of your body and feed the wolf." Li Qingshan : "Just by you." The face is very calm, slowly pulling the knife. I didn't expect to encounter 2 battles in one day. and it was more dangerous than once. Sure enough, it means that it is easy to get into trouble. If he is just a young agriculturist schoolboy, it is impossible to resist the people of Horse Rain Village, and there will not be so much silver. By ginseng, this is the most dangerous battle he has ever encountered. Even if divine ability is in his hands, he can't say that he can be as smooth as the Green Bull said, and it comes to his ears. The mind is fleeting, and the war is on the verge. Kill. The wind rushed, and the 4 knives woven into the waist knife were caged to Li Qingshan. Bull demon skin refining can't stop such a blade. Li Qingshan quickly made a judgment and didn't look behind him. Instead, he stepped forward and rushed to the front of the 3 pilgrims. His heart was not all at the moment of death. Instead, I keep thinking about the corner of Green Bull. Green Bull will never help him against the enemy, otherwise it is easy to kill this group of visitors by its power. And the corner is very meaningful. At the end of life and death, his savvy spirituality was all forced out, and his eyes suddenly slammed. Bull demon horn Ghaw, every part of the body is bull horn, and the weapon is just an extension of the body. The straight-backed steel blade in his hand, like the suddenness of the spirit, bypassed a block of the waist knife. In the sound of comma, a neck of a pilgrim spurted out the bloody fog and fell to the ground, lotching. This kid understands martial skill. A series of calls, drinking and looking at Li Qingshan. The look is not casual. Li Qingshan's arms also added 2 scars, and the toughness of bull demon skin refining was not cut, but it provoked the fierceness of the heart. The eyes burned like fire. Come on. In the dense forest on the side of the valley, a group of people are hiding, separated by more than 10 feet, and in the broad daylight, the people in the valley have not even noticed. Only Green Bull looked at him here. It was Sick Yellow Tiger who was headed and smiled and said to the people around him, "Little Black, can you be convinced now?" Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 22. Chapter 22, The Mystery of Spirit Ginseng. At this time, Li Qingshan's steel knife took another person's life. Although the back also had a knife, the meat was not deep, and the wound contracted, and there was not much blood flowing out. At the same time, a waist knife stabbed into his lower abdomen, and he grasped the blade tightly, and his hand fell to the ground with a fearful head. That fierce temper is daunting. Little Black was not very convinced, but Li Qingshan suddenly sneaked over them, and was looking for an opportunity to find the scene. At this time, the cold sweat on his forehead, the exquisiteness of Li Qingshan's blade art, the vicious killing, made him scared. This beast, not his half-tone hunter, can kill. Just fortunately in the downtown area, did not really face Li Qingshan. In a moment, the 7-person corpse, Li Qingshan squatting on the knees with a broken steel knife, wearing more than a dozen wounds. The clothes were stained with blood, both others and their own. Only one of the remaining visitors, his face is full of fear and madness. Although he has done a lot of killing and smashing things, he is bullying good, and he has seen such a terrible killing in his life. You are a madman. Li Qingshan's look is like a hard blue stone. Between life and death, his every move and every style is super level, which stimulates the potential of the body. But this is also very labor-intensive, exhausted in a moment. Was this the road I chose? It's really full of health. Green Bull is standing slowly, as if to ask, do you regret it? I killed you. The enthusiasm rushed up. There was no strength on the body, the blade fell on the neck, and the cold hair was erected. Li Qingshan said arrogantly, I don't regret it. Within the body, the whole body rushed to the hand, clenched the steel knife, and slashed the knife. Break. Hey! The bowstring tears the air, and a feather arrow spurts out and nails the last ginseng to the ground. Li Qingshan looked up and saw a few strong figures slipping down the mountain wall. It was the hunter of Horse Rain Village. They approached Li Qingshan carefully and slammed forward to grab his limbs. But Li Qingshan exhausted his strength at the moment, and they were carried to the valley. Kid, do a good job. Sick Yellow Tiger collapsed the big bow and praised it. No more words. Waving their hands, the hunters resurfaced on both sides of the valley. Not much time, the other entrants came to see the body of the companion, and when they saw the ginseng who was crucified on the ground, suddenly changed their face and said, "Rewind." Let. Sick Yellow Tiger gave a command, and the arrows on both sides of the valley fell. The visitors suddenly waved their waists, but unless the martial arts were too far apart, they could stop the arrows and scream. And Sick Yellow Tiger, with a big bow, stands on a large bulging stone, specifically killing the entrants who try to escape. Every arrow must be in the middle, and the arrow is not empty, like a god of death. Li Qingshan looked at her body and felt shocked in her heart. On the one hand, it was so easy to be shocked by the battle between the two great villages, and on the other hand, it was shocked by the power of the bound arrow. His cultivation bull demon strong fist, the fastest growing is the power. If you can open a big bow, you can kill people like a dog. When Sick Yellow Tiger fired the fifth arrow, the screams had stopped, and only the weak moan sounded. Sick Yellow Tiger. A smattering smack of a thigh that was shot through. It's just down. Sick Yellow Tiger jumped down Gaon, and open mouth asked, "Where is Spirit Ginseng? If you say it out, I will give you a good time." "You? How do you know?" "I am still aware of the things on the edge of the 100,000 mountains. Spirit Ginseng is in the mountains near Horse Rain Village. Taking food can eliminate all diseases and prolong life." "Is it? I thought it was fake." "Yes, but I look at your look and believe it." "You want to eat the tiger's mouth. It is too much to do." "You want to use Spirit Ginseng to cure your illness, but it's a delusion. You don't even know how to catch Spirit Ginseng." "Wait, Ginseng King Village won't give up. Just rely on your broken village of sand and want to compete with Horse Rain Village." He. This news spread. "I do not know how many strong hands will be brought together to Horse Rain Village." Sick Yellow Tiger's face changed slightly. "Are you willing?" Seeing nothing, seeing a hand, the hunter came forward, killing the undead stalker, then collecting the belongings and lifting them up, throw into the valley. In the blink of an eye, the corpses of the land were cleaned up, only the remains of blood, indicating that the battle was fierce, and then wait for a mountain rain to fall, so there is nothing left. People's lives, at some point, are really scornful like ants. The hunter's eyes once again turned to Li Qingshan, which has both admiration and murderous aura. Li Qingshan heard a big secret. The people at Horse Rain Village will never let themselves go. The easiest way is to kill them, and drop them into the valley with those who are taking guests. Hate Green Bull refused to help. Let him linger between life and death, and he came out of the mountain. He understood that his strength is no longer the same, and he realized that he is weak now. Perhaps this is the purpose of Green Bull. Sick Yellow Tiger said, "Can the little brother be with me to sit in Horse Rain Village? If I say no, I don't know how to lift. Kill him." The hunter were furious. Sick Yellow Tiger is waving, "I don't kill innocent people. If you don't want to, leave yourself. I believe that you are not a lover." Li Qingshan has never been so ignorant. With the arrogance of the other side, it is not soft to kill people. He may not kill. The hunters of his subordinates are all murderous aura. And he also intends to look at the Horse Rain Village, perhaps to learn some means of hunting and archery. Then you can survive independently, without the assistance of Green Bull, and your own strength can be greatly increased. As for the Spirit Ginseng, he didn't dare to think too much. That would be more respectful than death. Sick Yellow Tiger smiled and sent a salve to Li Qingshan, only to find that his wounds were shrinking, and there was no bleeding. Li Qingshan came to the ox cart with pain, took out the newly bought ginseng, slowly chewed it in the mouth, and opened the jar of mud, and poured it into the stomach. The wine rushed through the ginseng, and a hot air filled the belly, and suddenly felt a lot of spirit, and even more surprised everyone. Li Qingshan climbed the ox cart and ignored the others, and eyes closed meditating. The recovery of fatigue and pain is still second. He wants to take this opportunity to sum up the gains and losses of this war. First of all, I can't save my luck again. I heard people say that Jiang Hu is sinister. Today, Genius is a personal experience. If you are not careful, you may die and die. It is too frivolous to kill people on this world. It is impossible to always help someone, and it is impossible to rely on the outbreak. There is no courage to seek self-discipline. This great life must be cherished. But in this life and death fight, his understanding of Bull Demon Strong Fist deepened the first level, and the whole person's essence, chi, and spirit, have become a bit different, as if a sword passed sharpened. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 23 Chapter 23, Jianghu Yuan. As the heat spread in the body, the scent of the breath was also active, flowing around the wounds, and there was a feeling of itching. Sick Yellow Tiger released a few skilled hunters as scouts, and the group rushed around the mountains with an ox cart. This walk went straight to the darkness, and went deep into a mountain, and there was no more people around. Under the mountain foot, Li Qingshan saw the legendary Horse Rain village. The village is surrounded by tall wooden walls and the four corners of a watchtower. It is not like a village. It is like a military camp. When people walked close, after the pass, the gate was opened, and it was not as casual as Crouching Bull Village. Li Qingshan, the only foreigner who attracted everyone's attention, he was superficial on the surface, but his heart was also tense. This is the legendary Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den. Although Sick Yellow Tiger does not seem to be malicious, it still needs to be handled with care, so as not to lose its life. The thick-backed steel blade has been taken away, even though it is still there, and it can't be used after the war. Sick Yellow Tiger placed him in a small courtyard in No One. Although he didn't send someone to look after him, he told him not to go around and then hurried away. In the most central attic of the village, with the light of the lights, the most prestigious hunters of Horse Rain Village are negotiating around a round table. Ginseng King Village has been complaining for a long time with us. The village is often inexplicably folded in the mountains. I am afraid they are doing it. This time, I dare to pay attention to Spirit Ginseng and give them a knife. The two villages are separated by a few mountains. There is no clear demarcation. The pilgrims take a living for the ginseng, and the hunters walk in the mountains all the year round. The ginseng is still recognized, and the natural encounter will not let go. As a result, many disputes have arisen. The disputes between the mountain people are often solved with knives. Because the distance is far enough, there has been no large-scale fighting. Until a while ago, between the two villages, closer to the old white peak of Horse Rain Village, once again met a narrow road, found a legendary Spirit Ginseng, has a human shape, and can even leave the ground. Such a world of rare, but also caused a fight. After the kill, the Spirit Ginseng has gone without a trace, but should still be on the old white peak. The two Zhuang people are afraid to act rashly and search the mountains, but they are also preparing. Chief Hunter, this time you can't let it go. That kid is still disposed of. That kid is good. His temper is also good for me. It is a pity to kill. I want him to stay in the village and add strength to the village. But he is an outsider after all. You don't have to say it anymore. I will test it well. If he is not qualified, Huang will never be soft. Sick Yellow Tiger smashed the way, followed by a cough. In the dark cabin, little Andriel from her mother, looking at Li Qingshan with concern, reaching out and touching the scarred wound on his body. Li Qingshan said, "Don't worry, I'm fine, it's okay." Although I can see that Sick Yellow Tiger appreciates him, the feeling of this kind of life is really uncomfortable. And if you want to put your fate in your own hands, you can only become stronger. He immediately followed Green Bull's instructions and used ginseng wine to soak up the medicinal liquor before he paused and looked at his achievements. On the second morning, Li Qingshan got up early and practiced Bull Demon Strong Fist. I suddenly felt the wind coming behind me, as if a fierce tiger was coming to him. Li Qingshan turned back and fell into the air. Sick Yellow Tiger rubbed his arm. His right hand was like a claw, and he grabbed his throat. "He wants to kill me?" Li Qingshan turned his heart and turned, but he didn't evade it. Instead, he greeted him. It seemed to send the vital point to someone else's hand. At the same time, his arms were gathered, just like the old bear hugs the tree. making it a great strength. He is repairing the great strength divine ability. It is not a human martial arts. Even if he does not practice strength of one bull, his strength is not the beginning of flesh and blood. Sick Yellow Tiger suddenly took his claws and huddled around him. Li Qingshan was not good and was about to adjust his figure, but he felt that Sick Yellow Tiger was no longer shooting, just looking at him with approval. Only when the claws are there, if he retreats, the strength of that move is completely stretched out, and he will be able to tear his throat easily. However, if he does not retreat, he will curb the power of that move, and at the same time use the tricks of fighting. Not only can be adaptable, but also quite courageous. I lost. Li Qingshan touched the neck with 5 blood marks on it. Sick Yellow Tiger had a very good skill. Even if he was not injured, he was definitely not his opponent. Where did you learn from martial arts? Sick Yellow Tiger asked. In addition to the daring strain, Li Qingshan's martial arts is also very unusual. The average person's reaction is fast enough, and the return can't come back, and just 5 fingers touching Li Qingshan's neck, it seems to be stuck on the tough cowhide, not the soft vital point. Li Qingshan can't be said to be a cow, or afraid that it will make people a fool. Straight is that he encountered an expert a few years ago. He saw his temperament and taught him a few tricks, but he could not reveal his identity. A few years ago? Sick Yellow Tiger was stunned. Li Qingshan refused to tell him, but he didn't make him too surprised. But he thought Li Qingshan was a martial artist and wanted him to stay in Horse Rain Village. The most important thing is to ask his teacher. What's wrong? Li Qingshan is not clear. You are not practicing martial arts from a young age. It's incredible to use only a few years to teach you this level. It seems that the expert is an expert. Li Qingshan was sweating in his heart. Fortunately, he casually said that a few years ago. It was not said that it was a month ago, otherwise the Sick Yellow Tiger must not be scared to death. At the same time, the more invented, the divine ability and the martial skill of the mortal are completely 2 levels of things. He is not the opponent of Sick Yellow Tiger, but he only spent less than 2 months, but the other party spent 30 years of hard work. I don't know what happened to Chief Hunter this time. Kid, can you deliberately settle in this Horse Rain Village? Although it is a question, it has a taste that people can't refuse. Good. Li Qingshan promised to be refreshed, but Sick Yellow Tiger stunned. You don't have a little love for your hometown? If I don't agree, can Chief Hunter let me leave safely? Li Qingshan said calmly, and, I have heard a word. What? This is everywhere. The Crouching Bull Village or the Horse Rain Village is no different from me. You may also learn some hunting techniques here. So, Chief Hunter can understand? My ambition is not in this film. In the mountain forest. With your martial skill, you can mix Jianghu Road, but it's a dead end, or is it a small fish shrimp for the children of the famous big group? How can you compare it to unrestrained in the mountain forest? Hey, is it not enough to rely on Chief Hunter? Li Qingshan somewhat surprised. Sick Yellow Tiger's reputation in this 10-mile township can be called impressive. I am not afraid of your jokes. My archery is still a good one. I have also made some famous names. But Jianghu has a lot of experts. You have cultivated for dozens of years. A teenage doll, but kills you like a dog. It's a blessing to eat a big loss and come back alive. Li Qingshan licks his lips. Not only does not feel fear, but feels fascinated. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Searching for Spirit Ginseng. Sick Yellow Tiger is not enough to attack himself. Further, your blade art boxing is wide open, and it should be an external art. This martial skill is faster, but without a superior inner strength. Auxiliary, from the outside to the inside, to achieve the situation of internal and external cultivation. I am afraid it is difficult to become first-class master. Innate master is hopeless. First-class master? Then I am a few streams. What is innate master? Li Qingshan a series of questions. Let Sick Yellow Tiger believe that the words taught by expert. If there is a teacher, how can you not know this? Qingshan, your skill, not enough for third class. So it is not a rogue. You can put down those who are picking up tourists. It is already called a good hand. You are still young and don't have to be too discouraged. As long as you have a good cultivation and you can achieve third class master, you can go one by one. With King Shan, your qualification. This is absolutely no problem. Sick Yellow Tiger is afraid of the attack, and he is so upset that he is so upset. But knowing that Green Bull's goal for Li King Shan has been rampant since the beginning, the so-called inner strength is even more funny. Innate master is more profound mystery, first to get through the whole body of meridians, break through the door of life and death, turn internal strength into true chi. You can freely flow in the body, and then unhindered, true chi is strong to a certain extent, even feel free to send outside body to hurt people. Wait, it seems that now, within the body this gas, you can freely flow, but cannot release the outside body, presumably the amount is too small. Li King Shan suddenly realized that from the beginning, he and the mortal stood on different starting lines. The path he took was unimaginable by ordinary martial practitioners. Chief Hunter, I will definitely be the innate master. Sick Yellow Tiger praised good ambition, but his face is unrecognizable. Innate master? When he first heard these things, did he have such ambitions? But how easy it is. It seems to have seen the original self. If you really become innate master, I will give you this, Chief Hunter. This is not a voluntary commitment. When he wants to come, Li King Shan can become an innate master even after several decades. Now, knowing this, it is already his so-called innate master. Li King Shan's heart, Chief Hunter, your body doesn't look too good. I was weak when I was born. Lang Zong Yuan said that he couldn't live. But my mother didn't believe it. It just dragged me. I don't believe that I am better than other children in the village. I just practiced a martial arts, but the foundation is still weak. I've been hurting over the years. I'm afraid I haven't lived a lot of time. Li King Shan really admire this man in front of him, even if there is no big divine ability. But this willpower is enough to be his role model. Chief Hunter doesn't have to worry. Just find spirit ginseng and you will be able to heal you. Well, although it is ethereal, it is always alive, taking advantage of Ginseng King Village and hurting primal chi. Today, I am going to start mountain search. You have to go with you? I have not recovered from my injury. I am afraid I can't help, Chief Hunter. Li King Shan certainly won't agree. The other party just said that. It is impossible to believe him. Okay, then wait for the injury on your body. Let's fight again. I will arrange to teach you archery. Sick Yellow Tiger patted him on the shoulder. After Sick Yellow Tiger left, Li King Shan immediately asked Green Bull. Green Bull dismissively said, what first class? Second class. Is the ants also strong or weak? It is the spirit ginseng. If you can get it, it will be of great help to your cultivation. Li King Shan can only look at it with an eye. You can learn to hunt. No longer rely on me. I am very pleased. And finally I can rest. From now on, you will be self-sufficient. Unsurprisingly, Green Bull has always implemented the idea and will never help. Li King Shan didn't really want to rely on it. As for the tigers in the two villages, he didn't have this self-confidence. Most of them were mad at him. He also sighed a few times. He had this thought and chewed a ginseng meditation, until the night before the night fell asleep. A smoky ghost rises from the locust tree and turns into a handsome child. He looks at Li King Shan and makes up his mind. He flies into the mountains with the night wind, and there is no bloody lips. If you are proficient in reading lips, you will know that the word in his mouth is spirit ginseng. Green Bull glanced open and glanced at eyes closed. Little and flew out of the horse rain village, flew into the rolling hills, and walked through the heavy forests freely, but he also avoided the violent mountain wind from time to time. He saw a light from afar and flew near. It was only a horse. The hunters of Rain Village took their weapons and rested by the campfire. Sick Yellow Tiger is whispering a few hunters to discuss tactics. Little and hovered for a few laps. After listening for a while, he flew up the old white peak and carefully examined each stream, every rock. Of course, occasionally, The little beast passing by will attract attention and forget his original purpose, but he will always return to God and continue to search. There is only one thought in mind: be sure to find Spirit Ginseng so that he can help him. At 4 o'clock, the visitors took part in a night attack, but the sick yellow tiger, who had been prepared, retired, but neither found Spirit Ginseng. The same is true for Little Un. Before the sun came out, he returned to the village, tired, almost tired. The child's mind is always not so easy to last, and this work is too lonely for him. He has already tasted the loneliness. But looking at the face of Li Qingshan, who was still asleep, suddenly there was a new impetus in his heart, clenched his fist and got into the locust tree to sleep. In the early morning, a grim old hunter called Li Qingshan, "Chief Hunter, let me teach you archery." Li Qingshan noticed that his left foot was awkward, but in order not to be rude, he just glanced at it. He didn't expect the old hunter to have noticed it. The plain road said, "By the wolf, come with me." In the west of an open space, a group of half-size sons have been waiting there. The big one is about the same age as Li Qingshan. The younger ones still have a snot, but everyone has a hunting bow on them. Looking at Li Qingshan's eyes, some are prepared and not good. "Grandpa Kang, is he going to be with us?" Grandpa Kang, slightly decapitated, not much explanation, directly said, "Open bow." The group of children immediately stopped talking, opened the hunting bow, and aimed at the distant targets. Grandpa Kang corrected their posture one by one, explained the essentials of archery, and left Li Qingshan aside. Li Qingshan didn't feel bored, but listened attentively. After half an hour, Grandpa Kang ordered a rest and finally said to Li Qingshan, "Practice strength first." Refers to the stone lock on the side. Li Qingshan is going to grab the stone lock, compared with the green bull teacher who doesn't take your life seriously. This level of neglect is still within his acceptance. Grandpa Kang showed some unexpected looks. He didn't like Li Qingshan, but he couldn't disobey the instructions of Sick Yellow Tiger, so he deliberately gave him some cold reception. He also honed his heart. He didn't expect him to be completely angry. I started to think completely differently, and said, "No wonder Chief Hunter values him so much. Boy, where did you come from?" The group of children couldn't help but come forward, and their faces were full of provocations. "Crouching Bull Village. Oh, it's just a kind of land. It's a little bit of strength. I heard that you brought a cow." "We don't need cows here. Kill meat." Li Qingshan can't always see them, shouting and killing, but they don't let them insult them at will. Their arms are violently forced, and 24 pounds of stone locks are thrown into the air. Mom. The group of boys rushed to the face and panic, and the stone locks of a few pounds smashed down, not to smash the brains of people. The stone locks fell heavily. Li Qingshan didn't blink, but concentrated. Looking at the timing, grabbed the stone lock, and the body swayed the impact and smiled at them. The group of stunned eyes stunned and gave a sound of swallowing and spitting. It took a lot of effort to lift the 2 stone locks. Most of them can do it, but it is impossible to throw it into such a high air, let alone then catch the stone lock. Li Qingshan, regardless of them, only smiled and said, "Grandpa Kang, do I have to work hard?" Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Opening the bow and archery. Grandpa Kang finally shocked, inborn divine strength. He shook his head again, "Forgot, you are a hard-working outsider, and it's no surprise that you have a lot of strength. Archery can be more than just strength, take it." Grandpa Kang took off the hunting bow on his back and threw it to Li Qingshan. This is Grandpa Kang's bullhorn bow, which has a stone weight. This is Grandpa Kang's intention to give the kid a dilemma. The bow and the stone lock are different. One stone is 120 pounds. The ordinary hunting bow does not pursue power, but it is more precise and dexterous. There is rarely such a hard bow. The bow is too hard, but the power is enhanced. But if the bowman can't manipulate it, the accuracy and archery speed will be very poor. If you encounter ferocious beast in the mountains, the first arrow can't shoot, the second arrow can't be shot, the ferocious beast will come up, then there is only one dead road. But the hunters who can play this hard bow are all divine archer, and shooting tigers and leopards in the mountains is not a problem. Li Qingshan licked the hunting bow. This is a good oak bow, wrapped in animal skin, silk entangled, with bull tendon as the bowstring, light but powerful. In the way that Grandpa Kang explained, he stood up and pulled the bowstring, and the muscles and bones also stretched out. Grandpa Kang was surprised to find that his posture was very standard. He remembered that he was watching and looking at the essentials. Li Qingshan had no intention of meeting the gods. It took a moment to work hard for 3 months. Learning to open the bow. It is not easy to make the bow too hard at the beginning. It is necessary to practice from the soft bow, shoot a lot of arrows to practice, and slowly correct the posture to strengthen the strength of the bow. Grandpa Kang directly gave his bullhorn bow to Li Qingshan, and he saved his mind. You can't even push the fire, but Li Qingshan's performance is beyond his accident. It's not that Li Qingshan's understanding is really better than others. What is taught in Bull Demon Strong Fist is the most basic method of luck and strength. Get started quickly. The sweat oozes from Li Qingshan's forehead and maintains the position of opening the bow. It is indeed more laborious than holding the stone lock. The muscles and bones of the body are all painful. This is a good way to practice, although it is very tired when practicing the fist. The fists are all vacant. In the future, you need to buy a strong bow to train your strength. It will definitely be good. Well, aim at the target and shoot me for an arrow. Grandpa Kang told him. Li Qingshan put down the hunting bow, took a break, picked up a feather arrow, opened the bow again, facing a target 50 steps away. Sink down, don't rush out and look at the target. Grandpa Kang pointed aside. Li Qingshan's eyes stared straight at the bull's eye and suddenly lit up, just because during the day, no one noticed. With his full attention, the target seems to be getting bigger, no longer so far away. Legend has it that the ancient divine archer practiced the arrow and put the scorpion on the rope. Then, watching the day and night, I saw that the scorpion grew bigger. It was as big as a wheel at first, then it was as big as a mountain, and it was filled with eyes. The arrow shot and passed through the body. Li Qingshan has this feeling at this time, knowing that this is mostly the effect of Green Bull's tears, as fast as slow, as far as near, and through the yin spirit medium. Li Qingshan's heart was in motion, and the feather arrow flew off the string and flew to the target. The feather arrow was deeply nailed to the wooden target, but it was not in the bull's eye, but fell on the edge of the target, barely shooting. Li Qingshan is very embarrassed. Although it is not in the bull's eye, it is considered to be in the middle. The people around me were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They shot the first time in their lives, opened a strong stone bow, and targeted the 50-step target. Even in this village where the generation was hunting for a living, they never heard this character. What the hell is this guy? Grandpa Kang's face barely maintains calmness. I will practice well in the future. As an old hunter, he knows best that Li Qingshan's first archery can't estimate the impact of the arrow and the influence of the mountain wind. But I think this bow is still not enough strength. The so-called to draw bow ought to draw the strongest. Li Qingshan wants to pursue the kind of strong bow that can use all the strength to open. Grandpa Kang didn't listen much. He took the bow of Li Qingshan's hand and shot it at the target in the distance. The turbid eyes suddenly turned sharp like an eagle. His right hand waved again and again. Only Li Qingshan was there to see it clearly. He found 3 feather arrows. 3 feather arrows are connected in a line, falling in the bull's eye, but there is only one sound in the ear. The first in the field was a quiet, followed by a series of happy calls. Pearl string arrows. Li Qingshan couldn't know the name of this arrow method. The previous life was read in the book, but it was used as a fun thing. But seeing it, realized is a real killing stunt. The heart is estimated, unless it is close to the body. Otherwise it is difficult for him to escape such an arrow method. And Grandpa Kang, if the ambush, he is even more dead. Grandpa Kang looks at Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan understands what he means. Can't make such an arrow, and talks about to draw a bow or to draw the strongest. The other party is not pulling it even more. The bow is just the most suitable choice. I respected the worship and said with sincerity, "Please Grandpa Kang, teach me archery. You will be part of my horse rain village in the future. You don't have to say it. I will give it to myself. As for learning a few points, I will look at your skills, but I believe that your archery will come to me in the future." Up. Grandpa Kang is comfortable in his heart, and he is also beautiful. He didn't like Li Qingshan, but when Li Qingshan showed his innate skill and strength, he shocked him and put down his posture. His emotions fell off a corner, not only immediately recognized the identity of Li Qingshan, but also greatly appreciated. This evaluation shocked everyone. Grandpa Kang is the strongest archery in Zhuang, which is recognized. Even the archery of Chief Hunter Sick Yellow Tiger is taught by him. He will give such a comment, I am afraid that the whole village must be shocked. The group of former generations who were not very good at Li Qingshan also surrounded them. The words of the mouth were faintly revealing the meaning of closeness. This is not the trend of inflammation, but their age, originally the most respected and strong. Perhaps there are still people who are guilty and repulsive, but no longer dare to provoke the provocation. The atmosphere in the field has become harmonious. Li Qingshan is more and more aware that wanting others to identify with you is not based on rhetoric, but shows sufficient strength. If he does not have this strength, he wants to achieve this effect by means of communication, not only takes a long time, but also destroys his eyebrows and distorts his mind. Straight to the evening, Li Qingshan has been able to achieve every target in the eye. But to shoot such an arrow need to be prepared, far from the Grandpa Kang, and cannot shoot pearl string arrows. But in the eyes of others, it is already unbelievable. In the next few days, Li Qingshan was immersed in archery and was increasingly refined. Although Bull Demon Strong Fist has not been put down, the speed of progress is extremely slow. After a few days, Li Qingshan came home and carefully opened the jar. The strong medicinal scent filled the mouth and nose. He directly picked up the jar and drank a big mouth. Peas, I wish Happy Children's Day. And I would like to recommend a ticket_carrot. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 26. Chapter 26. Try again. A thick hot air boiling in the stomach, he immediately got up, and he punched in the courtyard until the heat in the abdomen disappeared, and he took a breath and stopped. I usually feel tired when I practice this long time, but today it is still in great spirits. Sure enough, this medicinal liquor, which is ginseng, is more effective than meat. And with the body that true chi, it seems to grow a little, although very small, but it is a real improvement. The medicinal liquor that ordinary ginseng soaks is like this. I don't know what effect does spirit ginseng have? He also had such a thought, but think about the difficulty and think about the consequences of spirit ginseng. Give up. A few days in the district, several hunters were carried down the mountain, and the deaths of the dead and wounded were obviously not good for the group of tourists. Li Qingshan promised to join Horse Rain Village, but that was just a matter of expediency and didn't want to really participate in the dispute between the two villages. In the twinkling of an eye, on August 15th, in the Mid-Autumn Festival, in the mountain forest, Sick Yellow Tiger looked at the tired face beside him. These days, he took the hunter in the mountains and always watched out for help. Even if it is the upper hand, it will almost be defeated by the squad. But it is also difficult to protect itself. It is also difficult, and spirit ginseng is still only in the legend. No one has seen it before. It is meaningless to make a meaningless sacrifice. Sick Yellow Tiger sighed and ordered to return to Zhuang. Little Black hurriedly said, Chief Hunter, can't give up your body. Sick Yellow Tiger said, the villa is the most important. Not only is the Mid-Autumn Festival reunited with the family, but it is winter soon, and the village is also wintering. Get ready. In the corner of Horse Rain Village, in the courtyard of Grandpa Kang, Sick Yellow Tiger smiled and asked, Grandpa Kang, how is that kid? He is a born divine archer. Archery will be above you and me in the coming days. Just what is it? His mind is not in the Horse Rain Village. Even if he is allowed to join the Horse Rain Village, It is in vain. We are the mountain hound, he is a wolf, and is a lone wolf, will travel far. Lonely wolf. That's why he didn't know that the lone wolf is easy to destroy, the wolves are hard to beat. I went to meet him, and I don't believe in the location of Horse Rain Village chief hunter. He is not tempted. You really want to let him be a chief hunter? That depends on how he works. Sick Yellow Tiger smiled. King Shan, during this time, can you still live? Sick Yellow Tiger stepped into the hospital and greeted him with great enthusiasm. Thank you for the concern of Chief Hunter, I live very well. The killing of 7 pickups from Li Qingshan was spread in Zhuangzhong, and everyone was friendly to him, but it also meant that he and Ginseng King Village had a knot. The death of the enemy, the group of tourists is not a good generation. He can only rely on Horse Rain Village to survive. But can he really only accept this arrangement? Li Qingshan said, Chief Hunter, I want to try again with you. Sick Yellow Tiger's surprised eyes are facing Li Qingshan's confident eyes. Sick Yellow Tiger said, well, let me see how you have achieved these days. Drink. Li Qingshan waited for Sick Yellow Tiger to pull open, suddenly rushing in, without a fancy straight punch. Slamming into the chest of Sick Yellow Tiger, faintly heard the sound of the air. Good boy. Sick Yellow Tiger used his arm to stop. He slammed and slammed back 3 steps before he stopped. He rubbed his aching arm and his face was a bit strange. Great strength. The last time I played, although not with Li Qingshan, but it is estimated that his strength should not be so big. Li Qingshan said, look at this trick again. I grabbed it and continued to attack. The fist hit the opposite side of the door. The offensive was like a squally shower. The boxing force of the big open was played to the pinnacle, and the momentum was fierce. Sick Yellow Tiger was so big that he lost his chance and fell into the wind, but he was also aroused in the chest. I don't believe you can beat me better than strength. Internal strength runs and flows along their meridians to the double. The arm, internal strength, swayed, and the arm seemed thicker, welcoming Li Qingshan's fist. The martial practitioner, a martial arts all in this internal strength, he has used the real strength. Hey! The 2 men's arms meet, they are hard. Every time they hit, they make a huge sound of flesh and blood collision, as if the beasts bite each other. Very rough and barbaric. Sick Yellow Tiger is experienced and looks at the timing and punches Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan didn't stop it, and hit the door of Sick Yellow Tiger. Sick Yellow Tiger's heart, I have painstaking cultivation in a strength for many years. Even if the burdock is awkward, you can only get hurt if you practice hard work outside the home. As for Li Qingshan's fist, he is even more disdainful. As soon as he saw his fist first hit Li Qingshan's body shape must be a moment of rigidity. The fist hit Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan's figure was really a meal, but immediately restored to its original state, unaffected. Sick Yellow Tiger was shocked, and in a hurry made a trick lazy. The wind swept his cheeks, fainted. Li Qingshan smiled and stood still, no longer pursued. Sick Yellow Tiger stood up and said, are you okay? He knows the power of his punch. Even if Li Qingshan blocks the strength of his fist with external art, he can't stop the true chi in his fist, but he didn't even play it. Effect. Li Qingshan touched the chest. It hurts. Just like a breath through his skin, he scored his within the body, but was immediately dispelled by his with the body of true chi, did not cause any injury. Then he immediately returned to the air, almost hit the Sick Yellow Tiger. If Sick Yellow Tiger is used to solve this problem, this is the difference in quality between the day after day internal strength and innate true chi. Sick Yellow Tiger is crying and laughing, and his self-confident punch is only for this evaluation. But all martial practitioners have a competitive heart and shouted, take me a few more punches. The 2 fight together. This time, Sick Yellow Tiger no longer keeps their hands, so that all the power, the body shape is much more rapid, so Li Qingshan cannot parry. The fist fell like rain on Li Qingshan. In the eyes of outsiders, it was Sick Yellow Tiger who pressed Li Qingshan and took the upper hand. However, The feelings of the two people are different. Li Qingshan only feels that the movement of sick yellow tiger seems to be slower and becomes less elusive. Even if the fist hits him, it is just a pain, and he will stop paying attention. The attack is like a reef in the storm, and it doesn't move. The sick yellow tiger is more and more shocked. Li Qingshan's speed reaction force is much stronger than the last time. It is like changing someone. He can't easily attack Li Qingshan's vital point, but playing in other places is useless. Moreover, in the battle, Li Qingshan has more and more rules, and from time to time, he has made one or two tricks, which are extremely exquisite, which makes him into a dangerous situation and can resolve the experience of the enemy for many years. Li Qingshan's boxing violently told him that as soon as he punched, he would be finished and the distance between the two would be closer. Then there was such a weird scene. One person repeatedly hits the boxing, but the momentum is getting better and better. The other person is not hurt, but the momentum is getting weaker. Sick yellow tiger started sweating on his forehead. When he felt tired, Li Qingshan still didn't change his color. The cow is originally an extremely endurable animal. The more cultivation goes to the height, the gap between divine ability and martial arts becomes more and more obvious. Sick yellow tiger slammed open and shouted, "Stop!" Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 27. Chapter 27, Spirit Ginseng, Presents. Li Qingshan put out a long breath. Good fun. Sick yellow tiger trembled with his arms, which was the result of a collision with Li Qingshan's hand. He looked at Li Qingshan up and down in the distance. His face was weird. How did you practice? The speed of this progress is simply like a monster. He originally valued Li Qingshan's mind and martial arts, thinking that he found a piece of jade in the pile of rocks, and wanted to polish it to see if he was qualified to take over the position of chief hunter. But in the end he found that he still underestimated Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan thought for a moment. I recently drank medicinal liquor in ginseng, which is the prescription left by my master. Sick yellow tiger hesitated. Can you show me? The original Jianghu rule was not free to inquire about this, but he really wanted to know what was going on. Li Qingshan said, no problem. Sick yellow tiger asked about the prescription. Li Qingshan told it. Sick yellow tiger nodded. This prescription is really exquisite, but this medicine is too big, and ginseng is used too much. You can't drink too much. A handful is enough every day. In addition, it is not much different from the ordinary medicinal liquor. He also went to the Li Qingshan room and tasted it. The conclusion is also the same. He didn't believe it. Just drinking the medicinal liquor of ginseng, it would make people's progress so fast. And the people of Ginseng King Village are not all peerless expert, but if you ask again, it will be too inappropriate to be confused. He didn't think about the martial skill of Li Qingshan cultivation, because there is nothing remarkable about peerless divine art in his homework. Li Qingshan certainly can't tell him that this medicinal liquor is all about bowls. At least a few bowls a day go down. This time has already been drunk. Right, my current martial skill is a few streams. I can barely get into the 3rd class. Sick yellow tiger remembers that a few days ago, he commented that Li Qingshan would not be a problem for the 3rd class master. This blink of an eye is a real dream, just like a dream. Just a 3rd class? Li Qingshan was greedy. Sick yellow tiger blinked, and the martial skill can be called expert for the 3rd class. This guy is still not satisfied. Doesn't it mean that his martial skill is also just 3rd class? He is also a person who has worked as a chief hunter for Horse Rain Village for many years. He is not willing to be weakened by this kid, but I am not good at martial arts, but archery. If martial arts, Ginseng King Village is better than us. But only we dare to call Horse Rain Village. Strong bow, even if the 1st class master does not dare to scorn its front. And for another reason, his illness is almost ridiculous. But although he is called Sick Tiger, he is most afraid of a sick word, and will not take this as a reason anyway. Yes, I have been practicing pearl string arrows recently, and I have been able to shoot 3 arrows, but the head is still worse. Please Chief Hunter, you can point out 1 or 2. Li Qingshan saw archery of sick yellow tiger, and naturally dared not despise. Pearl string arrows can shoot 3 arrows. You only practice archery for a month. Sick yellow tiger only feels that there are too many blows today. He waved his hand. Go and ask Grandpa Kang tomorrow. I will go home to have a reunion dinner. I understand that this kid may have the qualification of wander the martial world. The thing of Chief Hunter is even more regrettable. If you have such a speed of progress, you will definitely not return to Horse Rain Village. Yeah, it's time for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Li Qingshan looked up to the sky and the moon just rose. He didn't have a family member to reunite, but there was always a demon and a ghost around him. He could also eat a reunion dinner and prepare for it. The grass for Green Bull, the wine for himself, and the candle for Little An. Everything is appropriate, but there is no trace of Little An. Elder Brother Bull, where is where Little An goes? Do not know. Li Qingshan muttered, this little ghost has recently played wild, not pestering me. It's a weird thing, let's wait for him. The moon is rising, and there is silence on the old white peak. Minayu month sprinkled King Yui from the clouds. Several people with wrestling crouched in the lush grass and looked at the cliff at the highest point of the old white peak, waiting for something. It took so much heart's blood, so many people died, and the people of Horse Rain Village had a dead end, but even the hair of Spirit Ginseng was not seen. Now even the people of Horse Rain Village have retreated. Family reunion. We still have to guard what the village lord's head is thinking. What do you know? Spirit Ginseng is a spiritual thing, so shocked, naturally will not hide. But today is the full moon night. Spirit Ginseng will appear, adopting you. Village lord has long been considered good as long as you get Spirit Ginseng. The village lord has a lot of power, and I am afraid of Horse Rain Village. When I stepped into Horse Rain Village, I grabbed their food finances and played their women all over again. Cute, don't break the big thing of the village lord. Someone shouted at the sound. The vocals immediately calmed down, leaving only the dead autumn worms singing low, and the moon rose to a high place. A 9-foot-tall villain suddenly emerged from the ground and hesitated to walk to the brightest cliff of the moonlight. Look carefully, what a villain, but a ginseng, just vaguely shaped in the night. It looks like a villain. It walks like a float, like floating. The ambushing visitors in the grass suddenly held their breath and did not dare to make a sound. This magical grass, they have never seen a lifetime of ginseng. Spirit Ginseng looked around and looked forward to it. It seems that no one, drifting to the highest point of the cliff, settled down, and the silky moon was wrapped round it. Hands. Under the order, the entrants took the shot together, and Liuo fell from the sky and rushed to Spirit Ginseng. Spirit Ginseng is immersed in the moon, and before he can react, he is stayed and lifted off the ground. It is made up of bull tendon, and he can't break away from how he struggles. The 4 acquaintances were delighted and smiled, and they took a closer look. The old white peak has a lot of cliffs and ambushes people. This Spirit Ginseng has just hit us. It is really helping me. I can always get some soup when I go back. Maybe I can mix an expert. Maybe you can eat Divine Immortal if you eat it all. Several people laughed together with ha ha. The smile of a pilgrim suddenly froze, and a sharp sword tip emerged from his throat. He struggled to look back. The tip of the sword has shrunk back, and he fell to the ground when he fell on, and only a dark shadow was seen when he fell. Other acquaintances reacted, roaring and pulling out the waist knife, smashing toward the shadows, and the blade flicked over their necks like spirit snake, and some blood spattered. In an instant, the 4 pilgrimages were killed. But even one stroke was too late. The high level of martial skill was evident. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. Hey, you guys in the mountain village, you can also enjoy this spiritual matter. A young man dressed in luxury, shouting back the sword, while reaching out to the ground of Spirit Ginseng. The heart also endured. Do not live with excitement, as long as you get this thing, it will help him greatly increase his skill. But at this moment, the difference became steep. and the falling down of spirit ginseng suddenly ran out and let the man grab an empty space. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 28 Chapter 28 The Covenant of the Word South. The man glimpsed and saw spirit ginseng undulating in the air. He was in a hurry, picked up lightness art and grabbed it from spirit ginseng. Spirit ginseng flew straight down the cliff. He could only watch it disappear into the darkness. In the middle, depressed and vomiting blood. No, I must take this spirit ginseng to the hand. When I go back, let my father send someone to come and search for the mountain. The man only thought that spirit ginseng had his own magic, but if he opened the eye, when he could see that spirit ginseng was caught in the hands of a pair of pale hands, he caught the scorpion, but he did not prevent the aureole from being behind. The ghost that he could not see was hidden in the darkness. Under the cliff, Little Un grabbed spirit ginseng with all her strength and floated to Horse Rain Village by the night wind, and her heart was about to explode. It is also a loss for him to nourish the spirit in the locust tree card these days, and he has the strength to grasp such a heavy thing. In the courtyard, Li Qingshan yawned, and suddenly his eyes lit up. See Little Un drifting from a distance. Little ghost, where did you go? Little Un held his lips and pressed his heart to the heart, holding spirit ginseng in front of him. Hey, what is this? Ginseng? Li Qingshan took spirit ginseng and sniffed. A strange scent poured into his nose, and suddenly felt refreshed. With the body that true chi seemed to be active. A lot of. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered something. This is spirit ginseng. Some can't believe it. Let the two villages fight each other for death, and take dozens of life's spiritual grass, now in his hands. Green Bull lazily chewed the grass. Otherwise, do you think this little ghost, what do you run out every night? Li Qingshan, seeing Little Un is really tired, but it is endless joy, but also with a small finger to his mouth, seems to want him to eat. These days, Little Un went out at dusk, approaching the dawn, and had a lot of communication with him. He thought that he was yearning for freedom, and he was willing to let him go, and now it was realized. You guy. Li Qingshan's nose is sour. Why don't you say it early? Little Un smiled and pointed to his mouth. Li Qingshan, even though it is a hard-hearted stone, in the face of pure self-confidence, I can't help but ask. Green Bull. This spirit ginseng, Little Un, can also be used. Green Bull said, this spirit ginseng is a rare innate thing, which contains spiritual chi, even if it is yin ghost and the like. But if you use it, you can easily become a strength of one bull. You willing to be worth it? Li Qingshan said, this is reluctant. Spirit ginseng originally is from Little Un. Just give it to Little Un. Divine ability. I will practice slowly. The guidelines for his actions are not due to this spirit ginseng. The temptation to change. Little Un immediately retreated. Okay, I remember your heart. Little Un just shook his head and finally turned it into a locust tree. Hey, come out. If you don't want it, I will lose it. Green Bull suddenly said, if he has the heart, why should you be stubborn and be a little daughter? Can you find something thousands of times more than this spirit ginseng in the future? Li Qingshan was shocked. Nod said, Elder Brother Bull said it is reasonable, but I drilled the bull horn sharp. Well, come out. This spirit ginseng will take me. Little Un flew out immediately. But this thing should have won for you. I can't just swallow it. If you refuse, I will be angry. Little Un only agreed. Li Qingshan shakes the hand of spirit ginseng. Elder Brother Bull, how to use this thing? Little Onion Ghost's body, there is no way to eat. Green Bull said, go find a needle and take a drop of ginseng. Li Qingshan found the steel needle and then pierced it into spirit ginseng. Spirit ginseng trembled in his hand, but he naturally had nothing to do with the plant. Spirit ginseng infiltrates a drop of ginseng and hangs over the tip of the needle. Green Bull said, okay, drop into his linked eye. Linked eye? Little Un, look up. Little Ann was busy looking up. The ginseng fell from the tip of the needle, and fell on Little Ann's eyebrows. His body trembled like a wave of water, and the ginseng suddenly shed his brilliance in his within the body. Little Ann closed her eyes, and the look on her face was sometimes painful and joyful, until the light disappeared, and then she calmed down and slowly opened her eyes. There was a different kind of thing, and 2 lines of tears fell. "What happened?" Green Bull said, "must be remembered." "Is that the case, little un? You think of who you are. Where is your home?" Li Qingshan was busy half squatting and looking into his eyes. Little Un hesitated for a long time, pointing in one direction, south. Li Qingshan asked, "Is your family in the south? Which city is it? How far is it from here?" But these problems, Little Un can't answer, just shook his head. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled out the hunting knife and carved it on the locust tree card. The sawdust flew, and there was no word on the side. In the twinkling of an eye, a south word appeared in front of Little Un. Underwear. The boy squatted on one knee and seriously promised to the child, no matter how many mountains and rivers are difficult, one day, I will send you home. The child is obsessed with his figure, and it will never be forgotten, just like his eyebrows, where the drops fall, leaving a little red. Li Qingshan hangs the wooden sign back to the waist and asks Little Un how it feels changed. "I wonder if this spirit ginseng is useful." Little Un jumped into the air, flew in the courtyard in a whirlwind, took the hunting knife in the hands of Li Qingshan, and danced in the yard. If you are an ordinary person, you can only see that a knife dances on its own, as if it has spirituality. Little Un is not only faster, but also able to drive heavier things and become more powerful. If it is an assassination sneak attack, even if it is a Murim expert, it will not escape. "Elder Brother Bull, do I have to take it this way?" That would be too wasteful. The best way to take this ginseng is to mix it with other spirit grass and make it into medicine pill. But you don't have this condition. You can. Spirit ginseng is treated like other ginseng, soaked in the wine, so that spirit ginseng will not wither. The spiritual chi above can be infiltrated into the wine, making it into a spirit wine. You can also slowly absorb the potency. Right? Yes. Never mix any other herbs. This method is good. Li Qingshan knows that it is impossible to digest this spirit ginseng at once. Otherwise, it is not a great effort, but a self-donation. It's just these treasures. It's not safe. The voice did not fall. A wine bottle gourd flew to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan grabbed, "Thank you for the elder brother Bull." He put spirit ginseng in the bottle gourd, filled with spirits, and hung in waist. He crossed his arms and his body was strong, and the big wine bottle gourd hung on him. Although he was still young, he was full of bold and unyielding taste. "Little Un, you see if I am more and more like a person in Jianghu." Little Un also laughed, but his face changed, showing his sorrow, but he couldn't speak, and he was anxious. Suddenly his heart moved and squatted on the ground. Li Qingshan took a look at the front, and Little Un wrote a beautiful line of books. Although he didn't know calligraphy, he could see that Little An's font was more beautiful and more powerful than him. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 29. Chapter 29, Autumn Mountain Hunting. Li Qingshan was busy asking, "Do you know the word? Do you think of it?" Little An nodded. Let Li Qingshan see the words he wrote. Li Qingshan knew that another person had crossed the bar and tried to take away the spirit ginseng. The martial skill was very powerful. Since they saw this, they would not stop, and they must find a way to find it. "It seems that I need to be careful and not to leak the wind, but I will go further with divine ability and refine the strength of one bull. I am not afraid of anyone. This spirit ginseng spirit wine is not so long as possible. It is too rich. Li Qingshan can't digest it." So Li Qingshan drank the first spicy wine. A strange smell spread in the mouth. The taste is not strong, but is somewhat faint. Extremely pure spiritual chi spread in his body. He didn't dare to neglect, picked up divine ability, and digested the spiritual chi. Surprisingly, the effect of this spicy wine was much better than the effect of drinking a common ginseng. Within the body, true chi is doubled. Ordinary ginseng can supplement primal chi, but it is still the day after tomorrow, and can't help true chi. Bull Demon Strong Fist Attache's importance to body refining is lighter than cultivating chi. and the growth rate of true chi has been unpleasant. And this spirit ginseng is the real innate thing, the most complementary to the spiritual chi, this effect, so it will not take long. You can achieve the effect of true chi. You can also call yourself innate master. Elder brother Bull, I promised to drink all the world's fine wines, it's almost finished. Drinking this spirit wine, and then drinking ordinary wine, there is no taste. The green bull is just one of the more ridiculous. At this time, there was a lot of noise outside the door, and there were many barks. Sick Yellow Tiger took the village hunter and came to Li Qingshan to invite him to go up the mountain to participate in the autumn hunting. Autumn is a good time for hunting. Not only do people have to prepare for winter food, but also animals. It is an important gathering of Horse Rain Village. Many large families will organize large-scale hunting activities at this time, not to catch prey, just to train their children, to cater to the autumn chill. Sick Yellow Tiger said, "You only learned archery. You haven't learned the real way to hunt. This time you go into the mountains, you will be with me." Since the last time he played against Li Qingshan, he no longer treated Li Qingshan as an ordinary child. Li Qingshan thought about it, or refused. "Thank you for the goodness of Chief Hunter, but I want to hunt alone." Sick Yellow Tiger hasn't spoken yet, and other hunters talk about it. What, a person, not only did not hunted, there is no decent hound. Isn't I afraid of ferocious beast in the mountains? Although they admire Li Qingshan for killing 7 pickies, they are still not scornful in the areas they are best at. Sick Yellow Tiger advised, hunting is not good with archery, it's fine. Suddenly remembered Grandpa Kang's evaluation. Lone Wolf. Li Qingshan is still shaking his head. He only wants to learn archery. He can be used to kill the enemy. As for hunting, it is not necessary. He wants to be alone, and see what he can finally pounce on. I can't even see a rabbit. Li Qingshan smiled and said nothing. Suddenly, someone Yin Yang said, "The white food that has been eaten in the village for so long, and now I still refuse to obey the arrangement. Do you really want to eat the white food all the time?" These days, Li Qingshan's Neofakin diet in the village is sent by Sick Yellow Tiger. It must also use the resources of the village. His food consumption will be hit, which will naturally lead to some dissatisfaction. Sick Yellow Tiger immediately yelled at the man. "Qingshan is also a member of our village. How can we care about eating?" Li Qingshan looks awkward and holds a fist. "Chief Hunter, you don't have to be embarrassed. My Li Qingshan grievances are distinct, and I don't want to take advantage of other people's points. These days, my consumption in the village will be doubled." "Qingshan, this doesn't have to be." Sick Yellow Tiger mad at the person who said this. "I am pulling him into the village, and you push him out for a few pounds of meat." Li Qingshan didn't want to integrate into any place. It didn't have to be necessary or in this mood. I heard that the village will have a competition every year in the autumn, to see who is the most prey, and the winners have some color heads. I will come here this year. It is. Sick Yellow Tiger also dissuaded. Li Qingshan was a little prepared, and in the eyes of everyone watching jokes, brought an ordinary hunting bow into the mountains. The hunter went to Bishan. Li Qingshan did not want to stir together with them, and to the west was the 100,000 mountains. He understood the mystery of this world, and he did not want to take risks. The south was Old White Peak, the right and wrong place, so he only has to go east. On the Old White Peak, a group of people dressed in uniforms with long swords gathered together. The head of the person who killed the ginseng that day almost got the young men of spirit ginseng. "Look, even if you turn this Old White Peak to the bottom, you should find spirit ginseng." "Yes, young master." The crowd promised to display the brilliant lightness art, plunging into the Old White Peak. Li Qingshan went deep into the mountain forest. He didn't know how to distinguish the traces of birds and beasts. He didn't know how to hide his own tracks, nor did he lay traps. There was no other hunter to cooperate, and even the hounds did not. Such a person, saying to hunt, any hunter will laugh. However, he did not panic, sitting in a wooden stake in the mountains, until dusk, just opened his eyes and smiled. Little a gust of wind passed over the forest, and after a while, it blew back. Li Qingshan stood up and walked to the woods. In a short while, she found a fallen deer with no scars on her body. After Little Un's strength gained stronger, his own chi became heavier. He found that the deer just rushed to it, and the deer immediately became ignorant and fell to the ground. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "I have Little Un. You are naturally not having to learn hunting techniques. It is a waste of time. I even yell at me. We grab a few prey and let them marry." Since the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Qingshan is no longer indulgent to Little Un. Instead, he has a little more control. Now he is not rude to use. Naturally, there is no need for so many people. Little Un excited nodded, and whined into the forest. Although the beasts in the mountain forest are vigilant, they are not alert to this invisible little ghost, which has fallen to the ground and waited for Li Qingshan to follow. Li Qingshan was bored and boring, and he trained archery. He shot the birds that were alarmed and shot the moving things. It was really difficult. There were 2 arrows in the 3 arrows, but when they gradually got used to it, the number of times they fell, fewer and fewer. At dawn, in the Horse Rain village, several hunters took the hunter down the mountain, and the brigade was still hunting in the mountains. In an open space in the middle of the village, Grandpa Kang is responsible for counting the prey, and the grim face also smiles. The harvest is good, it is a good sign. Then the woman left behind in the village disposes prey, tanned leather, marinated meat. Is Li Qingshan still not coming back? Someone can't wait to see Li Qingshan's jokes. Going alone in the mountains to hunt, how come back so soon? When the voice did not fall, I heard someone shouting, "Li Qingshan is back." Then, what is that? Several people looked in the direction of the voice. They saw not the people at first sight, but a pile of furry monsters, like the legendary savage. Li Qingshan bent over his throat and scorpion, and several large prey, a few 100 pounds, and the waist was full of pheasant hairs. This road rushed down the mountain, even he was sweating, and the hard way. Hey, Little Un, that's too much, it's dead. Little Un sat at the top of the prey, covering his mouth and snickering. Looking back, the east was so sloppy that he did not wait for the first bunch of sunlight to sneak into the locust tree. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 30. The 30th chapter is over the tiger. Boom, Li Qingshan put all the prey in front of Grandpa Kang. These should be worth the time. My ration in the village. The sound of swallowing and spitting around, especially the hunters who just went down the mountain, was even more stunned. Their teamwork, and meticulous preparation. The prey that was captured did not even have Li Qingshan alone. Grandpa Kang found many prey bodies, and the root was originally without scars. How did you hunt? This is a question that everyone wants to ask at the place. Li Qingshan thought about it and replied, "Catch with your hand." Everyone is absolutely out, but they can't even say what they ask. Li Qingshan took a look at the prey that the hunters took down the mountain. "You have also hunt so much, and you are about to catch up with me." "No, I have to work harder, otherwise I can't win." Grandpa Kang couldn't explain to him that these prey were to be split into a single head. On average, a hunter had less than one prey, and Li Qingshan basically won the first day of hunting. Li Qingshan took a meal and went up the mountain again. The hunters returned to their mountains on the north side and said, "What happened in the village? How is that possible? You have a drink in the village." "It's true, there are so many prey." They rushed to argue. That kid. Sick Yellow Tiger breathed a sigh of relief and shouted, "Do not work hard, don't fall behind him. If we don't add him alone, then wipe the neck." The hunters triumphed and the morale grew more and more. Sick Yellow Tiger quietly pressed a cough, a palm, a red blood. On the mountain road, a team of people and gentlemen walked slowly, in the middle of a small sedan, 4 bearers carried, surrounded by more than a dozen jading servant. A fat hand opened the curtain, revealing a fat face, and asked, "Master, how far is it from Sunshia City?" It is obviously in the late autumn. He is still sweating in the sedan chair. A butler-like human Dao, adult, still far away. "It will be good tonight." The fat man put down the curtain and muttered, I asked the university that I used to go to the world to ask me to go to the remote place to be county magistrate. The beauty governor is really confused. Adult. This is not a dare to say anything. It is not good to pass to the prefecture governor's ear. The fat man hmph twice, no longer speak. At this time, the mountain winds began to rise, and countless forest birds flew. Hey! A roar came from the jungle near the mountain road. The landing of the sedan chair slanted the fat eyes of the fat man. How is it going? Is anyone going to murder the officer? Big. Adults, old. Tigers. The master fell to the ground, his fingers trembled and pointed to the front. A spotted fierce tiger, leaping from the slope, fell on the mountain road, looking at the sedan chair, looking at the four-headed king, the prestige. Call, tiger. What? It is a tiger. Come on, come and give me this beast. The teacher is about to cry out, people. People are running. The fat man opened the curtain and looked at it. Sure enough, the servants around the car, all ran out of the scorpion, and the tiger screamed, and they reacted. The working people at the bottom were still full of vigilance. The ancients to turn pale at the mention of a tiger. In this era of civilians, there is no fear of tigers. Fierce tiger cannibalism is also a normal thing. You are really loyal to the teacher, and you have not lived up to the thick love of the official. The fat man was moved. Master instinctively said, "Thank you for the praise of the adults. Even if the villain is broken, it is difficult to report. My heart is awkward. I can't walk. You hold on. I am going to rescue the soldiers." The fat man was extremely sensitive to the sedan chair, trying to escape the road. The master took the leg of the fat adult. Adult, don't leave a small one. Seeing this fat, fierce tiger seems to be bright in the eyes, just about to pounce on it, suddenly his ears move, and shrinks his body to face the mountain forest. The trees swayed and creaked, getting closer and closer, and the sound was much bigger than the fierce tiger. What is this? Master murmured. A figure jumped out of the mountain forest. It was a teenager. The young face could not be said to be handsome, but all of them were flying. The Gigian fell on the mountain road, face fierce tiger, grinned. It is a rare good prey. The fierce tiger seems to know that the coming people are not good at dealing with the threat of fangs and claws. But it is useless. The body trembles and the bang slams up. Li Qingshan stepped on one foot and grabbed two tiger claws with both hands. The tiger's mouth covered with fangs was close at hand, and the wind blew his face. He screamed and screamed. True Chi rushed. His arms were strong, and he would put a few pounds. The fierce tiger slammed into the ground and rushed to ride on the back of the tiger. He never dealt with tigers. He only watched Wu Song playing tigers in water margin, and he had a kind of learning, slamming the tiger's back and hitting the boxing. Fierce tiger screamed, and Li Qingshan flew out, saying, "The reality is not the same as the one written in the book." With the body True Chi falling steadily on the ground, I have to be careful. But the fierce tiger looked at him, snorted and turned and fled. Both the fat adult and the sergeant were shocked by the scene. At this time, they came back to God and were overjoyed. Young hero, the strong man, the official is the Suncheer County Magistrate. You run this tiger. The officer is rewarded. Li Qingshan didn't look at them. He shouted, "Where to escape?" Big step Liu Xing caught up and grabbed the steel tail like a tiger tail, but the tiger tail was slippery and difficult to grab. Li Qingshan, we're willing to let go of this great prey in front of me. Go for the tiger. The fat adult and the master have only reacted from this shock for a long time. At the end of the autumn hunting, a breath of joy in Horse Rain village. Li Qingshan also returned to the village. He had a lot of scars on his body, so that it looked awkward. But everyone saw him with a look of awe, not because of his scars, but because of his prey on his shoulders. An adult fierce tiger was shackled by him. In the mountain forest, he only chased the fierce tiger day and night, and insisted on the endurance given to him by Bull Demon Strong Fist. If Little Ann didn't help track it at night, he almost lost it several times. In the face of the king of the mountain, Little Ann can't be near. The fierce tiger is born with the majesty of Yin Ghost, and even becomes a fine tiger essence, who can turn the person he eats into a ghost follower. The children in village ran around Li Qingshan. All of them are the eyes of worship. Sick Yellow Tiger went out to meet and then ordered him to be the first, and no one in Zhuangzhong dared to accept it. The tiger is not only an ordinary person, but also a terrible beast for hunter. The ordinary hunting bow can kill the tiger. It will arouse the tiger's fierceness and hope to use the hunting knife to fight the tiger. It is even more dead. Li Qingshan killed the tiger and seemed to have the prestige of the tiger. I don't have anything worthwhile. This is stone-rending bow. It's all the color of this autumn hunting. Sick Yellow Tiger suddenly took the big bow on his back. Stone-rending bow. P.S. On Sanjian. Ask for Sanjian votes. Thank you _carrot. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 31. Chapter 31 Stone-rending bow. Chief Hunter, this is absolutely impossible. Other hunters have quickly discouraged. Li Qingshan was also amazed at the fact that he had to give himself a bow and give it to himself. This means more than just a bow. He refused. Chief Hunter, the gentleman is not good. I can't accept this color. You are right when I am laughing. Sick Yellow Tiger caressed the bow and said to himself, this stone-rending bow has followed me for many years, and it has been used smoothly. It also helped me to make some names on Jianghu. Now I have not much time. I have to pick a good master for him. I heard that you think Grandpa Kang's bow is too light. This stone-rending bow is an entire bow. There are 3 stones in the bow. The martial practitioner can't use it. No, don't grind it. Sick Yellow Tiger will be stone-rending bow. Pushed to Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan holding the bow. The palm feels heavy, remembering that the Sick Yellow Tiger stood on the stone that day, killing people like a dog. Yes, this bow is not suitable for hunting, but it is more suitable for battlefield killing. It is a real killing weapon. Fingers plucked the bowstrings, which were mixed with wire, extremely sharp, and ordinary people had to wear a ring to use. But he did not care with bull demon skin refining. Sick Yellow Tiger has hidden meanings. Although it is not stated, everyone in the room can see it, but no one has objected. This is not only the power of Sick Yellow Tiger, but Li Qingshan also proves his strength in front of everyone. It is not necessary to ask Li Qingshan whether he has the ability to command the command, or whether the villagers are convinced. And obeying the strong is the human instinct. Like the wolves, Horse Rain Village is a wolf group. Sick Yellow Tiger wants Li Qingshan to succeed him as Wolf King. This is also the decision he made for a long time. Horse Rain Village has never been seen by the government, and it has been deadly with Ginseng King Village. It seems to be prestige, but in reality it is dangerous. Although there are handsome people in the village, no one can. To get the scene, only Li Qingshan can do it. Li Qingshan holds the stone-rending bow and feels like a dream. A few months ago, he was the most inconspicuous and humble cowherd of the Crouching Bull village. A few months later, he had the chance to become the chief hunter of the reputable Horse Rain village, but he did not accept. Chief Hunter, I took the bow, thank you for your love, but in fact, this time, it's coming to you. When this statement came out, it was awkward. Everyone felt that Li Qingshan was too ignorant. Even though Sick Yellow Tiger understood the power and potential of Li Qingshan, he was rejected in front of so many people and his face was not very good looking. But I don't want it. Li Qingshan went back to the house and took out a small bottle and handed it to Sick Yellow Tiger. This is the medicinal liquor that my master left behind, which may cure your illness. Are you telling the truth? Sick Yellow Tiger was a little excited about this life and death event, and others were boiling. Li Qingshan smiled and said, let's give it a try. This is the spirit wine that Spirit Ginseng has brewed. Although he is not medically versed, He knows about sick yellow tiger's disease. He was born weak and has exhausted his martial arts for many years. The source is supported by internal strength. This disease is a terminal illness that is difficult for any medical sage to heal. This is the incompleteness of innate. No ginseng Ganoderma lucidum can be remedied. But spirit ginseng comes with an innate anger that can save his life. Sick yellow tiger drank the spirit wine and then meditated on the work. But for a moment, the top of the head was white, and the original sallow face was restored to ruddy, and after a long time, opened his eyes. Chief Hunter, what do you think? Hunter asked. Sick yellow tiger couldn't believe his chest. I feel much better. It's a lot better, it's just better than ever, as if it's back to a younger era. A burst of cheers, many hunters shed tears. And many people who were hostile to Li Qingshan's rejection turned their attitudes and held his hand. He was grateful to him. Li Qingshan raised the stone-rending bow. That's the bow. I am disrespectful. Sick yellow tiger's face. That Qingshan. Can you change your color? He escaped in the dead, and he was reluctant to reluctantly old man. Don't think about it. Li Qingshan categorically refused. The man in the mountain. If you say something, like a mountain, how can you easily repent? That's okay. Sick yellow tiger looked bitter and sneered at others, rarely seeing their chief hunter look like this. Qingshan, can you come back? I just went to the Crouching Bull village to see that there were still some things that were not properly packed, and I had to take a break and practice martial arts to see if there was a breakthrough. These days, drinking spirit wine, Li Qingshan feels that he has touched the bull demon strong fist, ready to retreat alone, repaired strength of one bull, no need to trap the mountain forest, you can go outside world. Hey, I remember the fat man who saved yesterday, as if he claimed to be Sunshire County Magistrate. He wants to achieve the agreement with Littleton. Although I don't know how far south and Little points to, it is far from here. But always take the first step. Are you going to break through? Sick yellow tiger already felt that today's Li Qingshan has changed from the previous days, and the whole person's essence, chi, and spirit have changed a lot. Speed is simply amazing. But in a blink of an eye, it said that we must make another breakthrough. I can't help but think of Li Qingshan once said that he wants to be an innate master. At that time, he just paid for it. Now suddenly he thinks that he can really do it. But what prey are you hunting? Li Qingshan's harvest these days almost caught up with the harvest of the entire village. I don't want to be next to me, as long as the tiger bone on the tiger, and I want you to collect some tiger bones on my behalf. I want to soak some medicinal liquor, I will buy it at the market price. The reason why he chased the tiger was not to show his face in the village. Instead, Green Bull told him that he would start practicing Tiger Demon Bone Refining Fist in Bull Demon Strong Fist and use another medicinal liquor, the most important one. Like ginseng, precious but not uncommon. That is Tiger Bone. Hunter and the tiger are enemies, and a single hunter is afraid of fierce tiger. However, once a tiger is too fierce, it is bound to be a large-scale search for mountains. There are many traps. The beast is fierce and will eventually win the human race. The horse bones of Horse Rain Village should not be in the minority. Sick yellow tiger said, is it still the prescription left by your master? Yes. Don't you be generous. My male in the Horse Rain Village is stingy. Medicinal liquor I can help you soak. But the two medicines cannot let us use it. Sick yellow tiger quietly tried the prescription of Li Qingshan. The medicinal liquor that was soaked out was much better than the medicinal liquor used in the original village, and the things inside didn't have to be bought outside, they could get together in the village. With the help of the children, it will not take long for the Horse Rain Village to be able to move to the first level. Li Qingshan is indispensable. The two prescriptions are nothing but transitional things. There is nothing particularly precious. It is no problem to give it to others. It can also save the trouble of making medicinal liquor. It is the best of both worlds. He handed the prescription to Sick Yellow Tiger, then took the stone-rending bow and crossed the Green Bull, leaving slowly, until Li Qingshan's figure disappeared into a mountain corner. Grandpa Kang whispered to Sick Yellow Tiger, Chief Hunter, why didn't you leave him? Then Spirit Ginseng ate achievements on him. Most of the wine you drink is Spirit Ginseng, and that Spirit Ginseng is mostly in the bottle gourd around his waist. Li Qingshan never mentioned Spirit Ginseng, but in the eyes of this experienced old hunter, there have been too many clues. And these things, for the Sick Yellow Tiger who used to walk on Jianghu, will only see more clearly and clearly. Sick Yellow Tiger looked at the disappearing mountain road of Li Qingshan and silenced for a long time. He turned back and said, we, after all, are different from those who eat, aren't they? Yes, Chief Hunter. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 32. Chapter 32, The Narrow Way Meets. Grandpa Kang also reveals a lot of reverence. Many villages and villages are like Ginseng King Village. The hunter village is even more so. After all, hunters are much easier than beasts. When they meet the order, they are shot and killed. Things are simply too easy. Since Sick Yellow Tiger led the Horse Rain Village, it has never been such a thing. On the mountain road, Green Bull said to Li Qingshan, you gave the bottle of spirit wine, and there is something about Spirit Ginseng, which was seen by at least 2 people. Li Qingshan said, I know. They are very likely to get up and leave you forever in Horse Rain Village. I also know. Li Qingshan is a human being. It is not really a teenager's ignorant teenager. He knows many dark faces in human nature. But I am willing to take this risk. Life is alive, if you are always careful. Don't believe in others, don't believe in yourself. Then even if you practice peerless divine ability, what fun. He has already made some estimates of his own strength, and he can confidently rush out even if he is in the worst case. And he believes that his own strength has a convincing effect on others. When you are warmly invited, you can quietly press the sword. Is this not mature? Li Qingshan has some embarrassment in his heart. He caressed the locust tree card with the word Nanan in his waist. However, there are always people in the world who can believe with all their heart. Ghosts. Follow the rugged mountain road slowly, and the mountain maples are like fire, red, yellow and green. Li Qingshan touched the bamboo flute again, playing it, and the bright flute sounded around the autumn mountains. Isn't you still able to find it? The young man, who was regarded as the young master by the swordsman, asked a little anxiously. He has been looking for many days on Old White Peak, and even expanded the scope of the search, but did not see the shadow of Spirit Ginseng. Young master, we have brought people to Ginseng King Village, and Spirit Ginseng is never in Ginseng King Village. They said that they must have been gone by Horse Rain Village. Would you like to smooth Horse Rain Village? A swordsman. Hey, they have a big hatred with Horse Rain Village. Of course, they thought I didn't know. On the mid-autumn day, Horse Rain Village took off the mountain and went to the north side of the autumn. Horse Rain Village is no better than the Ginseng King Village. Sick Yellow Tiger, the first-hand archery, was also famous on Jianghu. Don't be tempted to provoke him. The strong bow is so strong that no one in Jianghu dares to be scornful, and the arrows are shot, even if the first-class master suffers. Young master is wise. It seems that I can only wait until the next full moon night. Young master also had some smugness in his heart, and suddenly his ears moved. What is that sound? It seems to be a flute. Flute? The only thing left here is the 2 villas of the King Lemur. Let's see. Green Bull suddenly stopped and Li Qingshan was too superb to see. A dozen figures, lightly stepping on the treetop rock, plunging from a distance, all with a sword. The gesture is very incomparable. Is this likeness art? Li Qingshan sighed and immediately remembered that little and said that he was alert, but there should be some distance from Old White Peak. The young master first came to Li Qingshan, and he praised him behind him. Young master, good likeness art. Li Qingshan saw that the young master had red lips and white teeth, and he was handsome and handsome. After being praised by his men, his face was full of arrogant smiles, except made the sword's hands a little bit scorpion, and it was like a noble boy. He looked at the young master, but the young master didn't look at him. He glanced at him lightly. Are you from Horse Rain Village? Li Qingshan said, exactly. Isn't you? You also ask us the name of young master? A tall and thin swordsman sees Li Qingshan, still sitting on the cow, Jiangwen leading orifice. A tricky mortal points the way. Stabbed him gate, give me down. I want to surprise him and make him ugly. Li Qingshan's face was cold, and his body shape was slightly biased. When the sword was used to make the eye flashed, and he quickly explored his hand and grabbed the blade. Tall and thin coldly snort in the sword palm. I dare to take my sword. I am a stainless steel sword distributed in the door. Just turn the blade and you will drop your palm. However, he did not achieve what he wanted. Instead, he twisted a steel sword like a twist, and the blade was still in the hands of Li Qingshan. With his arm, he could not match Li Qingshan's fingers. Power. Li Qingshan is furious and has no enmity. If he does not agree with one another, he will have a lifelong disability. These people in Jianghu are simply too poisonous. Break. The blade is broken. Tall and thin swordsman face a burst of white. His sword was actually broken by a little unknown boy. How to endure this tone? It is necessary to take a broken sword to attack. Young master rebuked. Kai Da, go on. You are not good at learning. Don't lose the face of our Dragon Gate sword sect. Yes, damn it, go back and sin to the court. The tall and thin swordsman named Kai Da did not dare to disobey, and retired. But looked at Li Qingshan with vicious look. Young master is very interested. I didn't expect to encounter an external martial master in this mountain. I am qualified to know the name of this little one. Listen. I am Dragon Gate Sword Sect Yang Jun. Li Qingshan shook his head. I haven't heard it. Country village husband, ignorant. Our Dragon Gate Sword Sect sword cannot give people a casual break. I am not embarrassed. Leave a hand. I don't know which hand you want. Li Qingshan's chest is full of anger. I really want to kill Yang Jun. In his imagination, the martial practitioner can't do it. But it should be cultivated. Now it seems that it is awful. Humanity is good and evil, all in one mind. When one has the power to play the life of others, the other person can maintain the so-called humanity and refuse to take whatever he wants. But this group of people is not the group of martial arts who practiced the martial arts, but the real martial practitioner. Bull demon skin refining can hold the fist, but can't stop the internal strength-infused steel sword, and they all have lightness art, even if it is easy to escape. Yang Jun said, but look at your young age, you can repair the external art to this step. The qualification is okay, it is so waste, but it is a pity, don't be a servant for me. This is his real purpose, because the cultivation of the outsiders, most of them are loyal, not as much as the people of cultivation in a strength. That is, the so-called muscles grow into the brain. So many Jianghu expert, the servants around are all external martial masters. He always wanted to be arty, recruiting such a character, and seeing Li Qingshan, he was happy in his heart. Isn't that what he wanted to find? Now beat and beat, in the future, just give a little sweetness, you can cultivate a loyal dog. Young master, no. Kai Da quickly dissuaded. If this kid became a servant of young master, the status would rise. Yang Jun gave him a look and he didn't dare to say anything at the moment. Another swordman said, I don't want to agree quickly, we are Dragon Gate Sword Sect, Megatron Suncheer City. Even if it is not easy to be a commissary discipline, now is the young master to promote you, let you step into the sky. Li Qingshan will not be a slave to anyone. Li Qingshan said in a word. He came from another world. He has the same love and hate as the people of this world, but one thing is different. He is not loyal, he will not be loyal to anyone, no matter how noble or horrible the man is. He may go to chase the man, he will make the man, but he will never be loyal to him, let alone a younger brother like Yang Jun. Although he has no experience in walking Jianghu, he also sees it. Yang Jun's martial the skill is not outstanding in this group of people. But because of the identity of the young master, it is only called back. Peas, there is a wood outbreak. Is there a ticket? Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 33. Chapter 33, Peak Duel. If it is a near known, Li Qingshan is confident now. Within 10 strokes, Yang Jun will be defeated or even killed. Hey, to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Yang Jun is about to order Li Qingshan. Even if Horse Rain Village is not easy to provoke, in this deep mountain, it is not afraid to destroy a dead body. The wind leaked. Li Qingshan is also tight all over the body, intending to smash the thief first, and fight for a sword. Take this, Yang Jun and say. Suddenly there is human Dao, young master, he seems to be stone-rending Bao. What? Stone-rending Bao? Yang Jun paused and looked at the big bow on Li Qingshan's back. He knew everything about the famous weapon of the famous figure near Suncheer City. Where did you come from? Of nature is sent by Chief Hunter. Li Qingshan said. Yang Jun's face was cloudy for a while. He was smudged in the sect. He knew that he could get this weapon. Most of it was inherited by Sick Yellow Tiger, the next chief of Horse Rain Village. Hunter. When such a person dies, Horse Rain Village will never give up, and it will take a lot of effort to know what they are doing in this generation. If they try their best to retaliate, those dark arrows and traps will not be easy to deal with. He can't provoke such troubles for a moment. He slams his hand. Kid, don't let me meet you again. In the blink of an eye, the walk is dry and there is only Li Qingshan alone on the mountain road. Although he does not read the mind, he also guesses that the other party is afraid of the power of Horse Rain Village. When strangers see you, they will never see you, but your power, strength, and wealth. Although Li Qingshan has reached the level of third-class master, it is the one that is off the danger. He filled his anger, secretly thought, do not report this hatred, swear not to be human. I Li Qingshan will never let anyone do it, and never live by the reputation of others. He didn't quite agree with Green Bull's statement that he should be broad-minded. Nowadays, there is a lot of life and death, and it is between this and it is not endless. After a lapse of more than a month, Li Qingshan once again returned to Crouching Bull Village, in his own home. After listening to it, he heard the movement. Is there a thief? It is also the place where I live. I have to look at it. Which thief dared to steal from me? His heart was angry, stepping forward, grabbing the man, and the man turned his head and turned his head. Four eyes met, but both of them are stunned. Li Fugi, Jiro, what are you doing at my house? Jiro, are you not dead? Li Qingshan looked at the room. Although he had been away for more than a month, he was still spotless. He knew that Li Fugi was not stealing things, but was helping him clean up the room. Of course I am not dead. Why do you say that? After some inquiries, I realized that Li Qingshan had no news from Cedar Creek Town. Some people in the village saw his conflict in the collection of Horse Rain Village. He said that he was fierce. Li Fugi also helped him burn some paper money and cried. Li Qingshan can't laugh and cry. I don't live well. Huang, Chief Hunter of Horse Rain Village, please go to the village to be a guest, and stay for a while. Li Fugi did not expect him to enter the Dragon's Pool and Tiger's Den like Horse Rain Village. As for Huang, Chief Hunter asking him to be a guest, he doesn't believe it. In his eyes, Li Qingshan is powerful, but it is far worse than a character like Sick Yellow Tiger. I don't know what to say. Just chanting, that's good. That's good. Let Li Qingshan feel moved, not helping the wrong person. But Li Fugi's face suddenly became anxious. Let's go. Don't let the villagers know. What happened again? The size of the village chief is back, saying that you are in trouble. Li Long, the eldest son of village chief Li Hu, Li Bao's eldest brother. Li Qingshan is not unfamiliar with this name. Instead, he was heard by the villagers. Li Long was a little older than him, but he was said to have been playing outside the door when he was a child. He was taken by a noble person and brought to Suncheer City. He only came home from the enmity every year. He played with Li Qingshan. I have a fasto face, but I have never said anything. In the eyes of the villagers, it was the great man who walked out of the Crouching Bull village and arrived at Suncheer City. He had a prostitute who was looking forward to giving it to him, and Steward Liu's son, Little Steward Liu, and Setnu Shuangji. Of course, there is now a sudden rise of Li Qingshan, perhaps called Wonu Sanji, but Li Qingshan has not seen the world, has not been to Suncheer City. This third G is a bit reluctant. Li Qingshan said, I am still afraid of him. Not only isn't he afraid, but he has to go and see him. He disregarded Li Fugi's dissuasion and went to the village chief Li. Village chief Li at home, a short-headed young man is teaching village chief Li, whoever dares to bully us, it is more and more lively. Li Bao said, you too grandpa, let people bully to the door. He grew up almost in Suncheer City, and he has a wealth of experience. He is already a Suncheer. Now he looks at the village with the eyes of the city man. There is a natural contempt, not just for Li Qingshan. Everything is Crouching Bull village. He is not young, but he has never been dear, and his family has been anxious to help him find objects. He refused all of them. Now he is not worthy of the village girl. In the village chief Li, this time is just a promise. I don't want to be annoyed, anyway. His kid is dead. He got into the Horse Rain village. It was a dead end, but I didn't bother to teach him. Li Hu shrinks his neck and sings, but Li Bao says, big brother, you don't let us join the Iron Fist Gate, and of course you will be bullied in the village. Li Long blinked, that's your qualification is not enough. Li Qingshan is not dead, Li Qingshan is back. At this time, someone suddenly shouted outside the door. Li Long stood up suddenly. If the news is only in the calm village, then Li Qingshan goes to the village chief Li. It is the arrogance, which leads the villagers to go out again to see the Crouching Bull village first and third. The peak match between Under the Sun, Li Qingshan and Li Long, four eyes met. The villagers held their breath. As if afraid to alarm them, Li Bao stood next to Li Long and fueled his momentum. Li Long waved his hand and let them both retreat. Li the second Lang, I haven't seen it for so long, it has grown so big. This is entirely the tone of the elders who spoke to the younger generations, but the villagers all think that he has such qualifications and whispered, this is a big trouble for the next Erlang. Yeah. Li Long is not the kind of Liu Wei who is like a rogue. Li Qingshan didn't answer this question. See Li Long, Gao Jianjian. His arm muscles bulging, his eyes are fascinating, and there is power in that stop. But his instincts tell him that this person is not as strong as Sick Yellow Tiger. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 34. Chapter 34, Suncheer Murim. Sick Yellow Tiger, even if it is a sick body, it gives him the feeling that the tiger is dead and the wind is not falling, which is extremely dangerous. And the last test, Sick Yellow Tiger is a strategic mistake, to be hard against him, to attack him the strongest with his own weakness, of course, cannot be good, otherwise even if you do not use archery, the hand has all the weapons, he won't win him. Li Long said, I heard that you want to see me. Li Long also has a bit of eyesight. He said, this Li the second Lang is stable. At first glance, it is a practice of martial arts. It is not like a common coward, and the momentum on the body seems to be a bit like a master. He immediately shook his head and felt funny about his association. What kind of character is his master? How can he compare with such a kid? You told me that I was not at home, but I dared to insult my family. I really don't know how to write the dead words. Oh, then I have to learn. Li Qingshan's voice did not fall. Li Long shouted, grabbed the attack. A trichion tree pierces through the clouds, slammed into Li Qingshan's chest. There was a burst of exclamation around. Li Fugi cried, Jiro is careful. Li Qingshan doesn't move. I don't know if it can't be avoided or scared. Li Long's heart was scornful. It's just that it's just pretending to be a look. Is a muffled sound. The fist falls on Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan with the bull demon ground stamp. The feet seem to have rooted on the ground. The silk does not move. Look at the love of the fellow country. Let you 3 punches. Li Long was shocked. Although he only used 3 successes in this boxing, but in the same door of senior brother, no one dared to be so hard. Now it is so hard by a little unknown boy. In the meantime, I heard that Li Qingshan's words were even more furious. In a flash, the second fist attacked out, has used 7 successes. The heart, This time you can blame my men are not merciless. The fist slammed into Li Qingshan with a fierce fist. Li Qingshan trembled and said, "You haven't used all your strength, hurry up. The last move." Li Long looked at Li Qingshan with a ghostly look, but he didn't believe in evil. He violently screamed and screamed. He had enough success in the whole body, and his muscles on his arms were smashed, and he suddenly slammed a punch, revealing the dark black color. It is like black iron. Ordinary fighting, even if it is life and death. He does not dare to do this, afraid to use the old tricks, revealing flaws, but now he can't take care of everything, and try his best to make the strongest and most fierce punch. Hard to pick up this punch, Li Qingshan weighed, and finally stepped back. His face was red and red, and his body rushed into the air. This fist has some strength. 3 punches have passed, now it is me. Raising your hand is a punch. Iron locks across the river. The screaming of the wind. Li Long was shocked and his arms crossed, making the strongest defensive tricks in the Iron Fist Gate, and then it felt like a wild buff hit the iron bridge was rushed by the flood, and he flew out of his own body until he fell to the ground. He still couldn't believe it in the heart. I was defeated by 1 stroke. How could he have such a great power? The second punch. A black shadow suddenly blocked the sun, shrouded in front of his eyes. Li Qingshan was close to him. Li Long wants to block, and his arms are too painful to lift. Li Qingshan punched from top to bottom, like a piling on Li Long's stomach. Li Long instantly got up like a shrimp-like bow and spit out a bite of sour water. Third punch. Straight into the Li Long door. The villagers exclaimed and were shocked by this sudden change. They had been stunned for the first time in the village. Li Long, and they were defeated in a moment. And the defeat was so thorough. Li Hu Li Bao, the 2 brothers, did not believe that the big brother they had been admiring was so vulnerable. Village Chief Li shouted out loudly, "Let's be merciful." The fist was blowing, but there was no pain. Li Long slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Qingshan's fist steadily resting on his head, only to find that he had already had a cold sweat. At that moment, he felt as if he was facing his unbeatable master, only eyes closed for death. Village Chief Li rushed to Li Qingshan, his skinny hand clutching his arm. "Jiro, Erlang, look at your dead aunt's share, let go of my little dragon." "Hey, you go away, let him come to me." Li Long struggled to get up. Li Qingshan said, "Look at you with a bit of filial piety. This fist is first recorded." He is quite satisfied with his own few, not the power of his own, but the strategy. Li Long has been practicing martial skills for more than 10 years, and it is not in vain. The combat experience is even above Li Qingshan. If it is a real contest, the other party will not be hard against him. It takes a lot of effort to win. So he simply let him punch 3, and defending such a fist is what he is best at. Where Li Long's fist hits, he concentrates his spirit, and true chi with the body also moves to that position. Li Long hit the 3 punches. Not only the spirit was created, but the physical strength was weakest to the lowest. If you couldn't dodge, you could only block Li Qingshan's fist. The hard-hitting result was like that. Li Long stood up under the support of Li Hu Li Bao. "Are you really Li the Second Lang?" This is impossible. He has only a very vague impression of Li Qingshan, except that the sex is somewhat isolated. It is not important. Character. Even in his description, Li Qingshan was just a bloody teenager who was forced to suddenly explode. This kind of thing is not uncommon. He never knew that he had such a martial skill. It is like a child in the mountains going out to work hard for many years, finally earning a family business, making a name for himself, returning to glory, enjoying the worship of the villagers. But suddenly emerged an insignificant country boy, richer than him. The loss of the heart cannot be added. After the loss, it is anger. "I am not Li the Second Lang, Li Qingshan." Since he has not recognized the big brother, Li Qingshan is not willing to be a Jiro. Li Long said, "Do you know who I am?" "Of course I know." "Do you know who my master is?" "Who is it?" "Of course, the main Suncheer City Iron Fist Gate, Jiang, who is called Iron Lion's old hero Liu." Steward Liu suddenly stood out from the crowd and said in a very high and respectful voice. Li Qingshan frowned. I haven't heard of it. What Iron Fist Gate, old hero Liu, sounds like the third class, but forgets that he is also third class. I'm so ignorant that even the name of my master has never been heard. It seems that you have never heard of the reputation of the Sooner Dragon Tiger Lion Bear 4 experts. Li Long called. The dragon inside is not going to be you. Li Qingshan squinted. This is his second day of being accused of being ignorant. He only knows that in the martial arts novels of previous life, people who use animals as nicknames are slag, and no wolf or tiger leopard is used. And the direction of the nickname is the real top of the expert, such as Evil of the East, Poison of the West, Emperor of the South, Beggar of the North. Of course not. Li Long is about to be laughed at by him. In Suncheer City, in the county government office, the master took a booklet and introduced it to the fat man, adults. In addition to these local gentry landlords, there are 4 places where 4 people are offended. The fat man is annoyed. In this whole Suncheer City, I am offended. The master did not care for his emotions. These 4 places are 1 and 1 village. What is a door? A village. A village. The door is Iron Fist Gate. The Pi is Dragon Gate Sect. Zwang is Horse Rain Village. And the village is Black Wind Camp. The Dragon Tiger Lion Bear is the sect master leader in these places. You have offended the homesickness, most being driven out of Suncheer City. The county magistrate can't go on, but if you offend them, you might lose your life inexplicably. The fat adult is trembled. How is this officially so terrible? Yes, the teenager we met that day can be found. If there is such a person to guard, the official will be able to sit back and relax. P.S. The collection is broken. Welcome. Congratulations. Please support me in the future. I will work harder. However, I was always overwhelmed. If I was in the past, I would probably accept this position in Anan. But now, once again, strongly summon the Sanjian ticket and the recommended ticket. Even if it is not, you need a battle. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Stunned Black Wind. It turns out that the group of people on the mountain road today is the person of the Dragon Gate. The guy with the nostrils is the Dragon Gate young master. No wonder so arrogant. Li Long was surprised. Do you know Sick Tiger? Then, of course, I saw the bow of Li Qingshan, because Sick Yellow Tiger rarely travels to Suncheer City, so I can't conclude that this is stone-rending bow. Li Qingshan nodded, not much to say. Li Long said, is this martial skill also his? No, don't use it, you have to retaliate. Let's come. Li Qingshan didn't want to pull the tiger skin of Sick Yellow Tiger to make a big banner and do the fox. Li Long changed his face and said, this Li Qingshan's martial skill is already a third-class master. What kind of character is his master? And Sick Yellow Tiger is related. I am just a small dispute, even though it is what good is it to kill him, and the family should not solve it. Li Long thought about his mind, suddenly changed his face, and brought a few smiles, although he smiled a little reluctantly. Jiro, our folks in the country, and what life and death is worth revenge. Li Qingshan was stunned. He thought that the next development would be that the younger one was provoked, and that he was forced to go out of his way, and then he smashed them all with divine ability. Small accomplishment. I didn't expect Li Long to look reckless. In fact, it was so changeable, and his skin was not thin. He turned his mouth and saw the actual slick side of Jiang Hu. Li Long smiled and said, and 3 punches for 2 punches. I earned. I can let you earn some more. Li Qingshan saw that the other party wanted to retaliate. He listened to the name of Sick Yellow Tiger and turned his mind. Think of today's second, relying on this to get rid of the trouble. The mood is very complicated. He hopes that one day, he can do the same, and it can be like Sick Yellow Tiger. No, it is stronger than Sick Yellow Tiger. Even if it is 1,000 miles away, someone will hear his name and be awe-inspiring. Li Long smiled and said, there is no need, don't stand here, please talk to the house. I have a young hero in Crouching Bull Village. I am going to be close to 1 or 2. Then he clenched his fists. "The old folks of the township, please let me know, and there is a time for Li Long to come to the door." The villagers looked at each other, and the results of this incident were beyond their expectations. However, since Li Long had made an order, they did not dare to follow. They just quietly gave the name of Crouching Bull Village to Li Qingshan. Since the other party is so down, Li Qingshan is not good to refuse. As he said, there is nothing wrong with life and death, and he also wants to know the information in Suncheer City, especially the Dragon Gate sect. In many awe-inspiring eyes, Li Qingshan was invited into the village chief Li's home, which was far different from the tension at Steward Liu's home. He felt relaxed and brisk, and in the eyes of others, he had an unrelenting momentum. This is the qualitative change in mindset and chi caused by one's own strength. "Qingshan, you have done so well. Can you intentionally go to Suncheer City to make it yours? Our Iron Fist Gate invites the world's heroes to gather together. With your martial arts, my master has seen it." Li Long started to draw words. "I have martial arts in my body. Can Iron Fist Gate join in?" Li Qingshan admired this person's heart. I know Li Long's heart is also a struggle. Li Qingshan beat him 2 punches, but each other. There is no deep hatred and hate. If he pulls him into the gang, the mutual help between the fellow villagers is conducive to his position in the door. Of course you need to be recommended. Rest assured, I can protect you. Iron Fist Gate is big. The power is not limited to Suncheer City. The headquarters is located in Clear River Prefecture. As long as your fist is hard enough, the credit is high enough, no problem development. Women's money is at your fingertips. Li Bao is extremely envious of the look. Only blame the big brother does not recommend them, cannot enjoy the women and silver in the city. Yeah, my family, Liu Nen, was Steward told here Liu. I also had a look at it. Steward Liu also followed in. Fortunately, he did not sin Li Qingshan too much. Who could think of the original release? The cowherd. The district has become so powerful in a few months. Li Long said that Li Qingshan gradually understood that although the Iron Fist Gate opened its doors, it was more similar to the gang forces, and it was in the city. The Iron Lion old hero Liu should be the rudder master or the sect master. Li Qingshan said, I have a sneak peek. I don't know how old hero Liu's work is. How can it be said on Jianghu? If you ask others, they really don't have to answer you. My master's Iron Fist makes it a perfect fire. It is called second-class master. So what about me? This. Li Long didn't expect Li Qingshan to compare with Sun Chia's top figures, on with his master, and his heart was a little displeased. I don't boast, Qingshan, your kung fu is good. But that's the top person in the third class. Still far from my master's opponent. I don't know what is the flow between the flow and the flow. My master said that a martial practitioner with a first glimpse can deal with 3 or 5 robot man. A Jianghu player can deal with 3 or 5 such martial practitioners, and so on. Although not absolutely accurate. But this is generally the case. Once this number is exceeded, it is difficult to fight with both hands. However, this is just a positive and hard resistance. If you use a sneak attack, a dozen second-class master who is good at lightness art can kill dozens of second-class masters, but dozens of trained ordinary bowers. But it can also kill first-class master. Li Qingshan understood her approximate strength. Those who took part in the training were the martial practitioners who had practiced the style. He was a good man of Jianghu at the time, so although he won, he was a victorious winner. Later, after a cultivation, I barely reached the level of third-class master. After taking the spirit wine, I became the real third-class master. Li Long's martial skill is a good player, but it's not an expert, so in front of him, it's not an opponent at all. Sorry, I have promised Huang's chief hunter of Horse Rain Village. If you want to join Horse Rain Village, I am afraid I can't promise you. I can't help but think that a few months ago, he couldn't even sleep in the cowshed. I think that I am trying to catch him out, but now I am invited everywhere. Li Long's heart is really regrettable. Horse Rain Village. There is not much oil and water available in that place. To say that the 4 places of Suncheer are our Iron Fist Gate unrestrained, they are all in the nest, which is comparable. We are close to this bustling world. When you change your mind, come to Suncheer City and come to Iron Fist Gate to find me and report my name. Li Qingshan couldn't help but smile, and surely, Jiang Hu did not have a few people to go to the martyrdom, but also asked a lot of news. Li Long knows all the answers. Li Qingshan sees the other party so loyal, not a person who is not interested, courtesy of a few points. Li brother, now is not a holiday, why do you return home? Li Long suddenly lowered his voice, even if you don't ask, I have to say that I came back this time to endanger the Crouching Bull Village. Blackwind Camp may use Crouching Bull Village as a target for looting. Except for Li Qingshan, everyone in the house changed his face. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 36. Chapter 36. You are going to die. Steward Liu is stuttering. No, I will. Blackwind Camp is far from us, I have never been here before. He is the largest in the village, and Blackwind Camp is the first to look for it. It is him. I heard that those villages that are closer to Blackwind Camp have strengthened their defenses and built a wall. They will be close to the distance. Now they will be nearing the cold winter. They will also store food for the winter. Steward Liu, your grain depots. It's full. Does the official government not care? Li Qingshan knew that the original mountain bandit also had autumn hunting. For the hunter, the autumn is the beast, while for the mountain bandit, the autumn has just harvested the fruits of labor. The people are also the most fat time. Hey! The government collects money every year and says it's going to be awkward. It's not going to be a year. Steward Liu said that. What to do? Yin Xian, why don't you bring more people back? Li Long gave him a sigh of relief. He didn't want to bring more people back, but he was only one of the sect master's discipline, not the Iron Fist Gate. The brothers ate and ate with him, but asked them to go. It's impossible to hit Black Mountain Camp's mountain bandit, but he can go under the Iron Lion door, and thanks to Steward Liu, who cares about this old situation, he can't blame him. With me alone, this time is definitely not the main owner of Blackwind Camp. Most of them are heads of the family. As long as they report the name of my master, he has to give a few faces. However, some people should support the scene. Qingshan. Li Long looked at Li Qingshan, and there was such an expert, and he was more emboldened. Li Qingshan is deeply suspicious of this statement. If someone runs so far, it will retreat only if he listens to a name, but he will not let this small village where he raised him to trample on him. He is a fist bearer. It is incumbent. Li Long got his promise and decided to have a third-class master to help him. This is a matter of certainty. He is willing to let Li Qingshan take this step, which is also the key reason. Village Chief Li and Steward Liu arranged for some long-term workers to prepare and put some weapons. Although the news was still blocked, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Steward Liu trembled and said, Sin. Do we want to avoid it? Li Long said, this is not to avoid. They are coming out to plunder, and they will not kill and set fire, just Steward Liu. This time you are afraid to get some blood. Steward Liu sighed. It was a blessing, not a curse, but a misfortune. He left, and his family business could not go. Several people waited quietly in the house. Li Hu Li Bao, 2 brothers, were scared of Sweat with a knife and a gun, and kept thinking of all kinds of terrible rumors about the Blackwind Mountain. Li Long glanced at his brother and glanced at Li Qingshan, who looked like her eyes closed, and raised his spirits. He sighed in his heart. If you were half-hearted, I would bring you into Suncheer City. Dang 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 exclamation mark. The day is still not black. Just listen to the screams outside the village. This is the sentinel arranged outside the village. Is a dexterity of Steward Liu. Come on. Li Long said. Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. This group of mountain bandit was so daring that he dared to plunder in broad daylight. The snoring suddenly stopped. A few people rushed to the entrance to the village, and saw smoke coming from afar. In the twinkling of an eye, there were dozens of people, no matter how tall or thin, All of them were face-to-faced, and the head of the person was riding. The pony horse marching on the mountain road carries a bloody head on his hand. Small 6. Steward Liu screamed, "This head is the afterlife that he sent out to inquire." He was so killed, scared his legs, and looked at Li Long. "You are not saying that they will not kill when they are idle?" Li Long's eyebrows are twisted into a ball, whispering, "They are killing people." Then he screamed, "Li Long under the Iron Fist Gate, I don't know which one is Black Wind Camp. This is our third boss. You are interested in handing over the money. Don't let the grandfathers work hard, otherwise you will burn your broken village." There is a mountain bandit to scream, the other mountain bandit is followed by the drink, and the weapons in the hand are made. The faces are scornful smiles, as if they were just looking at a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Third boss with a beard and a cross-faced flesh, throwing his head on the ground and rolling to Li Long's feet. "Iron Fist Gate, if Iron Lion is here, I will leave without saying anything. What are you?" Thing. Li Hu Li Bao. When the two brothers saw the smoke coming over, they were so scared that they were so earthy and their legs were shaking. At this time, they were soft legs and fell to the ground. Mountain Bandit haha laughs. Third boss is awesome. Li Long's face changed and she took a sigh of relief. It is rumored that the Black Wind Camp is in the middle of the house. The third boss is the most ferocious, moody, and omnipotent, in the eyes of the villagers near Black Wind Camp. Black Wind Camp is a more horrible character. But since the other person asked him what it was, he proved that he was still jealous of Iron Fist Gate. He asked him about the relationship with Iron Lion. The situation is stronger than the people. He only has to endure the anger of his heart. "I am the master, his old man." The closure of the crime. Know that third boss, you are coming, don't dare to let you go empty-handed, but also a little blessing. Please also look at my master. Put Crouching Bull Village 1 yard. Steward Liu trembled in a box. Third boss whip took a roll, and the box flew into his hand, showing a weak hand. Open the brocade box, the net is the silver of white flowers, but his face is gradually gloomy. 102. Are you asking for food? Big Derwang, we have tried our best. Before dark, I have to see 1,000 tals of silver, 1,000 pounds of food, otherwise HMPH. Third boss said here, suddenly licked his lips and smirked. Brothers have to borrow, a few women use one. Rest assured, this is not a grab, just borrow. After you run out, it will be returned to you in the spring of next year. The mountain bandit laughed together. Which woman can be Our Lady of the House of Thurs boss? That is their blessing. In the spring, maybe the woman would not want to come back. Li Long knows best that no woman can come back from the Black Wind Village, and they are humiliated to death. Screaming, third boss really doesn't care about Iron Fist Gate. Steward Liu was shocked by this number, and he couldn't speak. Don't let me wait too long. Third boss didn't look at Li Long. A girl ordered, you go to remind me. 20 couples of mountain bandit laughed around Li Long and entered the village. They knocked on the door from door to door. If they dared to open the door, they broke into the door. Hundreds of villagers were rushed out like a sheep, and the horror gathered together. The dog screamed the cry of the woman, and the time rang. Third boss laughed and watched this scene. Let's rest in this village tonight. This child is only 14 years old. It is so big and has never done anything bad. Suddenly, a very calm voice sounded. Some calm is not suitable for the scene at hand. But in the calm, it seems to suppress the uncontrollable killing intent. Li Qingshan hugged the head of small 6 on the ground and gently stroked his eyes. Third boss narrowed his eyes. Who are you? He did not notice Li Qingshan, because from the beginning, when Li headed down, Li Qingshan looked down and shivered. He thought it was fear. But now Li Qingshan is no longer shaking, and slowly said, this is a very good and clever child, and his aunt is also very painful. Third boss yawned, what do you want to say? Li Qingshan suddenly raised his head. You are going to die today. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 37. Chapter 37. Speaking must be practiced. Mountain bandit haha laughed as if they heard a ridiculous joke, and third boss felt a terrible thing in Li Qingshan without laughing. The head is landing and the bowstring is full. Dead. Li Qingshan shot in an instant. The roar in his mouth was over the squeaking of the string-rending bow, and the long arrow took his anger to the third boss. A black light passed through, and the huge force took the third boss to a certain height before falling heavily on the ground. The strength of the 3 stone bows is amazing, and Li Qingshan's movements are all in one go. Within such a short distance, unless the expert above the second class is likely to avoid it, it is obvious that third boss is not. The noisy village was quiet in an instant, and the mountain bandits were wide-eyed, and they couldn't believe this scene. The 3 people were killed by a half-size sun. The villagers looked at him like a deity. For them, the mountain bandit was a terrible demon. Third boss was the devil's commander. Now Li Qingshan, who is second to kill third boss, is really like deity. The situation reversed. Li Long had no joy on his face, and some had only fear. Third boss. Third boss. Several mountain bandit around the third boss. Third boss coughed up a blood, sternly pointed to Li Qingshan, "Give me a kill." He also counted on the third-class master and reacted in an instant. Although he could not avoid the arrow, he avoided the vital point. The long arrow smashed through his right shoulder and the bones nearby. The right hand as it was abolished, and the eyes were red and bloody. I wished that Li Qingshan would be swallowed up. The mountain bandit reacted and picked up the sword and rushed to Li Qingshan. After the brain hit the wind, a short javelin stabbed him behind his head. He did not return his head, slightly headed, grabbed the javelin, turned back and shot. The javelin has violently 10 times back. The sneak attack. The mountain bandit is nailed to the door. One shot, one scorpion knife, a red scorpion gun, and stabbed him at the same time. Li Qingshan hold the gun mast and pull it hard. The 2 mountain bandit were unbalanced and fell to him in horror. A pair of iron arms were waiting for them, hammering their chests. A dull sound, and 2 mountain bandit flew out at the same time. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the geese knife has stabbed Li Qingshan's arms, and the cold sword touched his lower abdomen, and Li Qingshan was able to pierce the bear, but could not advance an inch. Li Qingshan a pair of iron palms, with a double wind, on the head of the mountain bandit with a knife. He put down his hand. The mountain bandit seems to have lost the soul of the ground, and the 7 sputum slowly oozes blood. He strode to third boss, but his shouting sound was deafening, picking his toes, screaming and holding in his hands. No moves, no scruples, just a sweep. The wind blew up a round of semicircular dust and rushed to the mountain bandit. The tip of the stern breaks, rotates and flies, and smashes the ground. Several weapons were flying up, and then there was a series of screams. Some people tried to block, but they couldn't stop the force of sweeping the army. The smoke was scattered, and the 4 mountain bandit fell to the ground. Only a small mountain bandit was swept over and killed on the spot. The other 3 mountain bandits are all cut open on the chest, screaming on the ground. Blood is not spilled on the ground, and the rich colors are everywhere. Li Qingshan glanced at the broken big cockroach and read a sound, bad weapons, and threw it on the ground. I don't know how many hard bones and steel he had forcibly swept through the moment. How can ordinary weapons withstand such use? In a blink of an eye, the 8th mountain bandit was seriously injured, and the rear mountain bandit screamed and stopped, holding the weapon and dare not go forward, and was shocked by the tragic scene that broke out in this moment. This ordinary boy seems to have become a terrible moment. Killing God. Li Qingshan continued to walk to third boss with no expression on her face, and her eyes flashed red light that he had never noticed. In the brain, the rapid analysis and judgment were not stunned by anger. Only the third boss was considered a third-class master, so he shot him first and went to the biggest threat. There are several good players in other mountain bandit, but more of them are the degree of participation, but they have practiced some martial skills. It is enough to bully the people, but it is not his opponent. I want to die here. Third boss propped back and moved forward, looking at Li Qingshan, looking at the fear, as if in the legendary story. became a humanoid demon, suddenly changing his body, revealing the fangs. Sighed, how many people can't protect his peace? I am dead. This entire Crouching Bull village has to be buried. Do you know who my older brother is? Li Long's face is even more ugly. Go ahead and grab Li Qingshan. Qingshan, not impulsive. Third boss took the opportunity to climb the horse, reins, and the horses flew away. The other mountain bandit didn't need him to say that the swarm of bees went up, and even the injured mountain bandit didn't matter. Li Qingshan broke free from the restraint, clasped Li Long's throat and lifted him up. Do you want to die too? Li Long said in a difficult way. No. Can't kill the head of Blackwind Camp. Have you heard of Elmunda Village? Elmunda Village. Steward Liu, who fell to the ground and was scared to death, suddenly screamed and lost his voice. What Elmunda Village? Li Qingshan relaxed her strength. Elmunda Village has always had a martial arts style, and it has been a slap in the face of Blackwind Camp. But it didn't take long for Blackwind Camp to personally bring 5 heads of the family and put hundreds of people in the village. Regardless of men, women and children, the massacres are piled up in a corpse, and Blackwind Camp is personally carrying the masters to pay homage to the dead brothers. The kind of misery, do you want it to happen in Crouching Bull Village? Then let them trample on bullying? Li Qingshan whispered. Qingshan, I know your mood, but the situation is stronger than people. That will make me stronger. All the villagers changed their faces. At this time, I only listened to the distant vicious words of third boss. You Crouching Bull village is waiting for the village. Someone was scared to sit down and scream. The sound of crying resounded and did not repel the joy of the mountain bandit. A wounded mountain bandit licked his chest and showed a cruel smile. You must all be buried with me. Are you finished? Li Qingshan said. What? Li Qingshan let go of Li Long and kicked it on the geese knife at the foot. The blade pierced the throat of the mountain bandit and it was very sturdy. If I said it, it won't count. Li Qingshan will other injured mounts. The bandit was broken one by one, and turned back to the villagers. Nothing will happen, I promise. Then the big step back to the mountain bandit to escape. The sunset in the west fell, and the horizon disappeared, and the darkness fell on the mountains. Next to the bonfire, 2 mountain bandits helped third boss pull out the arrow, and third boss screamed and slapped a mountain bandit. Isn't it lighter? The mountain bandit was beaten with blood, and I didn't dare to repay it. Other mountain bandits are dejected. Under the name of Blackwind Camp, they have not experienced such a failure for a long time. They have become accustomed to the fearful and charming eyes, and they are used to the silver woman. All that to give Lozier spirit. This hate we must be pay back. Wait until the kid is caught. Third boss reveals a cruel smile. Take him 1,000. Immediately there is a mountain bandit. No, live to boil. We have to divide his meat to eat. The taste must not. Want to eat Li Qingshan's meat? Mountain bandit, not finished, a blood mark between the throat. Blood splatter come out and interrupted the mountain bandit's discussion about torture. Peas, tomorrow is the college entrance examination. The revolution is about to succeed, and you have worked hard. After 2 days, you will be able to watch the novels and play games, and your dreams will come true. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 38. Chapter 38, Killing. Who is it? Who did it? Third boss yelled, although he was injured, but his skills are still there. Who is it? Can actually kill people under the eyes of many mountain bandit. Another mountain bandit's throat was cut open and fell to the ground. It was the first person who should be with third boss and said that Li Qingshan would be ruthless. The dark mountain forest is like a hidden devil. The shadow of horror shrouds all the mountain bandit. No one knows who is moving. How is the hand moving? I don't know if the next dead person will be himself. This unknown fear is the most terrible. In this panic, the third and fourth mountain bandit fell to the ground, as if the death of the sickle silently harvested life. Nightwind Yin Cold, a delicate hunting knife, like a viper, swam between the tall hay. The blade is covered with dark grass juice, will not reflect any light. And tonight, no moon. Li Qingshan stood in the dark jungle on the hillside and looked at it all. Only he saw it. Little An held the hunting knife and squatted between the mountain bandit. The look on his face was extremely angry. These mountain bandit words have completely angered him. He has been numb and dried for a long time, and for the first time, he sent out such strong emotions and wanted to kill all of them. Li Qingshan, see Little An. I want to get close to third boss several times. I have been blocked. The blood energy of third class master has been extremely strong and I have already exercised restraint on Yin Ghost. Little An was able to get close to him, or because he was nourished daily with his own anger. Ah! Ah! Two screams, two mountain bandit died. And third boss is not a waste, shouted, all together, rely on together. All the mountain bandit gathered tightly to him. Beside him, first guarantee his safety. A lot of blood energy is gathering together, like a huge flame, and Little An can't get close. Li Qingshan took a drink from the spirit wine in the bottle gourd. Bull Demon Strong Fist is not known for its speed. There is no such thing as lightness art. He relies on the intensity of bull like and the supplement of spirit wine. Come up. He added primal chi and raised the stone-rending bow. Now, I am going to shoot. The sound of comma I was shocked by the darkness of the night. And it was only from the sound that it was a strong bowstring that rang, short and beautiful, with a sharp air that cut open the air. The feather arrow struck from the distant darkness with a sharp whistle, pierced the chest of a mountain bandit, and nailed it to a mountain bandit behind him. When the string is heard, the mountain bandit has been pierced, and the mountain bandit has experienced a lot of troubles. No one can react in advance. Third boss knows that this is faster than the sound. The archery is this. The Taoist, the entire Suncheer, seems to have only one person with about to shoot such an arrow. No, not that person, otherwise he is dead now. Third boss glanced at the injured right shoulder and remembered the kid who pushed him to the field. He had only rushed in his own way, and he had a sneak attack. He didn't expect the kid's archery to be so terrible. In fact, Li Qingshan's archery is still not particularly accurate, and suddenly uses the heavy bow of the stone-rending bow, and is separated by such a long distance. But the mountain bandit gathers together. There is no need to bother to aim, just shoot at the center. There is no reason. Third boss, it was the kid. He caught up. This is to kill us. The arrow is coming from that direction. We fight with him. No, no. Once separated. In their dispute, the second arrow runs through the chest of a mountain bandit. The face of each mountain bandit is distorted by fear. The panic is like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Third boss ordered, this is the ghost of the kid, rushed to kill the kid. With the mountain bandit shouting and rushing to the hill, Li Qingshan stood in the same place without any scruples, and shot down with an arrow. A feather arrow was shot by a tight bowstring, snarling in the darkness, spinning through 3 dead leaves, plunging into a mountain bandit's body, and penetrating layers of flesh and blood until it was stuck by the bones. Willing to stop working, the huge impact of the feather arrow, so that the mountain bandit even had no time to make a scream, next to a mountain bandit to stop, horrified look over, the look of fear has not dissipated, it feels a sharp pain on the head. Then what I don't know. The distance between the arrow is so short that the mountain bandit's momentum is tempered, and the hurriedly looking for a hidden bunker is too late to breathe. The strange bloodstains are once again on their throat. Far more accurate than the arrow. Every moment, people die. Morale inspired by fear. Empty, and when they come back to God. Third boss has rode a pony, rushing toward Blackwind Camp, and suddenly making a bird and a beast. Li Qingshan picked up the stone-rending bow and felt the pain in his arms. The strength of the 3 crossbows was really small, but he couldn't support it even if he opened more than a dozen arrows. Took a deep breath and drank a drink. Little An, let's catch up. In the Crouching Bull village, the villagers are still uneasy, and Li Long is killing the dead. Aaron, how to make this look? An old and majestic voice rang from the darkness. Li Long shocked, Master, how come you? Is the Iron Fist Gate owner of Iron Shock Suncheer City? Iron Lion Liu Hong. I'm afraid you can't press the bunch of Mountain Bandit, so take a look. Liu Hong walked out of the darkness, his eyes were like a ring. Angelus was self-defeating, wearing a wide robe, and he was as powerful as a mighty lion. The footprint of the Mountain Bandit, it fell out with Black Wind Camp. Hey, this is not your hand, it's a heavy force, saying, what's the matter? Li Long can only come 110 times. Liu Hong heard the words and deeds of third boss, and coldly snort said, I dare not put Iron Fist Gate and the old man in the eyes. If the old man is here, he will definitely marry him. Look at the bear cubs and dare not turn your face with me. When I heard the release of Li Qingshan, I sang a song. It's good. Good means. How old is Li Qingshan? Probably, it is 15 years old. Li Long himself was a little surprised, only to speak out, only to think of Li Qingshan is just a teenager. What? Only 15 years old? Liu Hong was shocked. He is the old Jiang Hu. Don't say that the 15-year-old third-class master is the first-class master. He has also seen it, but behind the Yingji teenagers, there is no the shadow of the big family, big sect. At least, there is also a master of the martial skill. If there isn't a good teacher to teach, it is no matter how the genius is, and it can't be a climate. You are right with him. Li Qingshan may be the figure that Jiang Hu sings to teach. Let's go and see. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 39. Chapter 39, Demon Dao. Li Long pointing direction, Liu Hong walked a lot. Iron Fist Gate is not known for lightness art, but he stepped out of the usual 7 or 8 steps at every step, flying in double sleeves, not slow. In a short while, the Black Wind Mountain Bandit came to the place where the bonfire was raised. Now there are only a few corpses left, and several wolves are licking their bodies for food, and they screamed and raised their hair, humming. Liu Hong coldly snort, as if the thunder was ringing. The wolf was stunned and fled. Liu Hong examined the body. This is the power of the stone-rending bow. Sick Yellow Tiger sent his own famous weapon. Is it sick? Yellow Tiger's training mission? No. With the martial arts of the sick tiger, I can't teach such a discipline. But stone-rending bow gave him. I'm afraid sick Yellow Tiger wants him to take over the position of chief hunter. No wonder he is not afraid of Black Wind Camp. As long as he returns to Horse Rain Village, Black Wind Camp can't help him. It is also impossible to destroy Horse Rain Village. Is Li Qingshan really going to kill? Li Long was irritating. Li Long was a little trembling. Although he had been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years, fighting was just commonplace, but with the influence of Iron Fist Gate in Suncheer City, there was no corresponding opponent. Life and death fight, at most, to learn the unconstrained little gangster or the passing Jiang Hu guest, who has seen so many dead people. Since the death and hatred, of course, to kill, Aaron. Suncheer City is really comfortable. Originally based on your talent, the skill should be far more than that. Liu Hong feels taken for granted. Learn the discipline. Li Long can't answer. Liu Hong continued to test the corpse. Hey, this injury is so strange. He found a mountain bandit that was cut by a throat. What's weird? This mountain bandit is dead in the heap of people. You look at his dead posture, but it seems to be completely unresponsive. What's going on? Then I found many other scared mountain bandit corpses. Li Long imagined the strange scene at that time, and the heart burst into cold, and couldn't help but look around. The dark mountain forest seemed to hide ghosts. Looking at Liu Hong, I feel a lot of peace of mind. As long as the lightness art is high enough, the lightness art, the entire Suncheer is only comparable to the sect leader of Dragon Gate sect. This Li Qingshan is not only helpful but also very strong. Liu Hong's experience of walking Jiang Hu can't guess again. The mountain bandit can't react because they can't see the enemy at all. They searched for traces left on the ground and found them in the mountains. A body with the mountain bandit was as obvious as a road sign. Some of them have fallen to the ground, and they have died of being cut. Li Long's nerves are numb, recalling Li Qingshan's words, "You all have to die today." Originally, it was only an expression of anger, And now it seems to be a verdict. Li Qingshan grabbed his neck. At that time, he was not very scared. Now he feels afraid after the burst. Also found a mountain bandit corpse. Li Long said, "Mountain bandit are dead, only the third boss." Then they found a puffing foam pony on the ground. Soon after, Liu Hong stopped and looked at a big tree. Even the old Jiang Hu showed a very shocking color. The blood spread far away, and the bloody smell was thicker than the bonfire that killed the mountain bandit. Li Long just looked at it and couldn't help but vomit, as if to vomit all the horrors he saw tonight. Throughout the night, third boss seemed to be immersed in a nightmare that could not be woken up. The people around him died one by one, and the death behind them stepped hard. Third boss picked up the lightness art and desperately fled to the Blackwind cottage. The speed was not as fast as the Dragon Gate sect, but it was probably the potential that was stimulated by the crisis. The Yin Wind was surrounded by him, and he followed him tightly, so that he did not dare to pause. Until the internal strength was exhausted, he stopped to stop under a big tree and gasped for a big mouth. Looking down the hillside, "I can see the traces of the Blackwind cottage," he just smiled. The feather arrow whizzed through the air, piercing his thigh, and was nailed to the trunk. The dead leaves were like rain and fell. Third boss refused to see the pain, looking at the horrible figure from the forest, with a smile on his face, as if the hunter had seized the prey that had been tracking for a long time, and the bowstring of his big bow was still shaking. So far, third boss. Today I counted it. Jiang Hu went up the mountain and didn't turn around. I might as well make a friend. Third boss. At this critical moment, he took out the bachelor's posture and talked about Jiang Hu, but he didn't finish it. A feather arrow pierced him. "Don't mention these two words, because you don't deserve it. Come on, let me know, how much of the Blackwind camp situation? How many of you? How many are the masters? What martial skills does Big Boss practice? If I say, don't you kill me?" Third boss was sweating, pain and fear. Li Qingshan thought about it. "No," I said, "you must die today. I will give you a happy." Even the deception is not necessary. Just tell him clearly, "I am going to kill you." You can say, two cannot say. Third boss said, "Go to your mother, kill to scrape, let's see." I don't frown. Li Qingshan coldly smiled. "I am right." In the depths of his eyes, there was a red light that he did not notice. Li Long reluctantly recovered his calmness, but his eyes tried to avoid the corpse under the tree. "Master, are we going to chase it again?" Liu Hong waved his hand. "No need, such a comet is born." Jiang Hu has been doing a lot of things. The method of the murderous Jiang Hu character, he saw much. Just by this third boss, it will not be inferior. But it's rare to be so heart-wrenching as a debut. No one can vomit a few times and experience many life and death experiences to get the heart harder. Li Long said, "He is only a model of third class. He is a sneak attack on third boss. How is the master so valued?" Liu Hong said, "I only tell you that such characters are on the top of Jiang Hu. No one is not a strong hand. Any martial skill can reach the power of such a person, and you should never use it as an enemy." Why is this? Li Long doesn't understand. Is it difficult for Dao Heart to be hot? Is the martial skill high? The quintessence of the martial arts is between killing. However, Li Qingshan, who was promoted as a comet by Liu Hong, is now vomiting and vomiting next to the stream, and vomiting tears cross-flow. In the end, the bones of third boss were not as hard as he said, and the news that Li Qingshan wanted to know was all told, only to die. After the cut of third boss, the red light in the scorpion was dim, and he seemed to realize what he had done. He tortured a living person with incomparably cruel means. This is not a big deal, but even more terrible is that he had felt great pleasure. What happened to me? A bull hoof stepped into the stream. Li Qingshan looked up, and Green Bull looked at him with a tone of applause and as if he was ridiculous. "You are more and more like a demon." "That again? How?" Li Qingshan reluctantly asked, and he understood that as the cultivation progressed, the influence of divine ability on his heart was deepening. Since it is the divine ability of Demon Dao, it is impossible. It is kind and loving. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 40. Chapter 40. Name Shock Suncheer. Green Bull said, "Do you want to continue? Don't blame me for not reminding you. Maybe it will become demon. As long as I have a clear conscience, I can keep my chest. Even if I am demonic incarnation, I have no regrets." Li Qingshan got up and said that his confused heart was steadfastly strengthened by Green Bull. Green Bull had to look at it again, even if it was a determined cultivator, and heard that he would break into demon and become monster. It has already prepared for patient guidance. Li Qingshan is not affected too much, and still can stick to his own choice. It is really rare to have no shake. But this is also good. If he is the kind of person who is entangled in this kind of thing, it is not worth it. Li Qingshan previous life surviving the era, is an information explosion of the era. He is otaku day and night and a variety of film novels for spiritual food, have learned the most yuan thoughts, but also saw the most terrible and most magnificent scene. Under the impact of various information, his ability to accept is strong. I am afraid that there are few people in this era, and will not be affected by any traditional thinking. This advantage and fierce are slowly emerging to play any divine ability. Magical treasure can't replace the power. Li Qingshan showed a strong cultivation qualification, and it was hard to be seen by Green Bull. However, his heart is sui generis and very different, but it makes Green Bull highly valued. Come with me, one cow and one person, twisting in the wild mountains without roads. Green Bull didn't say where to go. Li Qingshan didn't ask. After he learned about the strength of Blackwind Camp from third boss, he immediately knew that he is not an opponent of Blackwind Camp. Strong. I didn't know how long it took, and suddenly there was a sound coming from the forest. As the footsteps moved forward, the sound of the rumble was getting closer and closer, and finally it was like thunder. The willow trees make the shade and the flowers give the light. The front view is suddenly bright. On the high cliff with a few feet of falling, a waterfall flows down, and the jade dragon falls in the pool water, splashing snow like droplets. There is a large whirlpool in the center of the water, and there are many small whirlpools around. Li Qingshan stood in front of the waterfall, and Rao was his determination. In the face of this nature, he felt a bit shocking. Elder Brother Bull, is this waterfall? Of course I know it is a waterfall. What do you bring me here? Of course it is cultivation. At this time, a broken piece of wood fell from the top of the waterfall, and was instantly swept in by the vortex, smashing into the rock on the water and breaking into pieces of broken wood. If a person is involved in it, it will be the end of the body. Li Qingshan took a sigh of relief. Where is it? Green Bull said, you have to refine strength of one bull. This is the fastest shortcut. If you want to go, it depends on you. When the voice fell, Li Qingshan decided to leap into the deep pool. In midair, his message came from the mouth of third boss. Blackwind Camp, with 300 people, has 7 heads. Of course, it is now 6. 5 of them are third-class master, and Big Boss Jiang, who is called Black Bear Xunxiangwu. It is a true second-class master. Can be no better than other leaders to join forces. Li Qingshan's current martial skill is only the top of the third class. If it is not a sneak attack, it is afraid that it can only deal with 2 heads of association. The 3 players will lose, and they can only escape, let alone with Blackwind Camp. The Lord is against the enemy, and that is the behemoth that he cannot defeat today. The only good news is that in the winter, when the snow is closed, Blackwind Camp wants to carry out large-scale operations, at least until after the spring. That is the time left for him. He must become stronger to stop Blackwind Camp, retaining Crouching Bull Village, completes his promise. All kinds of thoughts flashed past, and the water surface was getting closer and closer. The fierce of Li Qingshan's heart appeared, and all the tensions and fears were pressed down in an instant. The mind was calm and quickly adjusted, and a deep breath, crashing into the water. Green Bull chanted at the top of the pool. I also said to step by step, starting from a meditating under the waterfall. I immediately felt a resentment chi coming to it, little and staring at it. Green Bull was not unrestrained, Little ghost, don't look at me. Local tyrant shocked Li Qingshan. He was like a boat in a storm. He couldn't help himself. He would hit the reef at any time and sink into the rocks. Li Qingshan's good water attribute, at this moment, can't play a little bit, and the bull demon skin refining. Local tyrant hit the pain on the skin, but I haven't had time to relax. And a black shadow pressed against him. The local tyrant pushed him to the rock. The giant wood was just a guide to the car. Even with the bull demon skin refining body, the bones that were hit would be broken and die. I want to use the human race to fight the power of nature. It is too difficult. Bull demon hoof. A pair of true chi sank into Danshan. Li Qingshan's body, like aggravated, suddenly fell, stepping on the bottom of the hard pool. The rock ruptured, leaving 2 deep footprints. But when it came to the bottom of the water, the flow of water was changed again. He pulled him into the biggest whirlpool. He tried his best and stabbed him in the same place, fighting against the local tyrant. A breath quickly exhausted, and a feeling of suffocation caught him tightly. In this kind of water, it is impossible to swim out of the water. As soon as his foot leaves, he will be caught in the whirlpool by the local tyrant. The mind was very quick, and even the deafening roar seemed to be far away. Suddenly, the chest was cold, and True Chi responded automatically. Li Qingshan was clear, and Xiaoan was just anxiously pressing his little hand on his chest. Yin Chi stirred up True Chi's reaction. At the end of this life and death, True Chi suddenly accelerated, straight into the nose and mouth. The feeling of suffocation disappeared, replaced by innate True Chi. Li Qingshan did not expect True Chi to have such a magical effect. Chong Little An nodded to show his gratitude, then bite his teeth, loosen his feet, and let him get involved in the whirlpool with local tyrant. Little An squatted around the whirlpool and suddenly decided to return to the shore and kneel down to the Green Bull. Green Bull said, "Do you want to help him?" Little An slam nod. Liu Hong and Li Long returned to the Crouching Bull village, calmed the villagers and returned to Suncheer City. The village seems to have returned to calm, but the feeling of uneasiness is lingering. Black Wind Camp is like a terrible mountain on their heads, and many people want to escape from the village. But Li Qingshan's promise before leaving gave everyone hope. At a critical juncture, the villagers Li Long could not protect them. The great man in the city, Liu Hong, came after the event. Only Li Qingshan stood in front of all of them and protected them with their own strength. Later, the legendary officers and men appeared, taking away the head of third boss and dozens of mountain bandit. Suncheer City was shocked. Some people dared to break Black Wind Camp. Both Black and White know a name, Li Qingshan. In the county government office, the fat county magistrate commander said, quickly ask the prefecture governor. When the officer arrives at Suncheer City, he annihilates a group of thieves. Who dares to say that this officer is incompetent and hangs the head on the gate of the city? Let the people of the whole city know the power of the official. Also, find Li Qingshan for me, and the official should thank him for his life-saving grace and a great wealth to him. Shy I said, adult, it is okay to ask the prefecture governor, but it is not necessary to hang the head. The Black Wind Camp is not so good. As for Li Qingshan, I am afraid it will not die. Yes, in many people's eyes, Li Qingshan is already a dead person. Although I admire Li Qingshan's hot and martial skill, no one thinks that he is the opponent of Black Wind Camp. Black Bear Xung Xiangwu, who is a child who can stop the nightingale in Suncheer City, the time of fame. The age of Li Qingshan still big. The two are not at all a level. Fat County Magistrate hesitated, and sent a good job to the door, not showing off. It is really a pity. The small eyes sloppily turned around, suddenly patted the table. I am an official, he is a thief. I am afraid that he will not succeed. I will pass my orders and hang all the heads of the mountain bandit on the gates of the city. I will see the group of local tyrants and dare not to pay taxes. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 41. Chapter 41, Tao of the Beautiful Bones. Master can only be. County Magistrate's desire for silver has already overwhelmed the fear of Black Wind Camp. It is not that he can persuade, and Blackwind Camp must not dare to blatantly rebel. Fat County Magistrate suddenly disappeared, whispered, "People are not my kill, Blackwind Camp Master will not come to me trouble." Master Squirrel must, it should not. But just in case, ask your sister for help, and let the prefecture governor send the reinforcements. Fat County Magistrate said, "Yes, although he is a prefecture governor and a brother-in-law, he is a family. As long as he sends an eagle wolf guard, we are not afraid of anyone. Although he is fat, he has the younger sister was born like a flower, and was taken care of by the prefecture governor. He also followed the rising tide and begged his sister to blow the pillow wind and asked him for an official position. The governor of the prefecture governor didn't like him, and he did the prime magistrate in the remote Suncheer city. He didn't let him have the chance of being a fox, but also let him stay away from his sister. It was one move, two gains. Master's heart, the eagle wolf guard is so easy to send. It's almost like finding a decent escort in the prefecture governor. What about Li Qingshan? Fat County Magistrate thought for a moment. How can he be the savior of the official? Wait for him. Give him some silver, send him to somewhere else. Clear River Prefecture is so big, where can't go? In Horse Rain Village, Sick Yellow Tiger got the news, first surprised, then ha-ha laughed. Kill it well. After taking the spirit wine, his illness disappeared, became rosy and angry, and martial arts not only recovered, but also great progress. Chief Hunter, he is guilty of Blackwind Camp, isn't he getting trouble with Horse Rain Village? He is carrying your stone-rending bow, you shouldn't give it to him from the beginning, and he is now missing. I'm already escape. Little Black was dissatisfied. She ate Li Qingshan's fist at the market on the same day. Although she did not dare to retaliate, she also had some resentment. He was originally a leader among the young people in the village, but Li Qingshan will be completely. He overcame it, and now he has such a big limelight. His heart is full of embarrassment. Sick Yellow Tiger said, Blackwind Camp came to the door. What means, we will continue. But he will not escape, and will not come to us to seek shelter. I am just Sick Tiger, but he is real down the fierce tiger. Thus, the name Tiger descending the mountains became the first name of Li Qingshan. When dozens of Blackwind Mountain bandit heads were hung up, Li Qingshan's name was spread to pinnacle. A large piece of snowflakes falling from the sky. At night, a black shadow smashed into the city, took down the head of third boss, and then rushed back to the Blackwind cottage and sent it to Camp Master Xunxiangwu. Xunxiangwu, like its nickname, is not only unusually tall, but also thick and dark. Far to look into the distance, like a bear, you can see that this person has inborn divine strength. He got up and looked around for a week, no matter whether it was the heads of the two sides or the surrounding mountain bandit, no one dared to make a sound. Boom. His gigantic palm, the bear's paw, slammed it, and the head, together with the heavy rosewood case, was smashed together. Incompetent, this is the end. The person who dares to provoke me is also the end. The wood chips spurred around, and the few mountain bandits that were close to them were all stabbed in the face, but no one dared to make a move. Second, the family turned up the folding fan and got up. But it was a scholar who dressed up as a middle-aged man. At this time, it was still a gown, which showed a deep internal strength. Camp Master, third boss, was seriously attacked by Stone-Rending Bow. The enemy is not the kid. Stone-Rending Bow? Sick Yellow Tiger. Xunxiangwu gave a hint of vigilance. Is he not seriously ill? I heard that his illness is good. Xunxiangwu browsed into a river, a sinking. On Old White Peak, Yang Jun said, isn't you found yet? Anger made his handsome face twist. He was originally a slut, not so much patience. Young master, I heard a message recently. Kai Die said, Horse Rain Village Sick Yellow Tiger is ill. What about that? Yang Jun was impatient. Kai Die snorted with a straw bag. I heard that his illness is dysentery. Only spirit ginseng can cure it. Yang Jun's eyes lit up, and I couldn't wait to go to Horse Rain Village immediately to ask questions. But he was not crazy, and he said, go and ask me to come. Spirit ginseng is not so easy to digest, even if it is eaten. give me spit it out. In such a hustle and bustle, no one noticed that Li Qingshan's room was dug up, and the porcelain jar, which was buried with the skeleton, disappeared. The snow fell. The water bone chilling of the pool was cold, and there was no freezing posture. Li Qingshan climbed out of the blue water of the lips, lying on a dry grass, looking at the white waterfall on the grey sky, spitting out the breath. Turn into white fog. This cultivation is almost life-threatening, but Li Qingshan is forced to squeeze all his physical strength, true chi, to climb ashore to take a break. After a spin wine, the body recovered, and the depleted true chi rushed. On the bonfire, the beast is roasted, giving off a strong aroma. Little Anne is like a professional barbecue chef, while turning the wooden fork, sprinkling the spices brought out from home and focusing on it. See Li Qingshan coming out. The hunting knife cut a large piece of meat, and sent it to his mouth. Seeing Li Qingshan gorging for a moment, he smiled. Li Qingshan was full of mouthfuls of oil and suddenly said, "Are you afraid of fire?" Little Anne is afraid of the sun, afraid of the flames, and has many restrictions. It is impossible to be so stunned by the flames, and today it is cloudy days. But Little Anne is often hidden in the locust tree and refuses to come out. Little Anne can't answer. Li Qingshan smiled and said, "Is it divine ability to learn from the elder brother bull? It is not easy to put something out of it. Why are you glaring at me?" Little Anne hesitated, and took a porcelain jar from the grass. Li Qingshan opened the lid and saw a bloody sigh of relief. Inside, there was a small skeleton, dripping bright red blood. The two colors, red and white, are extremely glaring and full of evil bloody feelings. Li Qingshan frowned. "What is this?" Little Anne is like a child who is doing something wrong. He keeps his head down and doesn't talk. Tao of the beautiful bones. The green bull suddenly appeared and said 5 words. This is also divine ability. Yin ghost has no flesh. Although it seems to be free of unrestrained, it can avoid the eyes and ears of ordinary people. However, in the case of cultivation, there is a lack of innate, and it is afraid of light and is restrained by many magic spells. But this is not a solution. It is the most shrewd way to absorb oxygen slowly. The vast Buddhist law has clouds, red powder, skeleton skin and flesh. Form is his emptiness, emptiness is his form. Between the thoughts, red powder can become a comma. Skeleton can also give birth to skin and flesh. With the high monk of Buddhism, the failure of the bodhisattva fruit, the death of heavenly tribulation, unwillingness, demonic will, the Buddha, the magic, reverse the mana, create Tao of the beautiful bones, refining white bone Sarira, repairing skeleton demon god, calling himself skeleton bodhisattva. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 42. Chapter 42, Strength of One Bull. Li Qingshan took a deep breath. Skeleton bodhisattva, and demon Tao. Although he still doesn't know the high monk of the Buddha's gate, which is about to prove the bodhisattva fruit. How high is it? But I know that this is probably a far exceed divine ability he imagined. Li Qingshan said, "This divine ability is not easy to cultivate." Green Bull said, "Yes, this divine ability implements life and death. It requires not only the cultivation of the soul, but also the life of the soul to sacrifice, and to endure blood energy burning. A lot of essence, but now only the animal blood to fill. The best sacrifice is of course human blood, especially the martial practitioner with strong energy." Li Qingshan's heart trembles. No matter who hears the cultivation method, can only think of evil arts, demon Tao, and no matter what the legendary story, using a human life to fill the cultivation, there is one is the villain, in the end, must not die. Cannot help but ask, "Why do you want to practice this?" Little An was scared and pale. His spirit wisdom gradually opened, and he knew that this was the extremely evil demon Tao. Green Bull said, "Of course, to help you." "Hey, is this the upper level of control ghost?" Li Qingshan was shocked and couldn't say anything about blaming. He only smiled when he bowed his head. "It seems that we have all gone wrong with the master and are destined to go dark on this demon Tao." Little An was relieved and smiled. A seeker deer flies in the forest, avoiding the shadow of the shadow. but finally cut off the throat by a hunting knife. The blood splatter has not yet reached the ground, and it is caught by porcelain jar. The hot blood just falls in it, and the wind is rolling. A bloody skeleton flies out. Skeleton sitting cross-legged, as if the old man sat down. There is a secret feeling of sacred and evil. If there is high monk here, if you can understand the cycle of desolation and glory, life and death reason. Li Qingshan can only look at little unattached to the skeleton, refining blood energy rising like a bloody flame. Little and brows wrinkled, the soul trembles, suffering great pain. Demon Dao divine ability is a shortcut, but the shortcut is also a dangerous way. It takes a lot of money and takes great risks. Blood energy, the burning of the soul, is better than the burning of the body by the fire, but also with the perseverance to maintain the wisdom, cultivation divine ability. Really not ordinary people practiced. Li Qingshan clenched his fists. Only Zhao Xin seemed to have a fire in the fire. The burning could not stand it. Little Un suffered a bitterness around the witch. She was afraid that it would not be 1% of the moment. She reached out and wanted to stop. Green Bull said, "This is not only for you. You have what you want to do, the wish you want to accomplish. He is the same. This is his freedom." His wish? Yes. His wish is to help you. Green Bull couldn't help but laugh at the playful words he said, but see Li Qingshan smile without a smile. "Do you know, I promised when he was little ghost, he didn't know how happy he was, and he is very happy now. As long as he can keep my chest, no matter what he does, there is no regrets. Isn't that what you said?" After a long time, blood energy is completely refining into the skeleton, and the first level is faintly red. Li Qingshan took spirit ginseng out, took another drop of ginseng into Little Un's eyebrows, and Little Un closed her eyes and fell asleep. Li Qingshan turned and jumped into the cold water again, only to calm down his heart. The days passed by, the 100,000 mountains were all wrapped in silver. Li Qingshan was cultivated every day, and almost every day had to get a wound before coming up. If his body is very human, plus the spirit wine, nourish the body. It's long gone. Little Un continually hunted the beasts. At first, he used only the blood of small animals such as the hare and the yellow sheep to cultivation. Later, he used the blood energy baleful chi, a heavy predator such as the tiger leopard. The two are like a general competition, and divine ability. The spirit wine that spirit ginseng has made, is getting lighter and lighter. Until a month later, the waterfall still roared. The whirlpool in the pool still spinning, the central whirlpool, a vaguely visible figure, dancing in the water, against the boundless local tyrant, as if facing countless rivals. Li Qingshan transported Bull Demon strong fist in the water, one stroke and one style, as on the shore. It did not go away, but it was full of stagnant strength. Bull Demon stabilized his body. Bull Demon skin refining resisted local tyrant, and Bull Demon horn gore hit the whirlpool. True Chi also rotates like a vortex, forming a small cyclone, and True Chi flows to the limbs, and the speed is getting faster and faster. The pool of water is stirring, 10 times more than usual. Li Qingshan is a boxing out. Boom such as stunned thunder in the water, a terrible breath from the water, shocked countless birds and beasts. Little Un jumped in his heart, as if something terrible beast was released, far better than the wolf and tiger leopard. He stared at the water. The water level returned to calm, and the swirling whirlpool disappeared. Green Bull smiled. A tall figure jumped out of the deep pool and landed on the rock. Li Qingshan's bronze body was as strong as a cow, carved like a rock, and each muscle was full of explosive power. He punched his foot on the rock under his feet. The loud noise of was not like flesh and blood hitting the stone, but the stone was touching the stone. After a moment of calm, kaka, the rock that has been polished by countless years of water, cracked a seam and finally shattered. Before the rock broke, Li Qingshan jumped on the lakeside and looked at his own hands, muttering, "This is strength of one bull." He feels that he seems to have infinite strength. The whole body seems to be reborn. If it is again with the third-class master like third boss, You can kill him with one hand, but he doesn't want to hurt himself. Green Bull said, "You are finally getting started." Li Qingshan picked up the stone-rending bow, bowing the bow, the original hard iron arch, now soft like an ordinary wooden bow. Li Qingshan pulled and collapsed. Li Qingshan repeatedly swayed the bowstring, and used the thrustone bow to make the pearl string arrows method. This series of continuous shots, the bowstring burst, and the sound of the shivering seemed to cut the air. Li Qingshan felt that there was still room for it. He kept on screaming, up and down, left and right, and each bow was opened in all directions. Power, a constant stream of power, as if you want, you can do everything and defeat all enemies. This is the feeling of divine ability, not part of any martial skill. Little Un is watching and infinite worship. Little Un, it's time to go out. Li Qingshan mentions porcelain jar and walks out of the mountains, not to Black Wind Camp, but to Suncheer City. The waterfall is getting farther away, the pool is once again rushing, and the vortex respins. The three characters of Suncheer City are engraved on the high city gate. Li Qingshan looked up for a while. This city that he had heard since childhood was the first time he came today. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 43. Chapter 43, Fierce Tiger Down the Mountain. Li Qingshan didn't go back to Crouching Bull Village. The small village is still safe and at least not going to Horse Rain Village. He doesn't want to bring his troubles to others, and he doesn't even go straight to Black Wind Camp, even though he is with Black Wind Camp. Deadlock is formed, and once the spring is over, the Black Wind Mountain Bandit will probably be dispatched, and the small village that will raise him will be destroyed. He sneered in his heart, "You regard me as an enemy, and why should I not regard you as an enemy? It is necessary to enter the Black Wind Camp, remove the head of the imposing Black Wind Camp master, so that he is full of evil, not to die. It's only fun in the chest." Divine ability, for what it is to kill the enemy, but before that, I have to make some preparations. He has no weapons in his hands, and his bare hands are too bad. The lions fight rabbits with all their strength, not to mention the 200 mountain bandits of Black Wind Camp are not 200 rabbits, each with human life. Fierce. Once you break into it, it is not Jiang whose fight, but near the battlefield. If it is still sloppy, it is a problem with the brain. Suncheer City's Golden Spear Shop is a very famous weapon shop. He plans to go and see, but he has to pay for the weapons. He is not only penniless, but even decent clothes. He is ragged, revealing his chest, and attracts pedestrians. If the weather is so warm, isn't he afraid of being frozen? Li Qingshan is cultivation in the ice pool every day, which is afraid of this chill. But no one treats him as a beggar because there is no penniless person on his face, the kind of inferiority and wretchedness, but a strong self-confidence, as if no matter what difficulties he encountered, he can use these hands to solve. Going all the way to see and appreciate this city full of classical flavor, he does not deliberately conceal the fact that he is a country. A carriage suddenly galloped, and the driver waved a whip and shouted, "Get out! Get out!" The pedestrians in front of him looked away, and the proud ha-ha laughed. Looking at the far-away carriage, everyone's face is indignant, but no one dares to say anything. This is the Toshi in Suncheer City, Jiang's car, not to mention driving people, even if they are killed. At the most, it is a loss of money. The driver saw a ragged figure in front of him, as if he couldn't hear his voice. He didn't know how to dodge. He shouted, "The skunk is going away." Nor did he pull the reins, letting the carriage collide with the past. Pedestrians also shouted carefully, seeing the carriage hitting the cockroach, squatting sideways, avoiding it by a few milliseconds. The coachman also had to react in the future, and under the carriage of the carriage. He flew out like a cloud. In the carriage, something is rolling, and the woman screams. The horses of the two carts are tall and hoisted, but the car seems to have been applied by demon technique. It is fixed in place, screaming, but can't go further. The coachman got up and got out of the squid. He was also a family member. He was about to scream, but he saw the pedestrians on both sides stunned and looked behind the carriage. Li Qingshan grabbed the frame with one hand, and the feet stepped deep into the ground, but it did not move. He did not move, and the carriage naturally could not move. The groom swallowed a spit. What power is this? A young man with a bottle of wine jumped out of the car. Blessing, what are you doing? But when he saw the bliss pointing to Li Qingshan, he yelled, the skunk, away from my carriage, touch it, your hand. He was so drunk that he did not see Li Qingshan's hand clutching his car. I am not jealous, my name is Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan reported the name, and he will teach the younger brother and the arrogant slave. What Li Qingshan? The young man was confused and full of disdain. After reading it, the tone changed abruptly, like being caught in the neck, and the wine was awakened. Yes. Which Li Qingshan? Li Qingshan strangely said, you recognize me. The coachman mourned, the sun is tiger descending the mountains. The original face of Red Light suddenly became pale. Tiger descending the mountains? What? Li Qingshan was frowning, and the son of the sun slammed down. This son? No, it's a villain who is offended. Please young hero. Bag, hands are offered. The money is small to make a gift to young hero. Other people have seen Jiang family's appearance so low, but they all looked at each other. But they heard the words tiger descending the mountains. Everyone saw Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly changed, and the admiration was mixed with fear. Li Qingshan took advantage of the money bag, and there was a lot of money in it. It was enough for him to buy a decent dress, have a full meal in the best restaurant, and then have a good night's sleep in the inn. But it is inexplicable. I have no plans to kill, at least hit you 2 punches, still dare not force. How to scare this way? He instinctively felt that the other party was so afraid of him, not because of his efforts to stop the horse. But seeing the other side scared the ass of the butt, he did not have the lesson of the lesson, carrying the purse. See Li Qingshan walking away, the son of the sun was soft and climbed up from the ground, and trembling in fear looked into the street. Li Qingshan was in front of him. But it was a terrible person who killed dozens of people. He no longer dared to swear in front of such people. The face ridiculed by the pedestrians turned red, turned to see the driver hiding aside, but also angry from the gallbladder, went up and down the mania. Hey, you dare to hide, I let you hide. Let you not drive well. There is a martial arts, which is not to be avoided. Li Qingshan took the money bag, and his heart was more stable. Although the money came a little bit confusing, he suddenly remembered that it was imperative to find out the news and understand the changes of Blackwind Camp, and he just had a fellow in Suncheer City. It was also a person in Jianghu who asked several people before coming to the Iron Fist Gate. The 2 tower-like bald heads in front of the door, forked the thick arms of ordinary people's thighs, glanced at the pedestrians, and the pedestrians were not close to the door. They walked away and walked along the other side of the street. The power of Iron Fist Gate. See a ragged coming to the door. Dahan is not welcome. Get out of here. This is not the place for you to ask for food. Another big man stopped his companion and looked up and down Li Qingshan. He laughed and said, your boy looks like a family. How to fall into this look? He saw that Li Qingshan was strong and not afraid of the cold. Li Qingshan said, I am looking for someone, please pass the 2. He is called Li Long. Tell him that I am his fellow, called Li Qingshan. The 2 great men were indifferent, and they heard the word Li Long carefully. It was the Slav master's beloved disciple. When he heard the words Li Qingshan, his face changed greatly. Tiger descending the mountains. Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan understands that tiger descending the mountains is about himself. He complains in his heart, what is this ghost? Jiang who has no culture, but he is not like a wolf and a tiger leopard, auntie. In the Horse Rain village, sick yellow tiger made a big sneeze. Legend of the Great Saint. Chapter 44. Chapter 44, Dragon Gate Sect Leader. Small, Chief Hunter, your body. My body is good. Are the people of Blackwind Camp and Dragon Gate Sect gone? They still refuse to retreat. They must see the campmaster side. I said that I was seriously ill. I couldn't see each other. If anyone dared to be hard, don't hesitate to shoot them. Sick Yellow Tiger put his hands on the stove, which was originally a cat. Yellow Chief Hunter has a big tone, even Yang. I have to shoot it? A voice suddenly sounded from the door. The threshold smashed, the wind rushed in, a waist-hanging sword, a handsome middle-aged man standing at the door. The eyes are sharp and the sword shines like a sword, not as gentle as the surface looks. Sick Yellow Tiger didn't dare to sneer, jumped up and hugged his fist. Sect Leader Yang, long time no see. 100 miles away, there is only one person who can be called sect leader. The person who comes here is Dragon Gate Sect's sect leader, Yang Anzai. His first-hand Dragon Gate sword art, and the likeness art is even better. Called the first person of Suncheer. The nearby high-ranking big family, if there is a child who wants to practice martial arts, will send it to Dragon Gate Sect. These gentlemen and sisters are gathered together. It is inevitable, but it is also a great force. It is even Suncheer. Righteous Way forces. Yang Anzai looked at Sick Yellow Tiger up and down. Your illness is really good. It's no wonder that even the elders in my door are coming. I don't want to see each other. I don't have to talk too much. Where is Spirit Ginseng? Sick Yellow Tiger said, I haven't seen anything about Spirit Ginseng. Sect Leader Yang wants to bully me at Horse Rain Village. Dozens of hunting bows point to Yang Anzai, and Zhuangzhong's hunter has already reacted. Yang Anzai said, if you add another stone-rending bow, you may be able to leave me. Why not try Yellow Chief Hunter? Sick Yellow Tiger squinted. What do you mean by this? Yang Anzai said, Campmaster Xung is right outside. Your stone-rending bow has killed his third boss. Do you want to get us at the same time? Sick Yellow Tiger sneered out loudly. The Suncheer Righteous Way is the leader, and the most brutal mountain bandit leader is stirring together. Don't you have any face? Right, I forgot. You have no difference. They are bullying good. On the sect leader Yang, you will make more money. Yang Anzai's face was angry and his hand was on the hilt, but the tight sound around the bowstring stopped him, and coldly threatened, Yellow Chief Hunter may not be afraid, but if it is really fighting, I see this. How many people can you live in village? Sick Yellow Tiger rode. Spirit Ginseng I have already eaten. Sect leader Yang, you just let go of the words, you can't get it back. Yang Anzai said, Spirit Ginseng is really in your hands. You are going to lie to me. Spirit Ginseng is not digestible overnight, nor can it be swallowed up. You have used it for so long, now I will hand it over. I will read you love, or can help you defend against Black Wind Camp. Sick Yellow Tiger said, I said that if I ate it, I ate it. If you don't believe it, let's take it. The bowstring is full, the long sword is unsheathed, and the war is on the verge. Xiao Black on the side suddenly said, we haven't seen anything about Spirit Ginseng. Our chief hunter's illness is good. I drank the wine from Li Qingshan. If you are looking for it, go find him. Yang Anzai's eyes lit up and Sick Yellow Tiger was furious and shouted, give me shut up. Little Black has a hard track, Chief Hunter. He is just an outsider. He gave you spirit wine and took stone-rending bow. We don't owe them anything, why bother to save him? I am also thinking about the village! Exclamation mark. Yang Anzai smiled and said, it turns out that Yang is wrong with Huang Xun. It's no wonder that the kid's martial skill is so leaps and bounds, so don't overdo it. The lightness art is floating, but if Li Qingshan is here, I know this person. The lightness art is 10 times better than his son Yang Jun and the gang of disciplines. The hunter did not have orders, and they dared not let the arrows go easily. Yang Anzai left a sentence, Yellow Chief Hunter is really good, and Zhuangzhong's children are always in the big picture. Sick Yellow Tiger's face is even more ugly. The leader of any power must have absolute authority, as long as the decision is made, whether it is right or wrong. It is not easy to violate. Li Qingshan and I have the help of life. He took care of the spirit wine regardless of the risk. It is trustworthy to me, otherwise no one will know that he has Spirit Ginseng. You are injustice. Little Black His Majesty, Little Black is willing to die. A group of hunters gathered to persuade Chief Hunter, Little Black is also for the village. With so many days, King Shan has no idea where to escape. We don't have to resist. Li King Shan looked at the big man who was crawling and went to the notice. His eyes fell on the big man who stayed in front of the door and wondered, is it so terrible? Leaving the big man only hated his legs and feet slow, let the companion rob first. As for the terrible problems, he did not dare to answer. He only knew that the teenagers in front of him had killed dozens of mountain bandit and got inside. The news that he will be killed in Suncheer's famous Blackwind Camp third boss. Such people are not terrible. What other people are terrible? A young man in his 30s who is full of savage Jianghu. Any ordinary person will feel scared when he sees it. And the other is a young man who has not exhausted his face, and there is no trace of fierceness. But the former sees the latter, but it seems like the mouse has seen the cat. It is really weird. Li King Shan suddenly realized that his reputation has been established. Although it started with the not so favorous nickname Tiger Descending the Mountains, it is enough to shock the small. For a moment, Li Long greeted the door and saw Li King Shan. His heart suddenly jumped. His eyes did not dare to look at his eyes, and he remembered the bloody scene he saw in the mountains a few days ago. An irrepressible fear from the heart rises. He smiled unnaturally. Yes, it's King Shan. We have sect master. Li King Shan, as he stepped into the door, bypassed the wall with the word comma passed through the courtyard door, and went to the martial training field, and saw the fine robust man in the chest line in 2 rows. Welcome, but the look is not good. Iron Fist Gate. The main Liu Hong Diamar hen knife sitting on the chair, said solemnly, you are Tiger Descending the Mountains Li King Shan? Li King Shan frowned, not only for this horse-like posture, but also the nickname of Tiger Descending the Mountains. If anyone tells him now, as long as he kills someone, he can change the nickname of a better listening point. He must not hesitantly rush to kill him. Sect Master asks you. A recent man from Liu Hong heard the sound of Hong Zong. He was full of muscles and tattoos, and his temples were slightly raised. It was an expert of internal and external cultivation. Li King Shan estimates that this person's strength is above third boss. It is no wonder that he dares to speak to himself. Iron Fist Gate can dominate the Suncheer city and is a good hand. Li Long is busy. Eldest senior brother, calm down. King Shan is from the village. I have never seen the world. Li King Shan's sleeves were also pulled. I haven't seen my master yet. Li King Shan casually bowed his hand. I have seen old hero Liu. But there is not much respectful meaning. Liu Hong frowned, and the Iron Fist Gate on both sides were all angry. Li Long blames him for being ignorant. You have offended Blackwind Camp, only by asking the master to make it, and then letting the Horse Rain Village sick yellow tiger come out. It is possible to settle the matter. The master is a second-class master. Isn't it worth it? A worship? This is our eldest senior brother, Jianghu people said. Li King Shan waved and interrupted, the name of the miscellaneous fish, you don't have to remember. He is not a rude person, but others are rude to him. He also never polite. Li Long's voice was sluggish, and eldest senior brother's face turned red and the bones creaked, and the momentum slammed into Li King Shan. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 45. Chapter 45, Skin and Flesh Business. Eldest senior brother, calm down. Eldest senior brother, calm down. Li Long tried to block the brother. Eldest senior brother grabbed his shoulder and threw it aside like a chicken, waving a punch to Li King Shan. Wang stopped. Liu Hong screamed, and eldest senior brother's fist stopped in front of Li King Shan's face and shouted, Master, let me teach you this not to know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li King Shan looked annoyed. I originally asked you about something. Since you are so busy, I will leave. If you have something to say, what kind of model is installed? Kid, your life is almost out of danger. Li King Shan really stopped. Oh. What do you say? Liu Hong said, the people at Blackwind Camp are looking for you everywhere. If you are careful about hiding, You will dare to show up and die. Li Qingshan said, that is normal development. I will ask you, how can I escape a robber? As long as you promise to join the Iron Fist Gate, the old man has his own way to keep your life. This is the purpose of Liu Hong. The Iron Fist Gate is a gang rather than a sect, and does not require the help of the person must be a disciple. Li Qingshan's strength and innate skill is small enough to make any Jianghu tempted. However, as a long-established old Jianghu, Liu Hong will not ask Li Qingshan to join, saying that he must first come to Ma Wai, kill Li Qingshan's prestige, let him know the immensity of heaven and earth, and then say goodbye. Let him know the bright future of joining Iron Fist Gate and finally willingly ask to join. But Li Qingshan's rudeness also annoyed him. But now, the old man changed his mind. Do you really think that killing dozens of thieves, a Blackwind camp's head, is it a personal thing? Li Qingshan said, that's great. If nothing happens, I will take a step first. Give me a stop. Liu Hong finally moved, but he did not move. As soon as the lion screamed, he stepped out and the next step fell in front of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan was covered with cold hair and looked like a fierce beast. The instinctive gave birth to vigilance and sneered, after all, Jianghu is a man. If you can't do it, you will come to Wu. Eat the old man's punch. Liu Hong, although he wanted to recruit Li Qingshan, did not want to be an enemy. But a junior dared to be so rude to him. It is impossible to teach lessons. Perhaps he thought that Blackwind Camp's big boss Xunk Xiangwu and third boss were a kind of thing. So dare to be so arrogant, then only let him see the absolute gap between second-class master and third-class master. And many more. How, are you afraid? Liu Hong said solemnly, Master Shenwei. Eldest senior brother Wang screamed and raised his eyes and looked at Li Qingshan with a mocking look. The other doorman followed suit. Sect Master Li Qingshan said, I used to let Li Long hit 3 punches first. Liu Hong's eyes glanced at the dangerous murderous aura. That's the inferior martial skill. Why? Do you want the old man to punch 3? No. Liu Hong's face has not eased. Li Qingshan continued, look at you as an old man, I want you to be 10 punches. A shameful shame. Liu Hong has only these 4 words in his heart. At this moment, he really moved his heart, come on. And many more. What are you doing? Old hero Liu, you are also a long-awaited Jianghu character. This punch can't be allowed. Li Qingshan thought for a moment, a boxing tentacles of silver, not expensive. I am innocent with you, the same if you play a game. Even if you win, there is no advantage of a copper plate. Instead, you have an inexplicable enemy. You just have no money to buy weapons. You have to find a way to earn something. If you want to come and think about it, you will only have this divine ability. This sentence completely angered Liu Hong, and he simply mixed him with Jianghu's juggling artist. He was very angry and laughed. Well, I am afraid you are dying. Li Long hurried forward and stopped. He saw it with his own eyes. Liu Hong opened the monument with a pair of iron fists. If it was hit on a person, he wouldn't beat people into meat, teacher. But it's too late. Bang peng pen peng exclamation mark. The fist shadow is like a horse, and it's fast and heavy. It's 5 punches on Li Qingshan. Li Long's fu has not yet had time to export. People who are close can't open their eyes, let alone go forward. The boxing came quickly and went fast. The people were still immersed in the power of the 5 punches. Liu Hong had already stood down and sighed softly, hey, today it broke the killing. Li Long was stunned and said that he could not say 4 words. Eldest senior brother Wang, the first reaction came over and shouted, Master Shenwei. 52. Li Qingshan suddenly spoke. Liu Hong's eyes widened, but Li Qingshan praised him. It's really a heavy fist. I can't eat it. He looks as usual, and it seems like he can't eat it. It seems like a profiteer. He is cheating customers and buying more. This is also the case. After the strength of one bull demon skin refining has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The original bull demon skin refining gives the impression that it is a powerful external cultivation. It is the power of the true divine ability. Between his skin and flesh, The first level tough film was formed. The punch of the cracked stone was hit on the body. Like the rubber, the strength was resolved, and the internal strength contained in the fist was broken into the body, was solved by true chi, and the second-class master's fist could not hurt him. It's easy to earn 52 in 1 second. It's not so fast to get rich and help the poor. And less than a last resort, he did not want to do the over-the-counter activities. However, is this really a skin and flesh business? I don't want him to think about it. Iron Lion screamed and swooped up. How many years have passed since he returned to Suncheer City? He has not lost such a big face. And he is still in front of so many people. Heavy punches, like squally showers, drowned Li Qingshan. 82, 92, 102, hey, you have to fight. 302, 502. Li Qingshan's voice clearly emerged from the squally showers, constantly stimulating Liu Hong's nerves. The door people have already seen the stunned. Liu Hong is a vigorous dragon and ferocious tiger, but after all, he is old and physically exhausted. He will pant and sweat in a short while. Li Qingshan couldn't bear to see it. He wanted to say, "Grandpa, you can't break my defense." But the idea of making money can only hold back this kindness and let him fight. With the words Iron Fist Gate, Li Qingshan is restrained by death. This is not to say that the fist is completely better than the weapons. Even for such a Murim expert, the fist is more likely to play the role of internal strength, break the enemy's internal organs. It also has the effect of vibration, and it is easy to kill the enemy as long as it has the upper hand. However, it happened to meet Li Qingshan's freak. Liu Hong didn't lose the skill, but lost the martial skill. The other person practiced divine ability. Liu Hong gasped, punched Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan said, "Almost." Looked at Li Long. Li Long was busy helping Liu Hong to sit in the chair of the Qi. Liu Hong was still unbelievably staring at Li Qingshan. What kind of kung fu do you practice? Even if it is second-class master, no, first-class master does not. Maybe, impossible. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 46. Chapter 46. The Weakness of the Weak. I practiced a divine ability just getting started. Li Qingshan can't say this, respectfully said, it's just a hard work of beating that. Just old hero Liu, you played more than 100 punches. I only accept you 1002. His words are much more polite, like a shopper who is a customer of God. The other doormen were still immersed in the horror, wondering if they were dreaming. Eldest senior brother was just about to angle Li Qingshan, and Li Qingshan swept away, suddenly dare not say more, but glanced at Li Long. You are not saying that he is third-class master? Li Long is also feeling wrong. It was hard to say that Li Qingshan was indeed third-class master. Did he hide his strength? Today, only this explanation. He does not believe in any way. Li Qingshan is to this level of effort to progress to this level. Liu Hong waved his hand and go to take the money. Master, do not talk nonsense. Liu Hong handed over 1,000 taels of silver banknote to Li Qingshan. It's just that the old man is rude. Li, young hero, don't be surprised. The money is treated as an old man. Li Qingshan stunned. I didn't expect Liu Hong to transform so fast. It was really the master of Li Long. He thought he was angry with him. Young hero is a hero, a martial skill, and has been indulging in the grass. It is not a waste of talent. If you join my Iron Fist Gate, you will never let you down. As for Black Wind Camp, the old man helps. 1 or 2. I think that the black bear will give a few faces. Walking Jianghu, there is no dead. Can you only kill your head? Is it a porcelain jars? Don't bump with earthen jars. Liu Hong said that a mad domineering aura is swept away, like a kind old man who cares about the younger generation. The disciple thought that they had never seen Liu Hong, and they all widened their eyes. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that he and Liu Hong are now equal in position. Even if he is higher than Liu Hong bit by bit, unlike when he entered the door, Liu Hong's eyes were overlooked, all because he showed a wonderful martial arts. The other party became polite, and he also gave him a gift. It was a kid who was rude and offended old hero Liu. This money is just a joke. Please take it back. The two gave up and he only earned his income. The heart is big. Thank you old hero, good intentions. I have no intention to join the gang for the time being. I am not hiding this time, but in the cultivation, Black Wind camp, I will remove it myself. Now I just want to find some news. Liu Hong said, Black Wind camp has been in the village for so many years. How can it be so easy to pull out? The old man is not as weak as the black bear. But if he is only a hard-hitting Black Wind camp, it is also a dead end, and the battle is not an unknown. The contest, even the strength cannot keep up. Jiang Hu is not only a martial skill, but also a force. He recognizes Li Qingshan's martial skill, but he is still a lonely man with no power. Li Qingshan shook her head slightly. I have my own plans. Liu Hong can no longer persuade, and will carefully change the changes on Jiang Hu near Suncheer. Li Qingshan heard about Black Wind Camp's troubles to find Horse Rain Village. Old hero Liu, there is something to ask for. Please try to send a message saying that Li Qingshan is in Suncheer City. There is no escape. One person is doing things alone. Never involve others. Okay, it is a hero who is a teenager. The old man believes that in this Suncheer City, you are not afraid of anyone. Liu Hong said, there is also Dragon Gate sect who also sent many people to Horse Rain Village. Want to see Huang Chief Hunter on the one hand, don't know what to do. Li Qingshan thought it was a matter of spirit ginseng, but thought about the old account with the Dragon Gate sect young master, and couldn't help but coldly smiled. Thank you for the old hero's point. There are still some things to be done. I will leave now. Liu Hong sent Li Long to Li Qingshan to go out. His face suddenly changed, and a boxing broker wooden stake in the martial training field. Today's business, if anyone is going out, Q. The old man punches heartless. Eldest senior brother Wang called master, but didn't say anything. Liu Hong sees other disciplines, all of them are also feeling wronged. Liu Hong. Before and after Gong, the disciples of the door feel no face. Liu Hong sighed, do you think that the teacher has been too flamboyant? But it is really rude. But these are not you told the disses. If he is just a third-class master, then he was arrogant and rude. Even if the old man killed him, he couldn't say it wrong, but he is not. We estimated him wrong, even stronger for a second-class expert, put on such a posture. That is, we are offended, and the number of fights caused by Jiang Hu is endless. This kind of killing is not stupid. On Jiang Hu, the strong is respected. If the old man does not understand this truth, he will not live now. You are too comfortable in Suncheer City. There is an expert crossing the road. The old man came forward to protect you, so that even such a simple reason does not understand. Li Qingshan, if it is here, it will definitely laugh at the sky. The original weak is rude. It is not only rude, but also unreasonable and powerless. It is simpler and more practical than to discern all right and wrong in the world. But this is the logic of an old Jiang Hu. It is not dependent on the old and the old. The soft suit is soft, and it is this logic that keeps him in his old age. The disciples have bowed their heads and are reminded of the reasons for Li Qingshan's fame. Such a powerful martial skill, such a hot way. If you really turn your face, no one can say that they can walk out of this yard. Liu Hong, satisfied with the nodded, kept the majesty in the doorman, and finally concluded, Jiang Hu, martial skill is higher, blindly playing, and not far away. This time someone is unlucky. He spoke very deep. I don't know if it is Black Wind Camp or Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan, under the lead of Li Long, went straight to the golden spear shop. The silver was in hand, and the suffocation was enough. In the introduction, boss, I want to see weapons. The shopkeeper was chubby, 40 years old, with a savvy look, looked at Li Qingshan, saw Li Long. His face immediately eased a lot, put down his account book, and said, it turned out to be young hero Li of Iron Fist Gate, with friends. Look at the weapons, the outside are defective, come and come. Please. Opening the door to do business, it is impossible not to deal with the Iron Fist Gate. Li Long in the streets of Suncheer City is also a small name, which shopkeepers have to be polite. Stepping into the temple, all kinds of weapons greeted the eyes. What swords and knives, swords, axes, forks, everything. And sure enough is a large weapons shop. I don't know what weapon the young hero is using. Is it a knife or a sword? We have a good sword in the hundreds of refining knives here. We should all have the same size. If you are not satisfied, you can also order it. The man is taken out of a good sword, and each one is shimmering and exquisite. Men do not have bad weapons. Li Qingshan is also a hunter. These are not decorations, but the real killing weapon. He smashed this, took the one, and finally shook his head. Is there any weight? Weapons? P.S. New book period. It is necessary to support the recommendation ticket. Trouble everyone, said the dreamer. Thanks. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 47. 46th Chapter. A look at the treasurer. You can be regarded as a Murim person. Do not pick the weapons that you use, but it is heavy. But he immediately laughed. There are some. What are your requirements? As long as the sale is good. This is Li Qingshan's careful planning. If you want to break Blackwind Camp, it is really a battlefield. You want to use your strength to pinnacle. Only use the weapon that is the heaviest and longest, and suppress it with weapons. The advantage of the number of opponents. A refined man took the big knife and came up with the big knife. The shopkeeper said, this knife weighs 35 pounds, is 5 feet 3 inches long, and is blown off. Young hero is satisfied. Li Qingshan grabbed the handle and danced twice, bringing the cold film, and the ghost-headed knife was light in his hand. It's too light, and heavier. The treasurer of the treasurer looked at the tongue. This much strength. The two buddies carried a blue dragon scorpion up, and the shopkeeper said, this squat is 62 pounds long and 8 feet 6 inches long. You look at this crescent, not a skilled old blacksmith, you can't beat it. Li Qingshan bomb tip, this is a good thing, just, it is too easy to break. And, is there no heavier weapon? He still remembers the scene of his own swaying and smashing. Of course, most of the reason is that he does not understand the law and use it indiscriminately, but he has to deal with 1 or 2 enemies. The shopkeeper blinked and looked at Li Long's face. He did not refute the words easy to break. He said, what do you want to do with weapons? Deliberately give Li Qingshan an embarrassment, waved, where please come with me in the weapons library. You will be satisfied with a weapon. Li Qingshan was also curious, followed the shopkeeper to the backyard, crossed the combat challenge field of the experimental weapon, and came to the arsenal. The weapons inside were full of various, but the most striking was the big iron gun in the middle. The gun seems to be made of stellite iron. The tip of the gun and the body of the gun are integrated. Even the guns are not there. Only the tiger's head is cast at the joint, swallowing the tip of the gun, and the madmony of the domineering aura. This gun is called Tyrant Spear. It is 1 and 2 feet long and weighs 142 pounds. It is the heaviest weapon in the store. If young hero wants to buy it, it also comes with a set of Tyrant Spear art. Okay, this is it. Li Qingshan stepped forward and raised Tyrant Spear. A cold and heavy feeling pressed against the palm, and the body of the gun was shaken like a dragon. And it screamed. The treasurer and the guys are all screaming. It is one thing to be able to take it. It is one thing to be able to use it. If it is difficult to carry a weapon, it is just a joke. But it can mean that the big gun can be shaken. With the power of the user, this gun is being harnessed. How much effort it takes. This is the most suitable weapon in Li Qingshan's mind. With this weapon, you can give the Blackwind Mountain Bandit a surprise. Let them see what it is called. An inch longer is an inch stronger. But he didn't understand spear art and asked, where is spear art? The shopkeeper said, young hero is determined to buy. This weapon is not cheap. The craftsman has to pay attention and not say, but said so much iron. Li Long said, do not talk nonsense. How much money? You will say straight. If you dare to ask more. The dispenser stretched out 5 fingers. Since young hero Li, you say so, then I only earn a job, 502. Li Long immediately replied, "What, 502, you want to make a fortune? Crazy. This black iron stick, in addition to my brother who is willing to use it, here is the accumulation of grey. I see even 102 not worth." The two men were bargaining in this slap in the face. Li Qingshan's eyes were searched in the arsenal, and a light of light caught his attention. In the dark weapons arsenal, the faint light was extremely eye-catching, as if it was not willing to be buried in the dust. Li Qingshan recalled that only others did not see this light, and the mind knew that his eyes were different mortals. Pretending to go up inadvertently, came to the weapon rack and picked up a wooden raft. Open the wooden raft. I saw a delicate knife lying in it, only 1 inch long, shrouded the first level of light blue. Asked the treasurer, "How to sell this?" A look at the shopkeeper. "Young hero, you have a real eye. This is the treasure of the store's town shop, a child of the logicist school who died, leaving this knife here, extremely sharp. I spent 200 tals the silver was bought." Li Qingshan indiscriminately put the knife back in the scorpion and said, "It's a pity that it's too light and too small." This is a bad word. This knife is because it is light and small, so it is hidden. It is used for self-defense at critical moments. Li Long said, "You are blowing again." "We pick up that one. It is the treasure of your town shop. This knife is the right thing to add. I will not care about these tals of silver." "How can it be done?" The shopkeeper screamed as if someone had smashed him. In the end, one big and one small, even with a knife and a knife, finalized the price of 402. The treasurer gave the things to them with a painful expression, but the heart was happy, and the 2 pieces of waste were finally sold. That tyrant spear doesn't have to say it. No one can use it. It wastes so much iron in vain. It's a pity to recast it. He pours the blacksmith's dog for this gun. The origin of this knife is true. Alone a young man took the knife to the door and let him tals of silver. But he soon regretted that the knife is indeed a good knife for cutting iron, but it is too short, so that people can buy dozens of tals of silver when the flying blade makes it. Li Qingshan didn't know spear art, and the tyrant spear art was quickly sent to his hand. As expected, it was just spear art, the most common road on Jianghu. The name of the move was extremely domineering aura. What sweeps thousands of troops? The tyrants are horizontal. Li Long just looked at it and stopped watching it. Li Qingshan looked through it from beginning to end, carefully pondered it, and went to the combat challenge field to make a onion drill. Spear art was harder to practice than blade art, but after he made a strength of 1 bull, it was not only enhanced by the power, but also a deeper understanding of the power and even the principles of martial arts. The weapon is just an extension of the limb. Li Qingshan danced very slowly at first, but then it was getting faster and faster. I saw a big gun like a black dragon fluttering around, surrounded by Li Qingshan, and the combat challenge was full of wind. Li Long stepped back and forth again, and he retired to a few dozen steps. He was shocked by the gun and said nothing. As if he was really like peerless, he was able to resist thousands of troops on the battlefield. The head of the gun pointed out that the cold light was shining, the blood was splashing, and the ghost was crying. Although he did not hear what Liu Hong said, he also understood why the master suddenly became respectful to Li Qingshan. At such a young age, there was such an amazing martial arts, and only after reading the guns, he could get through. And with that sizzling means, such a person, as long as he does not die in the middle, will be the ghost of Jianghu in the future. The future is farther away from the second-class master. Maybe you can really understand innate, reach his place unable to imagine a realm. Such a character, he only heard the master said, but never seen. This Suncheer city is not worthy of such a character to stop. But in the daytime, he seems to see the rise of such a character. Legend of the Great Saint, Chapter 48. Chapter 47, Not Counter-Repay. If Li Qingshan knows his thoughts, he must praise his eyes. He is a real innate master, but this bull demon strong fist does not pay much attention to chi refining, and his cultivation is too short. It shows up, not coming out. His mind was completely immersed in spear art. when he was in a hurry. His wrists shook and he shook out 7 guns. It was like a blooming flower, bright and dazzling, stirring the air, creaking. Li Qingshan suddenly took the gun, the wind followed, and stretched out. It's so sweet. Although he is not a Tao of the Spear expert, after all, how good the understanding is, divine ability is no more subtle, it is harder than the real Tao of the Spear expert, for decades or even a lifetime of immersion. But any Tao of the Spear expert is not his opponent. As long as the weapon collides, Tyrant Spear, 142 pounds, plus his bull demon great strength, all weapons must be blown out and the tiger's mouth burst. They are all light, and it is possible to have broken hands and even arms. This is why he must find a weapon. After trying the gun, Li Qingshan is still not satisfied. The treasurer, I still need 2 things. One is the feather arrow, the other is the armor. You don't seem to be here. He is determined to play his advantage to pinnacle. His bull demon skin refining can resist the second-class master's fist, even the sword of ordinary people, but I am afraid I can't stop the third-class master's profusion of internal strength. Weapons, blunts and sharps are originally 2 different things. Based on his strength, he is not wearing a few tens of kilograms of armor, and there will not be much burden, but the defensive ability is greatly increased. When he rushes into the thief's nest, he is not afraid of the other person. The treasurer is not. This is an ordnance, no more than ordinary weapons, generally not allowed to sell at random. I am afraid only in the city arsenal. In fact, this is not the main reason. Most of his customers are Jiang Hu, who walks Jiang Hu wearing a bulky armor, and Jiang Hu has fewer people with a bow as a weapon. Otherwise, with the merchant's mercenary and the strong background of his golden spear shop, as long as there is money to earn, there is nothing to sell. Li Qingshan dagger, that's good. Then don't overdo it. The treasurer said, wait, I don't know young hero's name. I have never seen it before. My name is Li Qingshan. It is the first time I have come to Sunchia. Of course you have never seen it. Tiger descending the mountains. Li Qingshan. The shopkeeper's surprise. How can I not know about the people who have been raging in recent days? Li Qingshan picked up her eyebrows and decided to change the nickname. She went to Satin's Wang to set up a good clothes and set a room in the best inn in the city. Li Qingshan washed it and changed the clothes. When it came out, Li Long also praised good. He put on a navy blue warrior suit, which is a good posture of the tiger's back, and the British military is very good. This is not just because people wear clothes. After experiencing killing and painting taking cultivation, he is very high-spirited, as if a sword is gradually grinding out a sharp edge. The bronze face is still not so beautiful, but the edges and corners are distinct, like a stone inscription. Between the hopes, there is some taste of his nickname Fierce Tiger down the mountain. Prestige, not scornful. At this time, suddenly 2 officials came to the door and saw Li Qingshan rushing to salute. His eyes didn't even dare to look at him. They didn't seem to face the arrogance of ordinary people. Excuse me, young hero Li, we have Prime Magistrate. Please, the car is ready. Li Qingshan bowed. I don't know what County Magistrate told him to do. Do you want to reward yourself for killing the thief? He immediately agreed. Since it is county magistrate, there is a responsibility for the people. If you can send some people, then it will be even more. Be sure. Li Long kept Tyrant Spear, Li Qingshan. As the officer came to the county government office, a fat figure greeted him, grabbed Li Qingshan's hand, looked up and down, and looked like he liked it. Li Qingshan's face is not unrestrained. I am looking for me. Why? Xiao Ngong, have you forgotten me? It was on the mountain. The tiger. Li Qingshan suddenly remembered. It turned out to be you. This official Yi Daquan, looking for Xiao Ngong for a long time. Please come in. Yi Daquan welcomed Li Qingshan into the hall after the government office. His face changed. How do you still wander around this city? Run away? Li Qingshan said. What am I going to escape? Master Yi said, Do you really know how to be good? People in Blackwind Mountain are looking for you in world. You don't hide your good deeds. You will also show up in Suncheer City. Someone will come to your door tomorrow and take your life. Speaking of a package containing silver supplies into his hands, there is a Hummer on the outside. You can rush to Clear River Prefecture. Don't stop on the road. There is a letter. You take to the prefecture government in the office, hand it over to Prime Magistrate. Oh, Yi Dakwen smashed the master's foot. This is what I want to say. I let my sister blow their hair in the prefecture governor, and keep you a prosperous future. The people of the Blackwind Mountain are no better, and they can't catch it. And I sighed and said, I originally wanted to leave you a constable, live in the power of the official, and ask for more silver, cough cough. The official reinforcements have not been available. Easy to delay on the road, it is too remote here. Master's heart, prefecture governor, adults can't wait for you to die, and who will send you to you? Li Qingshan is ridiculous. Yi Dakwen is short and fat, dressed in a red official gown, like the dog officer in the drama novel. This kind of character is better and more mediocre. The bad one is bullying. Good. But when he saw him eagerly rushing for his future, his heart was moved. No matter how many sluts and sluts there are in the world, there are always people who know how to report. He had come down to the mountain, thinking about how to uproot the Blackwind camp, killing it, and then reporting the insulting hatred of the Dragon Gate young master. The mind was shaped on the face, and the whole person was murderous aura. For a long time, the side of his heart that is murderous and murderous will inevitably take the upper hand. However, Li Long is always lining up for the friendship of his fellow countrymen. Yi Dakwen is also earnestly reporting the grace of life. These two are not ordinary gentlemen. They are ordinary members of all beings, but it is these people who let him know. It is not only the evil side of human nature that comes to people. Li Qingshan Gong Dadao, thank you for superior Yi good intentions. You don't have to call me a good man. Call me Qingshan. But I am not here to escape. Don't escape? Yi Dakwen angrily said, you kid not to know the immensity of heaven and earth. I let you go to the county government office. Do you know how much risk you risk? The teacher also advised, yeah, you are going to escape. Li Qingshan smiled and said, I can't escape. Crouching Bull Village can't escape. And Superior Yi, can't you escape? If you dare to stay here, you have a bit of confidence. He opened the package and saw that there was a few silver spindles. Grab it and pinch it. Yi Dakwen and Shy eyes wide open, looking at the silver like mud, overflowing from the palm of Li Qingshan. They are not Jiang who have seen such martial arts, immediately commented on Li Qingshan, and went to the first level building. Yi Dakwen hesitated, with this martial arts, as long as you stay in Suncheer City, you may be safe and sound. I will introduce you to some people, and I will not be able to get into the city. His heart is very Li Qingshan want to leave. That time which gentry dare look down upon him, he let Li Qingshan beat him up. What money is to recruit good recruitment? Li Qingshan said, the adults said that I want to be a constable. Yes. Yi Dakwen smiled and began to fantasize about the prestige of Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, also ask the adults to summon the soldiers and horses and open the arsenal. I am willing to take Blackwind Camp and kill the Suncherer for the adults. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 49. Chapter 48, Suncheer Upstairs. Yi Dakwen was stunned by his ambitions. He always wanted Li Qingshan to save his life under the threat of Blackwind Camp. It is best to use it for him. He never thought about taking the initiative to provoke Blackwind Camp. Advise him not to be delusional. I am not collecting money for the sake of embarrassment, to fill the pockets, to scare the gentry, to collect money. Everyone has a good job. Seeing Li Qingshan's gaze, although there are still some childishness on the face that has never been removed, but full of self-confidence and high spirits, those who advised can no longer say number. This young man has a power to touch people. Yi Dakwen hesitated and struggled for a long time, suddenly shot a table. Well, if you really have this self-confidence, the official will gamble with you. Adult, Can't. There are a few people in those places. It is impossible. Master rushed up. Yi Daquan said, when you go away, this adult is also bloody. What can't be provoked, I want to provoke it. He was hot-blooded on his face, but his head was running fast. Li Qingshan alone killing Blackwind Camp 20 or 30 people and ahead of the family. Blackwind Camp has about 200 people, that is 10 times. Can I not recruit 106 times even people? I have to say that I have never mixed up with Jiang Hu, and I have never played Superior Yi. I think that Avatar is naive, but once people are obsessed with it, they really don't care much. If you black out Blackwind Camp, see who dares to say that he is a straw bag, with a nepotism relationship, to see who dares not to pay him, and then let the sister blow the pillow. Maybe even promote, leave this ghost place. And most importantly, Blackwind Camp has been looting for so many years in the local area, and there must be a lot of savings, maybe 5,000, no, 10,000 tals of silver. I thought of the white flowers and the piles of silver like mountains. Superior Yi, even the hot-blooded image could not be maintained, almost circulated out of the water. At dusk, Sunshia City's largest and most luxurious restaurant, Sunshia upstairs, but the lights are brilliant, set a dozen tables to let Yi Daquan painful luxury seats, invited the various characters in Sunshia City, not expensive. Yi Daquan is in a position to reluctantly set the wolf's mind. This time it is painful. Of course, the main reason is that he said that the smile of the restaurant is not changed. But he refuses to let Superior Yi credit. So he sat in the main position. His face was not very good looking. Li Qingshan stood on the side, like a guard, and he was willing to accompany him. Seeing Yi Daquan's face was ugly and smiled. The adults don't have to worry about the money. I have not already taken it out? It turns out that the last Superior Yi really can't get so much money, or Li Qingshan paid the money. He is not a narrow-minded person. As long as people treat him with sincerity, he is much better than ordinary people. The glory of light and heavy. But if someone puts on a high position, what to play with Ma Why to beat him, then please forgive him not so good temper. Yi Daquan said, when I raise money, I will still pay you back. He was so ignorant of the county magistrate. Li Qingshan waved, this is what the adults help me, the silver thing, I will take it again. The master greeted a noble person downstairs. The wooden staircase dong 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 kept ringing. Everyone came up and rushed to Yi Daquan for a ceremony. It looked like a respectful call, Superior Yi. Then deep looking at Li Qingshan, he said, this is the tiger descending the mountains with dozens of mountain bandits hand, like a thunderbolt. Like a thunder. They are all well-informed people. I understand that today is the protagonist. It is not this unfounded Yi Daquan, but the teenager who has dozens of mountain bandit. They are not afraid of Yi Daquan, and they are not even afraid of Li Qingshan. But the combination of the two people's fame and strength makes them feel a little tricky. I am afraid I can't look at county magistrate as before. Heavy footsteps stepped upstairs. People were not there yet. Just listened to the downstairs master and shouted, Iron Fist Gate Old Hero Liu arrived. Everyone's eyes are concentrated on the stairs, even many people standing up. Respectfulness, not the ratio of Yi Daquan, the empty shell county magistrate. Iron Lion Liu Hong took the Wang Li Long 2 disciplines and went upstairs. The gentry have been encircling them. With their respective ages, old hero Liu Lauj has been kept on, and even the 2 disciplines beside him have received countless praises. Many gentry said, while turning their eyes to Li Qingshan, as if to say, we know the Iron Fist Gate Lord, although you are fierce, you can't mess. In their eyes, Li Qingshan is powerful, but with Liu Hong, the long-awaited Jiang Hu characters still have a big gap, which is where they depend. Li Qingshan did not expect that the first person to be introduced by Yi Daquan would be Liu Hong, but I would like to know that Yi Daquan is going to be a county magistrate. Even if no one takes him seriously, the head of the Sunshia city will still there is a welcoming ceremony. Otherwise it is not that you don't want to put the prefecture governor in your eyes. On this occasion, Sun Chia's first head snake is indispensable. Li Qingshan sees Yi Daquan's face, and hesitates that he should not get up, put his hand on his shoulder and let him sit firmly. At this time, the scene of the people's horror appeared. Liu Hong opened the crowd and walked to Li Qingshan. He smiled and said, "Young hero Li, I met again." The attitude is mild and doubtful. This is not what they know. That Iron Lion Liu Hong. Wang Lu also took a privilege and never dared to make a second time for a teenager who was much younger than him. Yi Daquan is about to introduce Li Qingshan. See this scene and also hold it. Do you know? Liu Hong patted Li Long's shoulder. He is a fellow with my little disciple, and he is familiar with himself. He came to Sun Chia today, or Li Long led the body to go. He started from the floor. At first glance I saw Li Qingshan, seeing him wearing a navy warrior suit, standing on the edge of the window with his hand on his hand, like a lone pine on the rock, as if standing tall, attracting attention. Rao is a bit guilty about Li Qingshan in his heart, and he can't help but see a bright light. A good young boy. Jiang Hu is a man who doesn't like the handsome man, but Li Qingshan, he can be used as a benchmark in his eyes. Li Long has been regarded as an extraordinary qualification. He is regarded as a closure discipline by a glance. He is very fond of it. But compared with Li Qingshan, it is like wormwood than King Song. I don't know who is eye-catching, and discover this beautiful jade. When I first went to the Crouching Bull village, why didn't I see it? When he thought about it, when he received Li Long as a discipline, Li Qingshan was still in the middle of it. Of course, there are divine abilities changes to Li Qingshan, but I also see that Li Qingshan's own qualification is not bad, plus the two people's minds. If the birth is not right, it is born in the remote place of Crouching Bull village. Some achievements. Although the hero is not afraid of being born low, but no one can be born or otherwise. The mood of the gentry suddenly fell to the bottom, and originally wanted to rely on the power of Liu Hong against Li Qingshan, but I thought that Li Qingshan Liu Hong was more familiar, and there was a faint confession of the equal generation. Looking at Li Qingshan, I was more cautious in my eyes. Yi Daquan is happy to open the flower. The original officer is from your request. Qingshan once saved the official in the tiger's mouth. This official genius counted him and asked him to be a constable. Liu Hong was also wondering how Li Qingshan first came to Sun Chia City and got on the stage of county magistrate. Now I understand. The original Qingshan is county magistrate. You are the hero of the tiger, Superior Yi. Regardless of the age of birth, doing a career in this Sun Chia City is just around the corner. Li Qingshan is not humble. Old hero Liu has a reputation. I just want to use the power of Superior Yi to do something for the Sun Chia people and get rid of a cancer. Liu Hong's eyes jumped, and he smiled and declined to comment. Legend of the Great Saint Chapter 50. Chapter 49. Dragon Gate Guilds. When the time has come, the guests arrive, and Yi Daquan gets up and toasts. He first talks about the scenes of everyone can come. The official is honored, and then goes straight to the topic, revealing the color of anger and sorrow. This time, please come here, for a big event related to the survival of my Sun Chia City life and death. It is good, that is. Black Wind Camp is a big cancer. The Black Wind Mountain Bandit is extremely fierce, full of evil, and how much silver it has. Cough. Killing does not know how many people. For the group of Mountain Bandit even more rich than his own county magistrate, I was very angry. The master kicked him under the table. He coughed and changed his mouth. It's time to get rid of the Crouching Bull village. This official is the parent of Sun Chia City. It's unbearable. I'm here. Everyone must have heard of it. Tiger descending the mountains. Li Qingshan. In particular, he added a tone to the nickname Tiger descending the mountains, which made Li Qingshan's eyes smack. This young hero, now also the official, and even the entire constable of Sun Chia City, he not only killed Black Wind Camp's third boss and dozens of Mountain Bandit, but now also want to annihilate the entire Black Wind Camp. Please pay. If you contribute to this, you will not be able to pay for this peace of mind, and you will be able to afford a heaven and earth conscience. after drinking the wine in the cup. Sanchia has no soldiers to be assigned to county magistrate, and even the officers are old and weak. But those big families, but one high wall courtyard, the family guards a lot, so the security of Sanchia city, most of them are actually maintained by the Iron Fist Gate gang. If you want to transfer troops, you can only borrow people from these gentry homes. As long as each family has 4 or 5 people, you can almost reach the expectations of Leaf Prime Magistrate. The gentry can't drink, face each other. This county magistrate is going to play really this time? Exclamation mark. It is normal to ask for money, and which county magistrate does not need money, but the dignitaries are not normal. In addition to the previous counts of the prime magistrate, after taking the money, take a group of people to walk around the mountain and look like the next stage. The county magistrate is not even placed, just saying that the timing is wrong. As to when the timing is right, then only God knows. There was a sigh of relief in the restaurant. The gentry didn't even want to pay for the money, let alone the people. If they died, they would have to spend money to appease them, or they would offend the Black Wind Camp. Where is Crouching Bull Village? Who knows? Can't kill their farts. Black Wind Camp can't kill them, and the children of other people can't die. A 40-year-old, seemingly respected middle-aged gentleman said, "Superior Yi, you are sympathetic to the people's minds. We all understand that we can't look at it, how much we have to work hard, but let us be born. That is impossible. That is, we are willing to promise that the guards will not agree not." He is very subtle in setting his position. Seeing that you have strength now, the big guy can give you some money to mean, you will be honest with this money. Don't look for us. I actually have to pay for it. Yeed Akwen feels incredible. I really want to squeeze my thighs to see if I am dreaming. He has been fishing everywhere since he became the county magistrate, but no one has put him in his heart, even Ittles of Silver. Come out. The success always came too suddenly. Yeed Akwen calmed down and looked at Li Qingshan and began to consider whether it was good or not. Li Qingshan brows. Not to blame this group of homesick selfish, ordinary people, mostly coupled with the previous practices of county magistrate, they are willing to pay. It is rare. Since you can't borrow this trend, you don't have to reluctantly say, "Thank you all." "Hey, don't give him money." A young man groaned, went upstairs and looked at Li Qingshan wickedly. Li Qingshan immediately remembered that this is the young man who was driving on the road today and kneeling down and handing him the money bag. How suddenly he became so bold. Is it that the grown-up is there? Don't mess around, this is not where you come. Go on. The middle-aged gentry yelled. Young people don't give up, but they look arrogant. I'm senior brother, they're here. The people of Dragon Gate sector coming. I don't know which one shouted, and the voice was full of surprises. My boy is there to practice martial arts. Yeah, me too. The gentry were happy and whispered, and fortunately someone was in their heads and didn't have to pay the money. Li Qingshan's face suddenly cooled down, and the insults on the mountain road that day were on her mind. A group of people squatted up, young and young, all white-slashed swords, gathered together, and there were no ones on their faces. It was really imposing. Headed by Dragon Gate Sect's young master, Yang Jun. The magistrate, the banquet parties, how to ignore the Dragon Gate Sect alone, whether to put us in the eye. Yang Jun glanced upstairs in a circle, saw Yu Hong will be slightly decapitated, barely considered a salute, to see Li Qingshan, but it was a bright eye, and then the color of incomparable resentment. You really are here, let us find it. You are looking for me? Li Qingshan was strange, looking at the other person's expression. It seems that he deeply offended him, but now that he is sent to the door, he will never let go. But unfortunately the big gun is not around, otherwise, I don't know how to shoot a few shots and several deaths. I only hate that I didn't kill you at the beginning. Today I want you to spit out all the food you eat. Yang Jun looks at Li Qingshan like life and death. He knows that spirit ginseng is taken by Li Qingshan. Immediately after the walk, I was angry. Spirit ginseng missed him and finally fell into the hands of this countryman. Although spirit ginseng is not so easy to be digested, it will take a long time to get a lot of medicine. Otherwise, how can it be killed by the country? The strength of Wind Camp third boss, which should have belonged to him. In his eyes, Li Qingshan is a very despicable and hateful thief who stole his belongings. How to prevent him from gnashing his teeth? Li Qingshan must be slashed. Yi Daquan hurriedly stood up and said, "Yang young hero, there is a saying that Qingshan is the county's constable. How can he scream and kill?" He saw the Dragon Gate sect coming to the forefront, all holding swords, and his heart was on the verge. There is a saying that the two fists are difficult to attack the four hands, chaos swords. Li Qingshan martial arts is higher. How to resist? Yang Jun gloomy face, I know the magistrate, this person stole my Dragon Gate sect. It is a very important thing. Today is to take him to the case. Please do not block it, or be careful not to have a sword. Then he does not wait for him. The answer? The command said, take him. Jiang reached the extreme, and a sinful smile. Don't kill him, I will slowly force the whereabouts of things. A dozen people forced to come, the gentry flash on both sides. The magistrate of the county magistrate escaped and opened a round table, leaving only Liu Hong to sit still and drink slowly. Only Liu Hong knows the strength of Li Qingshan, but the relationship between Iron Fist Gate and Dragon Gate sect can only be known from the attitude of Yang Jun. Iron Fist Gate is taking the lower route and is in the middle of the market. The disciples disciple, while the Dragon Gate sect is on the upper line. The disciples are mostly rich children. Although there is no water and fire, they have never seen each other. Therefore, I would never say a word to remind you that the people of Dragon Gate sect are a few more dead, especially the one who is disrespectful to Yang Jiang, but also guessing what the important thing is. He seems to have heard some winds. Dragon Gate sect is in front of a tall and thin swordsman. The eyes of Li Qingshan are also full of grievances and hatred. It is Kai Da who broke the sword edge on the mountain road by Li Qingshan. In the middle of the big lost face, back to sect leader blame, and Li Qingshan hated the extreme, and could not wait to kneel down his hand.